Today, Magnus Carlsen takes on his former World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi in a big winner's semi-final. But it is all eyes on in the losers bracket. 4 players, 2 will be eliminated. And while Hikaru Nakamura, Ali Reza and Lazovic have a spot in the Toronto Grand Final, it is go big or go home for Anish Giri, who is looking for that final qualification spot. And he's battling it out today against world number 3, Hikaru Nakamura. It's going to be brute force. Welcome to the AI Cup. All his pieces at the right square. Execute an attack and finish the game.
This is the chaos button that he's just pressed. What has this kid got in store? He's so good. He's so good at thinking on the fly.
Checkmate on the board. Eduardo Drzaga reacts. He celebrates.
Oh, hello.
Ooh, and now the second of the broken. Wesley done that with 3 seconds. He walks into a pin.
He is so stressed out.
Tension. He knows he's so close on this one.
This is a game-ending move.
It's been a dramatic start with entertaining a chess, and the fight continues for that final spot, that final seat into Toronto. And to call the action in the studio, as always, with me, Grandmaster David Howell, and into TM, Simon Williams. Simon, it was a day of high-quality chess. What was the big highlight for you from day one?
I think there was loads of good games going on, but it was probably Nepo. I was really impressed with the way he played. He defeated Anish and made it look very, very easy. And he's going to need to do that again today against Magnus, because obviously he's had a couple of games with Magnus before, but he's got to turn it on today, and that's going to be one hell of a match.
I don't remember the last time these two played, but that is a big, big matchup that's coming out. David, what about you? What was your big takeaway from day one?
Yeah, for me it was the play of Magnus Carlsen, who was in sparkling form. It was Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who played some real beautiful games there to take down countryman Alireza Firouzja and, of course, Nepomniachtchi to go through Anish Giri so convincingly. Just some great games.
Some great, great games. And if you missed out on all the action from day one, first, what were you doing? And second, take a look at all that happened.
Magnus magic. It's always in the endgame that Magnus is able to weave his net, trick his opponents, and we talk about the power of the 2 bishops. It's level pawns here, but the only imbalance is that white has the bishop pair, and look, suddenly trading off, and he's going for that remaining black pawn on h7.
That's it. We have a result.
Wow, Hikaru resigns?
Resigned.
Magnus gives a check. The white king does move. Could this check have been blocked by white's bishop as well, maybe? And Magnus gives up his queen.
Queen c3 now.
Is he still alive here?
He's still alive, but Magnus is really struggling to keep things together. Look at those black bishops. Now they're skewered against each other. On the c-file, the valuation bar going up again.
Was it a draw?
We have a result.
Wait, really?
He played king to g2, and it ended in a draw.
Why?
I am shocked.
Oh,
Whoa.
Really? Is he giving up the queen?
What's happened here?
What is happening here? Wow, he's randomizing.
He's gambling. There we go, knight to h5. It's very linear, it's very direct, and suddenly look at Hikaru's reaction. Knight h5 landed on the board. He looked away in disgust, and he now realizes that the bishop to f5 does not work. That's why the bars got so excited. Hikaru in huge trouble.
Hikaru Nakamura, with a shake of his head, resigns. Magnus Carlsen taking the match in just 3 games.
Oh.
And a blunder, because pawn to h6 is a killer blow. Black king now forced onto the back rank. If it had taken that pawn, white's queen would have zoomed into f8 with a devastating check.
Shaq is going to be going through.
Is queen f6 game over?
Yeah, there's no way you can stop all the threats there. Queen g7 will end the game.
We saw the head shake from Lazovic. We saw Mamedyarov, his eyes darted off to the side. I think he was checking out his opponent's camera there.
A result, Queen f6, and Denis Lazovic resigns. Mamedyarov Shakhriyar, after a stunning Armageddon, takes the match. And the shock attack continues with that win in the winners bracket, along with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. While we've got our 4 players facing elimination in the losers round 1, but it is maximum pressure on Anish Giri, who is on his final life, and he plays against Hikaru Nakamura. That's going to be a tough match. We saw the bracket there. Simon, who do you predict will go on to go through today and survive elimination?
You have to go for Hikaru. He's got a massive score against Anish, and he's got to, though, play better than yesterday. He didn't play very well yesterday, has to be said. And in the other one, I think it's going to be really close between Denis and Firouzja. They played in the last championships, and Firouzja got the victory, but Denis was winning that one. So I'm actually going to go for young Denis, just to mix it up a little bit. I mean, if he keeps this solid style, he might maybe frustrate Firouzja. So Denis, yeah, why not? Let's go Denis. Yeah.
It's going to be a fun battle to watch between these 4 players. A lot on the line. For Anish Giri, only a tournament victory will suffice and get him that spot into the Toronto finals. We also have 2 big matchups, David, in the winners bracket. Who would you predict as the players who will go on to play in the winners' final tomorrow?
Yeah, also a lot of stake here between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Both players itching to get to those finals in Toronto, and both players showing top-class form yesterday. I'm going to say that one's too close to call. I'm expecting some fire on the board no matter what. But maybe Vachier-Lagrave as a small favourite. And when it comes to Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus has got to be, he's got to be the favourite. But Jan has also been in good form lately. He needs to hope that Magnus has an off day.
Yeah. Jan Nepomniachtchi also wrapping up his match against Anish Giri on day 1 in just 3 games. But today, it has to be a psychological battle for Jan. He's playing against Magnus Carlsen. Magnus beat him in the Speed Chess Championship quarterfinals with an 11-point margin. And that's not the only one that hurt.
This one has reached boiling point now. He's just given up a pawn for free. He's still got his pen in his hand. He's trying to figure out what the point is.
After 22 minutes, the move is on the board.
He's finding all his moves so quickly, Jan. Very impressive.
I'm also very surprised by Jan Nepomniachtchi's last move. He's gone for a queen trade.
Oh, he's retreated it. I think he's missed a great opportunity there. In these World Championship matches, you do not get many chances.
4-3. He made that move with just over 3 seconds left.
Look at the bar. What's happening? Is Magnus winning?
He's winning. The computer says checkmate in 38.
The first decided game, and we hear applause from Dubai.
There we go. The white queen going as close to the white king as possible. And resignation.
It's over. Magnus Carlsen is up by 2 points. Look at this, you guys. This is what happened. Did Magnus touch that piece? And then he made that move.
Hold on, that is an insanely important moment.
We had a huge blunder. Game 9 is over. A terrible blunder by Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Fire on the board.
Yay!
Completely different than everything we expected there.
This is quite rare in chess.
Yeah, he's putting pressure.
Wow, we do have G3. Is G3 really being played?
Jan has chosen to fall on his sword. This is just a blunder, and Magnus is going to win.
And he finishes it. Wow. Magnus Carlsen, he wins game 11. He defends his title, the Norwegian winning his 5th World Championship match.
A historic moment in the chess world with that win. Magnus Carlsen won his 5th World Championship match, and also, well, it could have very well been. It could very well be his last World Championship match. At least it is for now. And today, he faces his former World Championship challenger one more time. Magnus will take on Jan Nepomniachtchi. And this is their head-to-head. David, is this a grudge match for Jan?
For sure, one of the biggest moments of his life, biggest moments of his career for Jan Nepomniachtchi. and Magnus was the one to get in his way, the one to stop him. We shouldn't forget as well, there's some history here. They're exactly the same age, born in 1990. They've known each other for years. They've become friends, worked together. So there's definitely going to be mind games, and for Jan, a score to settle.
It's that same year as you as well, David, was that right? So
yeah, that was a good year.
I believe a good year for chess. But I mean, I think Jan has some possibilities to win that one. I mean, he's got to play as well as he did yesterday, and I think he's just got to keep the pace up. But obviously, I'm still going to pick Magnus because it's Magnus, right? So he always wins.
Yeah, it's hard to bet against Magnus, regardless of who he plays and where he plays. It's going to be a tough battle for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but these are the only two players who, in day one, scored their match victories in just 3 games. It's a match that we're really excited about, but not just that one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who played a fantastic match against Alireza, a very exciting battle, will take on Shakhtar Mamedyarov, who needed an Armageddon to beat Denis Lazovic. Simon, looking at their head-to-head, what can we expect from this battle?
I think this is going to be really exciting chess because they both got very uncompromising styles. Shaq loves sacrificing. MVL loves tactics. You can see on the scoreboard there that MVL has a slight lead. I put him a slight favourite, I think, because he's very good at calculating and maybe has the edge on Mamedyarov in calculating. But Mamedyarov's a very natural player. So if Mamedyarov gets his piece flowing, yeah, it's going to be close and fun, definitely.
Yeah, and one thing to mention is that both these players were in top form yesterday. We saw the accuracy levels both in the mid-90s there. And for anyone, especially who plays complicated attacking chess, that is super impressive. If they can keep up that form today, it's going to be a joy to watch.
And Shakhtar's confidence of taking it to the Armageddon, it reminded me a lot of the 2018 World Championship match. Magnus versus Fabi, the last game, David, just deciding that, you know what, my odds are the best in speed chess.
Yeah, showing confidence, backing yourself, and not being afraid of the clock ticking down in Armageddon shows that Mamedyarov, he's one to watch in this tournament.
It's going to be an exciting battle in the winner's bracket, but that is for later today. We do start with the elimination bracket. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Anish Giri, and then a battle between the two youngsters, Alireza Firouzja playing Denis Lazovic. Two very distinct styles of play will clash against each other, and Alireza Firouzja is arguably the biggest talent of modern chess.
Alireza Firouzja needs no introduction. This superstar burst onto the scene as a teenager, becoming world number 2 at 18 years old. However, since then, progress has been somewhat measured. He's been inconsistent, and his love for chess has at times been questioned. On the board though, Firouzja is dynamite. He's aggressive, he's dynamic, and there's a fear factor about Firouzja's play. None of the top players in the world can ever relax when Firouzja is sat opposite them. I have experienced the power of Alireza Firouzja many times myself. One of the most heartbreaking games of my career came in the Grand Swiss in 2021 when Firouzja beat me and went on to qualify for the candidates. In this position, I thought I was doing okay with black. However, Firouzja is an attacking maestro, and he shocked me by playing knight takes pawn, sacrificing a knight, and he had calculated everything perfectly. The idea is that when the knight is recaptured, suddenly this white light squared bishop is opened up to capture the black knight, and black has too many things hanging. This bishop is suddenly attacked in the center, the black king is open, and, for example, after a capture of bishops in the center, white can calmly recapture because the black knight is undefended. If you give Alireza Firouzja a tactical shot, he will find it and he will punish you, as I found out for myself.
And David, you described Alireza Firouzja's style as dynamite. He's playing against Denis Lazovic. We've been talking about Dan Laz as being this strategic wonderkid. This doesn't feel like a clash of styles, but a war between two.
That's right, it's fire meets ice, and Alireza Firouzja did manage to defeat Denis Lazovic last month. They had a crazy match. Actually, Denis Lazovic had Alireza at his mercy, but there was a big turnaround, and I'm expecting similar drama today.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. I mean, I think it depends how the openings go. If, again, a bit like yesterday, if Denis gets his solid openings, then he's got a good chance.
That's definitely a very exciting matchup between these two youngsters. It's going to be war on the board. It will be about who gets their type of position, their kind of play going on. It was a close battle the last time they played, and it's going to be a close battle in our other matchup as well. Hikaru Nakamura taking on Anish Giri. And Simon, looking at their head-to-head stats, it feels like we've got a big favorite in this one.
Yeah, Hikaru's massive favourite in this one. I don't know what it is about their styles. I mean, maybe it's just the speed that Hikaru plays, the way he calculates, but yeah, he's got to be favourite, right? So.
Yeah, every player has a kryptonite no matter how strong you are, and it seems for Giri, unfortunately, that he's up against his nemesis here. It's just one-sided, their head-to-head, their history. Nakamura ahead in standard, kind of classical chess, Rapidan Blitz. I think Giri needs a bit of a miracle today if he wants to keep his chances alive for qualifying for the Tour Finals.
David, both of them really struggled yesterday. It felt as if both Hikaru and Anish were completely out of form. Hikaru, a favorite in this one. How does Anish get by?
He needs to get out the opening in good shape. I think if he... Well, against Hikaru, you can't relax. But if he does bring it to Armageddon, Giri will feel a bit more confident just to have survived that far. And it's all about confidence there. And as we know, Armageddon, a bit of a lottery. I think that might be his best shot.
Wow. But betting against Hikaru in an Armageddon is a brave, brave bet, Simon.
Yeah, it is. It's always brave to bet against Hikaru. And I think, again, the opening is key, as David was saying there. And Anish, sometimes he doesn't like taking risks. And I think he needs to take more risks than he usually does here because, Hikaru often gives chances away and he needs to grasp them when he can.
Yeah. And we did see a struggling, shaky Hikaru against Magnus Carlsen. For me personally, that was a little bit of a disappointing match. I think we were all expecting more from Hikaru, a bigger fight, but it was a Magnus Carlsen show in that one. Now, this is the elimination bracket. The rules are a little different because it will be only a best of 2 rapid game. The margin for error is 0 in this one. 1.5 points wins gets you the match victory. The players start with 15 minutes and a 3-second increment every time they make a move. You lose a match and you're out of the AI Cup. You win, you advance through to the losers quarterfinals. And if it ends in a 1-1 tie, we will have the bidding Armageddon. And if you had to predict right now, in the elimination bracket, will we get an Armageddon today?
Yeah, I reckon so. Yeah, probably the second game of the day. I mean, we're bound to. It's the longest day today, so we're bound to get an Armageddon, right? In every game.
Yeah, and the stakes are higher. We've seen it multiple times throughout the whole season in the losers bracket. Because it's just 2 games, the price of a mistake is so much higher. And sometimes the players, they prefer to keep it safe and prefer to kind of postpone the tension until the last few seconds as the clock ticks down in the Armageddon. So I'm predicting that will happen, maybe even in both matchups, because they are so close. But we'll see. Either way, it'll be fun to watch.
It's going to be super fun to watch these matchups that are coming up. And as our in-house grandmasters are predicting, a huge chance of the bidding Armageddon in these battles. We did see Dennis and Alireza take it to the Armageddon in the Julius Baer Generation Cup, where Alireza won that match and went on to challenge Magnus in the finals. For Hikaru, Alireza, Dennis, the pressure not as much. What do you think is going on in Anish's mind, knowing that his only shot at qualification is a tournament victory?
Well, he's only human, Anish, and that will be on his mind, but it's probably counterproductive. As a chess player, you need a kind of a clear, empty mind. You need to be kind of able to focus move by move in the position. And if the kind of result is playing too much, it might affect his decisions. Like Simon says, he might play a bit too safe or go a bit too risky, and you've got to be very objective. So, yeah, for Anish, it's a long, long road ahead to Toronto.
Yeah, I think with Anish, it kind of strikes me that he's quite an emotional player sometimes. And maybe Hikaru's got in his head too much. That's the problem. So he needs to break that, and I think he needs to just take some risks today. Yeah, if he does that, he's got a chance.
Anish walking a tightrope. Will he be able to take the much-needed risks against Hikaru Nakamura? And Hikaru, of course, a beast in online chess. Yesterday, he lost to Magnus, but he's only a wounded beast, and that makes him even more dangerous.
Hikaru Nakamura starts the Chessable Masters as one of the favourites. When he was young, Nakamura had a really aggressive style, a really direct style. He wanted to win every game by checkmate, and many people feared him for that. However, as he's got a bit older, Hikaru has slowed things down. He plays a very solid brand of chess nowadays, preferring to take things to a more strategic level and to grind down his opponents in long games. As an example of Hikaru's attacking instincts, this is perhaps his most famous move of all time. As black here, against Boris Gelfand, he played a queen sacrifice. This game stemmed from his favorite, King's Indian defense, something he's also published a course about on Chessable. Queen to d3, what a move, trying to deflect away this white bishop. There are multiple threats, including queen takes pawn, leading to checkmate, and of course, if the queen is captured, this would end in an immediate checkmate. This is how Hikaru played as a young player. However, as a streamer these days, he has an utterly different repertoire. In recent times, Hikaru has shown his natural talent for the game by winning the Fischer Random World Championship. That shows his flexibility, of course, and this is reflected in his streaming career. On Chess.com, his most successful opening is 1b3. However, he's also very well known for inventing the bomb cloud. And bringing the king out, not to be advised, but Hikaru makes it work.
Hikaru Nakamura, the 5-time US champion, the 5-time speed chess champion. He is the reigning world Fischer Random champion. So many achievements. Currently the world #3 player. And of course, we all know about the big rivalry between him and Magnus Carlsen. And it does continue. Well, Hikaru plays Anish today. And David, you said Hikaru's most successful opening on Chess.com is 1b3. Are you expecting that to happen today?
Depends how fruity he's feeling, Hikaru. He's come with a kind of very exotic shirt, and if he's in an exotic mood, then maybe 1b3. I don't expect the bomb cloud to appear or anything too risky, but Hikaru, he can serve with, he can kind of play in any direction, steer the game however he wants.
Oh my God!
We have it.
Wow.
How did this happen?
You got it.
I literally recorded that video months ago, and this is the first time we've seen him play it on the tour.
He was listening to you.
David the Prophet.
Yeah.
1b3, and we're more used to seeing Hikaru play b3 a bit later in the game, especially in such high-stakes chess, but this time opening with b3, putting his bishop on a long diagonal. I'm still stunned. I'm still lost for words.
David, someone needs to clip it and ship it.
b3 for the win.
Nicely done. So, yeah, and this is an interesting opening. I love seeing b3 because you get quite unique positions that are not so well analysed. And I think against someone like Anish, that's a good thing to do because Anish is very well prepared. So you just want to get a position you can play here. I would be pushing the F-pawn here as well. Is there any chance? Oh, look at that! We're on a roll.
What is happening?
So, yeah, this is good
We
stuff.
need to go and get a lottery ticket right after that. This is insane stuff.
It's as if Hikaru can hear us. Hikaru, play king e2. He won't play that.
A little bit over the top, that one. But I kind of like what Nish has done as well. I mean, against the fianchetto b3, it's always good to fianchetto on the other side. It was Anish who actually said in the New in Chess article that the fianchetto bishop on the king side when it's defended is better than the one on the queen side just because it's defended. So this is a good setup, I think, from black.
Yeah, very solid stuff, no weaknesses. Black has decent control over the centre. Anish, he's got to be happy with how this opening has unfolded, but then again, it is a very Hikaru type of position. He's got enough flexibility to be able to kind of manoeuvre and kind of probe on both sides of the board. He's kind of not yet committing the white king. He's not yet showing his hand in the centre. And for Anish, that means he's got to kind of play the guessing game a bit. And we all know Hikaru is extremely strong in that department. Level so far, but early days.
The one thing Anish Giri really struggled on in day one was his clock management against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So he needs to make sure to keep the clock more balanced, to use time well in a better way than he did yesterday, because against Hikaru, the clock will be indeed a 17th piece. This one still quite a battle. 1b3, I'm still getting over that prediction. But let's go ahead and take a look at our other matchup, which is just about to kick off. Alireza Firouzja, Denis Lazovic, they're ready to make their first moves. What's the prediction here?
E4.
I was going to say anything apart from 1b3.
Yeah.
Firouzja plays more classically usually, and this is a sign of respect. Firouzja using his favourite opening. I did that video piece on him, and we saw he used the Italian game to defeat me. He's used it to defeat a lot of the best players in the world, and I think he's maybe the leading expert in the kind of in the white side of this setup. Meanwhile, Lazovic just playing solid chess.
Yeah, he certainly is. But when they played in the last, the Julius Baer Cup trophy, they had the same opening, except for H3, and Dennis got very good position out the opening by playing an early D5, an early push in the centre. So I wonder if he's gonna. I don't know the theory. He doesn't play it, but maybe he could have tried the same thing there.
Yeah, Firouzja seems to have kind of tricked him in a way. He said, OK, you've played D6 now, you're not exploding open the centre, so now I'll take a slower turn and the manoeuvring will begin. White just gaining space on the queen side now. White can play in the centre, but of course Black has no weaknesses. The Italian game is kind of the opening that occurs most often in chess worldwide, but it's also the opening that people know the least about because there are so many different nuances, so many different move orders, and even the top players seem to get confused about where to put their pieces and when to strike in the centre. This one is going to explode to life shortly. I was going to say White castling early before Black often is a bit provocative, but
Dennis is never going to play G5. It's not a Dennis move. Dennis likes it super solid, most of the time at least. So, yeah.
But his style is also the kind, we keep saying that he's strategic, he's a positional player and very unique to a young prodigy. But when chances come and when the opportunities arise, Dennis is fearless in taking them as well. So yes, it's ambitious strategic play.
Yes, that's one way I think to describe it. He's super solid, but he's a fantastic player. So if you give him a tactic, if you give him an opportunity, he will grasp that. And that's why he's got his place in the final, and that's why he's playing so well here. But I like his chess. I mean, I wish I'd have learned a more solid style when I was younger. You know, just don't take any risks, get a position and play. Yeah, I mean, you know, I want it more solid now. So
I
definitely
disagree with that 100%. We'd never have Harry the H-pawn if that would have happened.
It'd be a slow Harry. It'd be Harry 1 and then 2, just one move at a time.
It'd be Henry. Not as aggressive as Harry.
I don't like Harry's better, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. So we love the attacking Simon, and it feels like Alireza, he's also eyeing space on the queen side here. So it's Ari, the A-pawn for now, grabbing more space on the queen side. Can we also, David, expect Alireza to at some point start going forward with Bertie, the B-pawn?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's just keeping Dennis guessing here. It could be David the D-pawn pushing forward. It could be Bertie the B-pawn. Either way, Black has to decide how to kind of fight back against the cramping effect of White's last pawn push. Pawn to A5 means that Black's pawns over here on the queen side are pretty much fixed. If Black can't strike out in the centre, it's a big if. D5, if that never happens, then you simply lack a plan. So first he retreats preemptively before the white pawns gained tempo against that Black bishop. And I think his idea, Denis Lazovic, is to trade off pieces first. Black is slightly cramped, as we mentioned, and trading off pieces tends to be good kind of advice here. Firouzja dropping back, that does hint that if Black tries to challenge the bishops, White will either drop back or maybe use this square. He'll avoid the trade. This position now on the board, and there we go. He does dodge that potential exchange of bishops, and there's a slightly tricky pin here, slightly annoying pin for Black to try and break out of. Again, it's all about whether White can strike first in the centre or whether Black has time to be active himself. Still in the balance here, and one or two false moves, inaccuracies, could change everything.
And once that center strike does come in, it will be fire on the board. We can't expect this position to heat up. It's just the nature of these Italian positions where it starts really slow, starts really cagey. It's all about maneuvering, getting more space until we see a pawn break. For now, Denis Lazovic slides back with the bishop. Another nice strategic move, making sure that if there's a capture on c6, the pawn structure remains intact. Getting out of the pin. We will use this opportunity to jump back to our other matchup. Hikaru taking on Anish, and wow, what is this position?
This has gone wrong for Hikaru, I think. I mean, I love playing the Dutch, and White sort of got a Dutch setup, but the way that Anish has played this, he's got some great squares for his knights in the centre of the board, and could this be his opportunity, David, to start really strongly here?
Yeah, I think this is a golden chance for Anish Giri. He couldn't have hoped for a better opening, or at least a better middle game now. I think Nakamura just taking huge risks. It's as if Nakamura's in a must-win situation, but it's a two-game match. You don't need to kind of go all out like this. And I think we can do a quick recap of what's happened and maybe a highlight of why we favour Black's position so strongly. This is the current position, of course. We left it back around here, and we talked about the bishops. And I think you were right, Tanya. This defended Black bishop is far superior to its counterpart, especially after this last move. Pawn to d4, locking up the centre, but also blunting the effect of White's pride and joy, this b2 bishop. And look what happened. White stepped forward, keeping things closed. Very sensible, but Anish gaining space on the queen side first of all, and then striking. Knight to e3 is a huge, huge threat. Simon talked about the holes, the squares that Black has access to. The white rook moved, and suddenly, look at this. Black blew open the position, and here we go. Nakamura in deep trouble. The Black bishop is threatening to come in with a nasty check. The Black knight can use the square as a launch pad as well, deep in enemy territory, and at the very least, you can simply take back the pawn you've sacrificed. I love the fact that Anish used this rook, because the other rook on f8 might come open later, with the pawn to f5 being a big break. The white king potentially in the firing line. Do we see any redeeming factors in Nakamura's position here?
It's pretty tough, right? I mean, you don't have much space where you've got the white pieces here. You're very cramped, so you have to try. I mean, you haven't got any breaks either. The only pawn breaks you can try are on the queen side, but they're not going to help. So it's just a bit worse. I mean, maybe you have to go super defensive and try something like knight f1 and bishop c1. Just try to get rid of some of Black's active pieces. That's probably what I try here, but it looks a bit grim, though. Doesn't look very good.
Yeah, Tanya, I'm hating this position. Anish, he's got to be loving life, right?
It's a dream position with the Black pieces. You've got all your toys to the party. He doesn't even rush with recapturing the e5 pawn. And as you pointed out, it can be captured with the knight on c6, bringing the other piece to the center of the board towards the king side. Lots of trouble for White. But this idea that Simon pointed out, a very creative way to actually fight White's activity on the king side, the retreating move to the bishop in c1. Because to my head, when David asked the question, how does White produce counterplay? I was thinking about actually creating pressure against the c5 pawn. Do you want to make a move like bishop to a3? I want to provoke White. I'm dreaming that you go b4. Get tempted to play a move like b4, because then, and I see the eval bar still likes Black's position, but at least I get a c4 square for my knight.
It's a very clever move, actually. Bishop a3, I really like that move. We do see a couple of other moves on the board. The danger of what Hikaru's done is that he's opened up a file for himself, because he's got a rook there, but you've got to be careful opening up areas of the board where you're weaker. And I'd say Black is better on the queen side, because his pawns are really far advanced there. So it's a bit risky, that. But Hikaru likes activity, so he's trying to gain some activity here. But your bishop move, I like that a lot, actually. Looks like a very clever move there, just to try and disrupt Black.
Yeah, I think you need to go for something like this. Tanya's idea of bishop to a3 there. Before it's too late, you need to carve out some squares for your own pieces. Otherwise, you'll just suffocate. You really have nothing to kind of play with, no active ideas. So you need to kind of provoke Black forward in ways that he doesn't really want to commit yet. But Anish, I love the fact that he's handling his clock really well so far. He goes maybe more for Simon's idea, potentially offering a trade of bishops, but not yet. And the evaluation bar does not approve. How does Black kind of push the momentum even further?
Yeah, I mean, there's a big square in e3. I don't know if Black can use that square. As you mentioned, David, just taking the pawn in the centre is probably quite nice to Black. Black has this lovely grip and space advantage, and maybe also some f5 at some point. I mean, this could really blast the position open. So tempting options there.
Tempting options. Maybe we can get a clue from the computer, from the engine here. Why does it favour the Black side so much? And it gives multiple moves and a huge advantage in all of those different directions. Your move, Simon, pawn to f5. I'm not sure that's Anish Giri's style, but very aggressive. If it was someone like Shakriyar Mamedyarov, he would play it. He would go for the white king.
But maybe this is the opportunity, David. We were speaking about this earlier. Anish, one of his slight failings is not playing the most aggressive move. And if he played f5 now, that would be like the niche is on fire. So I don't think there's much possibility he'll play that. But it looks a bit odd as well, doesn't it? f5. I mean, risky.
It does look a bit odd. You do allow White to capture this pawn or to remain a pawn up by playing en passant, taking this pawn as if it just moved one square. And I guess the idea is that after the Black rook recaptures, the evaluation bar moves, maybe you throw in a check first of all. After now Black recaptures, you have Giving up a pawn, yes, but you've opened up this file, and this knight under some severe pressure. It's pretty much pinned, because if a black rook ever lands on f2, that will spell the end of the game. White is now pretty much paralyzed, and yeah, it's not going to be fun watching those black rooks double up. Maybe the queen will also zoom over, and everything overpowering the f-file. Anish Giri, moment of truth.
Moment of truth, and he is taking his time in this critical decision. Would love to see f5 on the board, but for me also what's really instructive, and I think it is for a lot of people out there watching, was another suggestion by the computer, which was to move the e8 rook to a8 to start fighting for the a file. It's not a very human approach, because you've just put the rook from a8 to the center of the board, but very often from white here, we would think about opening up the A line for the rook for activity. But when you're the one on the defense, when you need your pieces to guard the king side, that open A line can actually become a target, and for black in this position to try and control for invasion. Because look at how white's pieces are actually tied down to defending the king side. So I thought that was a really interesting approach by the computer. Anish goes for something completely different and very drastic.
Wow, Anish Giri, wow. We were talking about him maybe lacking that risk-taking factor, but he's really jumped in. Knight f2, what a move. He gave a check first, and he's trying to bring his queen into the position. This would have been a devastating check. This is actually visually not easy to spot, so fair play to Anish for trying to initiate this threat. Nakamura dropped back. He'd spotted this. He immediately retreated his knight to cover h3, but now, of course, the knight is really passive, and now Anish simply takes the pawn back. Level material, and still a big attack incoming. Look at white's pieces, how passive they are. The knight on g1, rook on e1, bishop on c1. It's as if he's retreating his pieces, setting them up, ready for the next game.
Yeah, and if black gets one more move, he can play this f5 move straight away, because he's got his pawn back now. I mean, so white has to play knight to f1. White's got to try and eliminate those pieces, and there's many tempting moves there. I mean, maybe f5 is still possible. If you can open up your rooks there, all hell could break loose against white's king. So maybe f5.
All hell has already broken loose. I mean, have you seen the position? This is a nightmare with white. All of black's pieces towards the white king. Your idea of f5 looks super solid. You can decide whether you want to trade on c1 first, just to get out of any ideas of white picking up a pawn on e3. And then f5, this is huge trouble for Hikaru Nakamura here.
Yeah. I kind of like the idea of black playing knight to f3, because then all the knights are just cuddling. You see, they make a nice L shape there. Wouldn't be a very good move, though. But
I think f5. It's going to be f5 on the board.
Wow, you think sacrifice this piece?
Oh,
yeah.
Queen f2 and f4?
Maybe it's a brilliant idea to open up the rook there. It looks actually pretty good.
I'm not sure.
It'll take courage. Now the white queen doesn't have many squares, and now I guess at the very least you push this pawn forward.
He's gone for it, David.
Yeah.
Wow, sacrifice.
Done it.
This is what we need to see Anish play. He needs to take risks like this if he's going to defeat Hikaru. So well done, Anish. He's going for it.
Wow, beautiful play, inspired play from Anish Giri, and really opportunistic here. Hikaru is going to start regretting all of those pawn pushes he used in front of the white king a bit earlier on. And this is a rule in general: don't retreat your knights back when things are about to open up. Look at those white knights unable to participate in the defense. Beautiful sacrifice. And he played it so quickly. He's in the groove. He's in the flow right now, Anish Giri. I've rarely seen him this focused on the camera.
And let's remember, I mean, Hikaru could be going home, right? I mean, if Hikaru loses this game, and he's got to win with the black pieces in the next one. So that would be quite shocking. I don't think anyone thought that would happen so quick in the tournament.
But it is a best of two in the elimination bracket. Things have gone horribly wrong for Hikaru with the white pieces. Anish Giri just on beast mode right now, sacrificing that knight on f2. And David, do you want to quickly look at some lines? Because it is a piece sacrifice. I'm going to be honest, when I suggested f5, even the thought that white can pick up that knight on f2 just didn't exist in my head because of the x-ray along the f line. But is it really that strong? What happens? How does black finish this off?
Yeah, I think the problem for white is you don't have too many options. If you take this pawn, you're going to walk into some real issues. Firstly, along this diagonal with some nasty checks. Secondly, black at the very least can just recapture the pawn, no sacrifices and an ongoing attack. I think you have to take the material, cross your heart, cross your fingers here, and just hope to survive. And queen takes knight, of course, met by a discovered attack against the white queen. Not many squares to escape to. Let's say I move. And I think the most tempting human approach would be pawn to e3 with threats of rook f2 check, winning the white queen, but also a nasty check on the diagonal. And the king, just nothing to do. I don't see how to continue even.
Knight h3, you've got your queen d5 idea coming in, David.
Oof, yeah, and this is going to end badly for the white king. It retreats, and the black knight jumps in. This will be a devastating check and a checkmate. Okay, he's going for this Hikaru. He's played queen to d2 instead after taking that white knight. And now the key question is e3 just winning on the spot? Pawn to e3, his idea, his saving grace might be knight takes e3, but he's giving back the material. And again, another check will force the white king to the edge of the board, potentially. Yeah. This cannot end well for that white monarch. Rook f5, swing the rook. Oof. Looks like checkmate.
Daz looks very risky, this. I mean, it should just be losing. The white king is just too weak here.
And all white has for all of this is one extra pawn.
That's right. It's not a lot. It's only a pawn. So, yeah, Anish playing great in this game. It was a really bad opening for Hikaru. He let the pieces in, but he's got to play at e3, right? I mean, there's not really any other moves that you play here.
So tempting.
Yeah, that line was very forcing. You go e3, you have to take the pawn. Maybe black's got an even stronger move there, but the line you pointed out, is it just simply checkmate after rook f5?
I think so. I think that would have ended in checkmate. There is actually one trick. I'll just jump in very quickly to point this out, and then we might check out the other game. But in this variation, the one thing that Anish has to spot is that after pawn to e3, after a trade here, queen d5 check, after rook to e4 blocking, instead of running with the white king to the side of the board where you will get checkmated, rook to e4 and winning move, Simon. Tactic. Trick. Knight takes d3, lovely. Crashing through on this diagonal, and you're utilizing the fact that this white rook is pinned, overwhelmed, and if the white pawn recaptures, rook takes rook, white can no longer take back due to the white queen being undefended, and suddenly we would see checkmate in the next few turns. So knight takes d3, this would be the winning blow. Anish Giri just has to calculate that. It's 3 or 4 moves in the future, but I'm pretty sure he will see it, and now he's getting ready to make his move.
He is reaching out for the mouse, and it's e3 on the board. Hikaru has to take, cannot allow the rook from f8 jumping on to f2. He can't allow that e-pawn to last on that square for too long. We might be seeing the lines that we've been looking at. Knight takes e3. And Hikaru, he looks pretty disgusted with his position.
Yeah, he always shows his motions, doesn't he, Hikaru? And it's just gone horribly wrong for him. And I doubt he expected that he'd be in so much danger after only 3 games in this competition. Yeah. There's also ideas here. I mean, I don't know if throwing a check in it helps. It does force the king to go to h3, but maybe there's not a good follow-up there. But yeah, it just looks disgusting for white. Everything about this position is horrendous.
And we were talking about at the start of this match that Hikaru is a favorite. We saw the head-to-head, and it felt like a dominating performance so far in their matchup by Hikaru. David, what happened today? What went wrong?
Maybe it was 1b3. Maybe I jinxed him. Commentator's curse with the opening. Somehow, as soon as Anish got that space advantage, he just pushed and pushed, and it's as if he woke the beast, Hikaru. He provoked Anish into playing these kind of genius sacrifices, these really kind of accurate attacking moves.
Dare I say it kind of went wrong when he moved his f-pawn, right? I mean, that was... the position started to get worse and worse, and he was weakening everything. So, but Anish has played kind of perfectly. I mean, Anish played all the right ideas in the opening. He played this really good d4 move to cut the board in 2 as well. So, yeah, so he's playing great.
And Anish has this huge motivation in this tournament, right? He needs that tournament victory to make it to Toronto. While for Hikaru, he's already booked his spot with the win at the Chessable Masters. Do you think that also affects the form that the players bring in, the ambition that they get into the gameplay?
I think definitely for Hikaru, if winning this tournament was the only path now to the Tour Finals, then he would have maybe chosen different openings. He would be taking fewer risks. But he knows he's kind of banked his spot there in Toronto in December. So now he can play just kind of free chess, relaxed chess. And sometimes it backfires, as we're seeing in this game. But it does lead to entertainment for us, for all the fans. So as you mentioned, Simon, Black didn't need to capture that white knight. He first gave a check, and now he takes. So the white king is fixed on the side of the board. The only question is how to trap it there. I'm expecting Hikaru to take this pawn back with his rook. There we go. And the killer blow is all that Anish Giri needs. No immediate knockout, maybe? Some tempting moves.
Yeah, your rook f5 at some point looks very tempting.
And I'm just wondering, after rook f5, the only way white fights checkmate is actually the g-pawn advancing forward to control the h5 square, because I don't see another way to fight rook to h5 checkmate.
I agree, yeah. I mean, it's always nice to threaten checkmate as well, but I mean, rook f5, I think you have to play g4. I mean, you have to stop that check. And Anish going for a slightly different move order first. But I really like what Anish has just done, because his queen has now just slightly improved, right, David? I mean, but this g4, it's going to be...
He's gone for the exact same idea. Actually, we've transposed into that variation we saw earlier, king h3 by Nakamura. If he had played rook e4, knight takes d3 was the variation we showed, winning material. But king h3 and wow, Anish Giri plays knight g4.
And I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. Hikaru's resigned. What a move, though.
g4?
Beautiful move. If king takes knight, the white king is trapped. This is checkmate, queen to h5. For example, if the rook moves as well, first you give a check, the king drops back, checkmate. Hikaru Nakamura crashed and burned to defeat, but fair play, Anish Giri. Beautiful attack.
And I think you're right. He has resigned after knight g4. What a move. What a finish. What a game with the black pieces. Anish Giri in a best of 2. Takes the first win. Is the first to draw blood in that one, and in grand style. Hikaru Nakamura has to win their second game on demand to take it into Armageddon. But wow, he will be playing with the black pieces. What a show by Anish. And this show is still on. Still a complex position. The one thing that I don't like about black's position is that bishop on a7. And when I say the bishop on a7, I ask myself, what bishop? Yeah. Because that just looks like a big pawn.
I still don't see a bishop, Tanya. Black has a light squared bishop. I don't see the other one. Where is it? Where is it? And this move, for example, white bring the rook to g3 would not be possible if the black bishop was opened up. There would have been some nasty pins, but black is essentially playing this position without a piece. And you just can't afford that in chess. Suddenly, if play switches over to the king side, where I think Alireza Firouzja is focusing, zeroing in on, then suddenly Lazovic, he won't be able to fight. He's just going to be a whole piece down. And yeah, right now it looks like everything's worked out perfectly for him.
Yeah, I think if you want to learn a certain opening, and a great way to do that, obviously you've got chessboard, you've got like loads of resources out there you can use, but pick a player who's an expert in that opening. So you mentioned the Italian. And Alireza must be the best Italian player in the world. I mean, he even beat you in the Italian. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so,
takes someone special to do that, Simon.
It does. You have to. I mean, you're a very good Italian player, but just look at how they move. Look at their sort of plans that they're playing, and he's dominating this position. And it's just horrible, that bishop on a7, isn't it? It's a nasty piece.
That's a really good point that you make, Simon. That when you study games like these, you understand these plans, using those pawns on the queen side to actually really clamp down the dark squared bishop, which is such an important piece for black in the Italian to create pressure against the f2 pawn. Also notice how Alireza has managed to get that queen side rook all the way to the king side with a rook lift to create play against black's king. We can also see the light squared bishop from c2 might find itself on b3 at some point. For now, he's joined the queen into the attack. But imagine once the bishop from c2 does come to b3, you're also pinning that pawn on f7, putting pressure on that knight on g6. And suddenly, we're talking about a real attack.
Yeah, for example, if black just makes a move, all white needs to do is move this bishop, improve this bishop. And if you just do a quick comparison, it's that simple. As you mentioned, Tanya, this bishop, beautiful, glorious, doing great work. And this bishop, a dead piece. White can even afford to get away with a sacrifice here. Rook takes knight would be met by the devastating queen takes knight, and utilizing this pin. Really instructive maneuver. And okay, I think on the board now, rook d8, the most natural move. Bishop to b3 looks like it gives a winning advantage. Look at that evaluation bar. And Firouzja, he always seems to crash through in the Italian on the g6 or h6 squares. That video I showed earlier where he basically went for a mating attack against me, it happened on h6, but here it's g6 that is the square that's creaking right now for black. Bishop to b3, I'm expecting it. No need to delay that.
Yeah, those bishops are so strong. I mean, compare them to black's bishops, which are doing absolutely nothing there. And there's other moves as well. He has played it. I mean, he spots these things pretty quickly. He's playing great chess today, Alireza.
Queen takes knight, the big threat, and it's going to be a hard one to stop for Lazovic. Oof, where do you hide? How do you hide with the black king?
You've got 3 squares to pick from. You have to sidestep the pin. You can't allow that queen to land on g6, threatening mate on g7. It's not a happy choice. Do you move it to f8? Do you move it to h8? Do you move it to h7? And you've got about 2.5 minutes to take that call when the house is on fire.
Yeah, that's not great. And there's a problem if you move it to h7. You know, white can bring in more pieces to the attack. I don't know if we get a chance to look at that, but this square, I mean, one great thing to do when you're trying to attack in a position is just look at your pieces. Can you do anything with your active pieces? Well, not really. Your rook can't do anything, your queen. So you bring in reinforcements, and moving the knight around to g5 just looks absolutely crushing here. Black can probably resign there. So the king has gone towards the centre. King f8, that's not a move you want to play. That looks so dodgy there. Maybe you can get the knight to h7 here. That's, I don't know, it just looks like a fun idea. But I don't see black surviving here for long, surely.
On the bright side for Denis, he is attacking this knight, maybe gaining a tempo, and he will jump into f4 if he can get away with it. I say if because it would allow the white queen some access to squares, but he will gain time against the white queen too. So from a human point of view, they're not aware of the evaluation bar, and at least Denis will have some hope. But there we see, actually, the engine confirming there's only 2 winning moves for white. Anything else, and the kind of evaluation is manageable for black. The problem is one of those moves, a very strong move, is the most natural. Knight to f3, getting the white knight out of dodge, out of the eye line of the black rook, bringing the knight towards the king side, as Simon points out. The other move may be more difficult, rook to f3, but it's the same idea we've been talking about, crashing through, zeroing in on the f7 point. And maybe this is something that Firouzja is calculating.
Yeah.
But what happens after knight f4 here?
Yeah, this is the big question. It feels like a sacrifice. Either you try and bring your queen in, I'm not sure whether this works, but if, for example, you take this knight, look at the power of these 2 bishops combined. Suddenly, I think there's going to be some big threats against the black king, even if you just move the white knight. A long-form attack here, and I think the threat is simply to come in. Black's king side lacking defenders, but this is very difficult to evaluate in a rapid game for a human. So Alireza Firouzja, I'm expecting him to move the white knight, and as we see there, just below the board, also giving a decisive advantage.
Yeah, there's a really nice line. If you move the knight, you might be threatening to go rook takes g6, pawn takes knight h4, or something like that, or knight takes e5. I mean,
we got to show that.
it's just one of those flashy kind of lines which you want to play. You want to finish a game like that, don't you? You want to finish it with a bit of flair. So bishop b8, improving the bishop, and knight h4 is just a fun move. Oh no, my queen has gone, but
Oh no, my queen.
yeah, there
Whoops.
we go. Here we go. Nice.
Oh yes, your king.
Checkmate. And
Wow.
There.
this bishop is the jailer. Look at that X-ray vision. Beautiful threat there on the board. As Simon points out, knight f4 played, and now the white queen doesn't have too many squares, but both squares she can use have powerful threats. Either she drops back attacking g7, or she uses this square as a launchpad, trying to sneak in behind enemy lines to checkmate this black king. Looks like one-way traffic. Firouzja also with more time. This is his type of position. This is a dream for him.
Wow, knight f4, but it had to be played by Denis in this position. And I really like how you pointed out, David, that the other line with the rook sliding onto f5, it just felt that that wasn't the human approach. Knight f3, just such a nice move. And there's a third option that the queen has. He just gets greedy with the central pawns. But there are some checks that the black knight is looking at. Where are these complications flowing? First question, you have to decide which piece grabs that e5 pawn. And then what happens if black actually comes in with a fork?
Yeah, I just forgot about this option because I thought it's so counterintuitive to trade queens when you're attacking. I thought Firouzja was going for checkmate. It's up his alley as well. It's his style. But no, he wants to convert this in with a material advantage. He grabs a pawn, and you're right, Tanya. Knight to e2 check is on the radar here. Black's knight attacked. The problem was white would give up some material, and g7, the g7 pawn would have dropped. So Denis Lazovic plays safety first. He drops back, asking awkward questions of this white rook sitting on g3. Doesn't have too many squares to save itself from. And, OK, at least the game goes on. It's not over yet. Just one pawn deficit for Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, I preferred your idea, David, just keeping the queens on the board. This seems a little bit greedy. White's doing well here, but keeping the queens on, that just made a lot more sense. Going for the black king on its weakened position. Some chances here, some chances to hold on.
Yeah, if that black bishop was on any other square, any better square, then maybe some serious chances. Problem is you're still playing this kind of middle game, end game type of position now without a piece. Black's dark squared bishop still a mere bystander.
And I think, David, that last move had to be played because the rook from d3 was not only hitting that bishop on b3, but also had the idea that if you move back with the bishop, you can actually capture the knight, which is defending a key central bishop on e5. So rook e3 by Alireza Firouzja, a really nice tactical awareness there as you're showing on the board. This was a little trick that Denis had set up.
Yeah, really nice tactic there, attacking this bishop, but also threatening to take this knight. And that idea, yeah, stopped, prevented. And even though White's structure now has been wrecked, White having doubled e-pawns, it's all about the fact that this bishop on a7 is still not going to join the party anytime soon. It should be a matter of technique now for Firouzja. As long as he's careful, as long as he doesn't get his rook trapped, still, from a human point of view, you would say some chances. 1 minute now against 2 minutes. Will Firouzja think that maybe he's let some chances slip?
It feels like that. No, the line that, Simon, you were pointing out, it almost felt as if Black's about to get checkmated in the next 5 moves, with the knight jumping in, the queen jumping in. And now at least the worst is over. You can still fight move by move. You're down a pawn, but it's far from a result being called out. Also, you made a really cool point about the white rook being trapped, being out of place there. So White didn't have time to capture that c7 pawn because the knight from h5 can do a little yo-yo, go back to f6, come back to h5, and very few pieces left for the white rook. But this last move, the eval bar doesn't approve. What's going on after bishop e2?
Yeah, yo-yo or YOLO. You only live once, and right now, I think he's really struggling on his last life, of course, in this tournament. Denis Lazovic, bishop to e2. There's a threat on that white dark square bishop, but the problem is it just moves out the way, takes a pawn, and Black's knight can drop back now, attacking this white rook. But I don't think that's going to last forever. We'll see it happen, I'm pretty sure, on the board. We'll see if Firouzja goes for this, but some tactics in the air now.
And maybe White can just even ignore it. Can you actually just get greedy with all the queenside pawns and start grabbing on b7? He first starts with a check.
Yep, makes sense. I think you'll move, Tanya. Wherever the black king goes, just White is going to ignore his rook. It's a little bit of material, but it's all about the pawns. And Black is running out of them.
Yeah, he's just grabbing them. There you go. So this is looking very bad.
What's the name of the C pawn, Simon?
Charlie the C pawn. Yep. So he's going to be a queen, isn't it? That C pawn. So and yeah, well, at least he has the extra rook on the bright side, but he's still got that stupid bishop, hasn't he? So on a7, and White's pawns are just too strong here. White's pieces are dominating, and you can see the white knight now centralising itself into the middle, and there may well be Charlie just coming up the board here, as well as lots of other tempting options. So yeah, this is going to be winning quite soon.
It's too many pawns. You can push the E pawn, you can push the C pawn, you can gobble up Black's A pawn. All of White's pawns now are potential queens, and they're running. Well, they're not even running, they're just slowly walking towards the promotion squares. It's now going to be slow but inevitable.
And that bishop is going to be lost on a7 because White is threatening to play b6, and that pawn will probably become a queen, but Black's bishop has no squares to go to. So there you go, b6 played, and I think Denis can probably just, it's time, right? It's time to do that special thing, which we call in chess, just resign.
Just resign. And we do have a result, as Denis Lazovic does indeed resign. What a power performance here by Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. We've seen 2 smashing victories in this first round. Denis Lazovic now has to win the second game, just like Hikaru Nakamura, to take the match into an Armageddon. But the fight does continue for Denis and for Hikaru. It is a tough task. It's not just the scoreline, but the style in which they lost. What impressed you the most about these 2 games, David?
I'm going to say it's Anish Giri's killer instinct. It's the one thing we sometimes question about Anish, such a great all-round player, but risk-taking is when he really shines, when he goes for his opponents, and when he's here, kind of trapping his opponent's king on h3, where Anish really shined. First, he gave a check, improving the black queen. The white king drops back, another check, but the killer blow was unexpected and beautiful. Knight to g4, just creating this devastating, unstoppable threat of queen h5 was the knockout blow. If the king takes the knight, it is checkmated on g4. And of course, if the white rook moves as well, still checkmate guaranteed. Queen takes h2. Beautiful win by Anish Giri.
Stunning victory, claiming a very, very important point in this match against Hikaru. And there we have with our results. Hikaru Nakamura, Denis Lazovic, have to win on demand. They are in a must-win situation in their final rapid game. Otherwise, it will be the end of the road for these two players. And of course, the action does continue as Anish Giri and Alireza Firouzja claim their points. You can claim a 30% off on new subs on Twitch. Subscribers gain access to exclusive break time content during broadcasts. You can unlock new emotes and score an ad-free experience on Chess.com. Don't miss out on the deals this September. You've got to subscribe now. It runs through till the entire end of this month. And of course, the action does run through as we've got a big second rapid game coming up in just a few moments. Don't go anywhere.
Love playing chess variants? Or just looking for something new? Join us for the Variants Community Series. Every 2 months, we'll be featuring a different variant in a series of events and competitions. Learn a new variant and compete against other players for prize money, or just play for fun. Look for community arenas, streamer arenas, and championship events. 6 weekly arena tournaments held every Thursday will be followed by a championship event with cash prizes, including a $1,000 first place prize. The third and final weekly arenas will be streamer arenas, featuring gifted subs as prizes. Win any of these events to qualify for the championship. The Variants Community Series kicks off on September 7th with King of the Hill, where the first to occupy the center wins the game. But getting checkmated still loses. And join the Variants Club today to learn more about upcoming events, how to participate, and much, much more. See you in the arena on Chess.com.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it? How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Airthings.
We're so excited to announce at this tournament that Chess.com is partnering with browser maker Opera. We're thrilled about this collaboration. It's something for chess lovers everywhere. It truly puts the game right at your fingertips, no matter where you are. Definitely check out the Opera browser. Comes in with some very cool chess features. And we did ask our players some very fun questions with the Opera AI. You don't want to miss this. Take a look.
Giri is one of the most colourful characters on the Champions Chess Tour. He has an innate understanding in a variety of middle game and end game positions. He understands those positions so well. He's also famous for his opening preparation. Anish Giri in the opening, he knows pretty much everything there is to know. That being said, against the very top players, he does sometimes lack a killer instinct. He gets promising positions, but can't quite finish them off. If Anish Giri can rediscover that attacking killer instinct, he can go right to the top of world chess. In recent years, Anish Giri has favored deep, strategic maneuvering positions where he can slowly outplay his opponents. But in his younger days, he was more of an attacking player. In this position, Anish Giri had the white pieces, and he was only 15 years old. He found an incredible attacking resource when he was a piece down. He brought his rook to the end of the board, sacrificing it on an empty square. Black's king was forced to capture this rook, and now the killer idea. White's bishop took this pawn, trapping the black king now, the bishop covering its only escape square. White has a winning idea next move, and it's inevitable that White will win the game. White's rook will come to this open line and checkmate the black king. Anish Giri's opponent tried a very desperate last-ditch attempt. He took this pawn, counterattacking against the white king, but Anish Giri just sidestepped that. A very cool, calm, sophisticated move. And if his opponent continues giving checks, then we see Anish Giri's idea. He will trade the queens, and when the queens leave the board, White is left to give checkmate with his rook. The black king is helpless on this open line.
And for future reference, that is not AI, that is our very own David Howell with what makes Anish Giri such a versatile chess player and such a powerhouse. And he has been a power-packed performance by him against Hikaru Nakamura in that game won by the 5-time Dutch champion. And of course, the big victory in the 2023 Tata Steel Masters. He's won so many events. And for Hikaru Nakamura, his task is clear. He has to win, a must-win situation with the black pieces. How do you do that against Anish with the form that he showed in game one?
Well, Hikaru's got loads of openings up his sleeve. We saw him playing the King's Indian defence earlier, so it didn't work so well against Magnus yesterday. He got crushed, but he's got to get the right opening. So if he gets the right opening, he gets some dynamic chances, then he can do it. But Anish's first game was so impressive, wasn't it? He just played so well in that game. It's going to be tough. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's always an uphill struggle with black against the world's the world's elite when you need to win. The one thing I will say is Hikaru just needs to get out the opening with a solid position. I actually think the longer the game goes on, the more nervous Anish Giri will get. Recently, however, at the World Cup in recent tournaments, Hikaru's been taking big risks as black in the opening, and I think, as we saw in that first game, that would backfire. I suggest a solid start.
Well, he's got only one game. The margin for error in the elimination bracket is nothing. Losing the first game means that Hikaru has to win the next one. It's not just Hikaru. Dennis also has to make that happen. Now, while Alireza and Anish did win their first game, it was two very distinct styles. Anish with the black pieces crashing through aggressive chess, while Alireza, he started with a positional strategic approach and then a killer attack in the end. What about Dan Laz? How does he get that win in the next one?
I mean, he's so solid. So I think he should just stick to his normal style. You know, try to grind Alireza down. Don't do anything particularly crazy, because that doesn't seem to be him. Just try to get an edge out the opening and grind away. That's what we say. Grind like a grandmaster, right? So your famous best-selling book.
Thanks, Simon. Thanks. And that's right. I totally agree. If you look on the bright side, he does have white, Denis Lazovic. He will be able to dictate the opening, kind of steer the game up his alley, play really positional chess. And Alireza Firouzja won that last game in really attacking style. In this next one, it's going to be a total different animal. I think just play the Catalan opening, play your best openings, and hope for the best.
For Dennis and for Hikaru, it is their last chance. A loss or a draw for either of these two means it will be the end. So it's a big chance for them, and it is a big chance for everyone watching. This is your chance to bid for the NFT, the AI Cup NFT trophy, and it's right there in front of us. And the AI-generated trophy for this event, it comes in a fan edition, as well as for the winner of the AI Cup. And getting this trophy also gets you a very cool VIP ticket to the Toronto Finals in Canada. And we know just how strongly that final is shaping up. The biggest names in the chess world already booking their ticket. So this is your opportunity to watch them in action live. How cool is it going to be in Toronto for the grand final?
It's going to be awesome, right? I mean, you get to meet the players, you get to go to a cool town, and
you get to meet this player.
Yeah, I mean that on its own is worth the ticket, right? So and probably his shirts as well. So you get the combination. And here we see Anish, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting game. What's the opening going to be here? Because you got it so right last time. 1b3? I mean, I don't think so, right?
I can guarantee it won't be 1b3 from Anish Giri. It will be either e4 or d4.
You've been watching Marvel again.
I actually have. Watched the Avengers the other night, don't tell anyone. But Thor will not appear on this board. It won't be that thunderous. e4 I'm expecting from Anish Giri. And something quieter. Nakamura really struggling. I think his opening repertoire is geared towards kind of safety first and then going for it later. But yeah, struggling to kind of strike, being super aggressive as black in recent times. Hikaru. And keeping us guessing, keeping us waiting. Okay, I say e4.
Yeah, e4. e4 is a good guess, because if you only need to draw, there's many drawing lines with e4 as well. So I think it'd be, most top players play e5, and that can be a bit stale at times. So
yeah, and I like it also because it doesn't give black any opportunity. It doesn't give Hikaru the opportunity to get in any crazy King's Indian setups with d4, knight f6. the King's Indian defense that Hikaru does often employ in a must-win situation. So e4 does feel like it's going to be the opening of choice for Anish, and there it is on the board. Now, the big question, will Hikaru go for a Sicilian, trying to create a chaos? But he does choose another approach, g6. David, are we going to see some kind of hippo structures? Again, a line that we've been seeing by players in must-win situations.
I fear so, and this last move does indicate that Black is heading in that direction. The hippo defense, the hippopotamus defense, is kind of signaled when Black fianchettos both bishops. Black just kind of camps out within his first 3 lines. So on the 6th, 7th, and 8th ranks, Black will just hide, wallow in his tries to pounce a bit later on. But right now, White has all the space in the center, and the downside of the hippo, Simon, is that White does get a free hand to dictate how he sets up.
Yeah, I mean, the hippo is quite a cool opening because you keep all the pieces on the board with Black, but you're very cramped as well. That's the problem. White gains the space in the centre straight away. And Anish, well, he's well aware of the best setups against the hippo. And I think the best setup is to try and get 3 or 4 pawns in the centre. But if you can't do that, this knight on the queen side will do the route around to g3. You can move that all the way around, and that is an ideal kind of setup to go for. But he's pressing a little bit on the queen side here, first of all. And Hikaru not looking too happy there. He's trying to work out a way to make it complex. And okay, c4. So Anish has got another idea in mind here, and this is very interesting.
Yeah, hunting down this hippo, going straight for it. Not giving Black time to develop or rest. Really ambitious play. Anish Giri, he's clearly in the zone, clearly in the mood to attack. And we see the evaluation bar really hating this opening. Simon, you've written a chessable course on this. What do you think? Who's the happier player out the opening?
I think generally when the hippo's played, it's normally White. But I mean, the hippo's a lot of fun because you do keep those dynamic chances alive. But when the position opens up, it nearly always favours White because he's got that extra space, and we can already see the queen side has opened up a little bit here. And this move it is a standard idea, and you've got to meet that like this as Black. You've got to try to keep it closed, and at least Hikaru has this f5 move now.
He does, and that's the big idea. But for now, both these fianchetto bishops for Black have been stuck. They are stuck inside the camp. The d5 pawn blocking the bishop in b7, the e5 pawn blocking the bishop in g7. While Hikaru looks for his chances, Denis Lazovic has to look for his chances against Alireza Firouzja. Denis does start with the white pieces. And in game 1, he had some bishop problems as well to deal with. Denis against Firouzja, about to start any moment as the players are ready. He needs to make sure that this time he plays with all his pieces.
He will try and play with all his pieces, Denis Lazovic. He normally opens the game with 1 d4. We were talking about e4 openings in the previous one, and Denis Lazovic, he's got a very predictable opening repertoire. There we go. Of course, for one kind of so young, that's only a good thing. He knows kind of his home territory. He knows his comfort zone really, really well. And there we go. It is the Catalan opening, something that served him so well throughout this whole season of the tour. And Black grabs a pawn. Still for theoretical stuff. Firouzja going for Black's most direct attempt at equalizing. That means try and trade off as many pieces as possible. Try to force the issue. No slow maneuvering battles here, especially in such a tense situation. That makes logical sense. Yeah, I like Firouzja's opening choice. It has forced Lazovic to pause as well.
Yeah, it seems like a good choice there. I mean, just try to get the queens off the board, hold on to the draw. Probably suits Denis as well, though, because Denis likes a little nibble. He likes having a small advantage, and you should get a small advantage in the Catalan because that beautiful bishop, the light squared bishop, striking across the centre of the board and all the way to the queen side. So probably both quite happy here, I'd imagine.
And I also like this approach by Firouzja, not just for what you mentioned, the tournament situation, trying to get the pieces off the board, but this approach against the Catalan is not the most topical. It's not the most popular approach. So when Firouzja is preparing against a player like Denis Lazovic, who's known to play the Catalan, he tries to get him into a little more unfamiliar territories where it might be a bit more difficult for Denis to find his chances given the match situation. So really nice opening approach based on the player as well as being up a point in this battle.
Yeah, great approach here, but it will come down to who knows more. Theoretical knowledge, of course, really important at this level. And this position, is very topical in terms of some kind of high-level clashes. Magnus Carlsen's been on the white side of this recently. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, as black, has been trying to defend this multiple times, but has actually been on the wrong end of 2 or 3 miniatures, losing very quickly from the black side. So there will be tactics due to the fact the black king hasn't quite castled yet. But then again, if black survives the next 5-6 moves intact, then it's a symmetrical pawn structure. There will be minimal tension. We're heading straight down towards the endgame. So the stakes are already high at an early stage. And Vachier, he's played every move instantly, kind of hints towards the fact he knows what he's doing. Yeah, I think unless Lazovic has something special up his sleeve, this one might fizzle out quite soon.
Yeah, he's got to keep the pressure on here. I mean, the one thing you mentioned there is black's king. It hasn't castled, so you could bring your dark square bishop out, pin the knight, try to get a rook to the open file. There's still quite a lot of ideas you can go for here, because most of the pieces remain on the board. But he's got to play something a bit aggressive, right? He can't keep swapping off pieces and playing the position very dry, because he's not going to get anywhere if he does that. So he's got to find a little bit of oomph in this position, a little bit of dynamism.
Yeah, but with that last move, the Catalan bishop on g2 has been challenged, and usually when that happens, it is good news for black. We see the queen getting out of the way of the white rook. For Denis Lazovic, it's not going to be easy to try and create chances in this one, with the center being dissolved and pieces being traded. We will come back to this. David, you're pointing out, highlighting some development ideas that do put concrete questions into black's position, but I want to straight away jump onto the other game, because that's already getting very concrete with the play by Anish Giri. And I see our Evalbar also hinting at Hikaru Nakamura being in trouble one more time. And what is that pawn doing on a7? It's supposed to be a black pawn there.
Wow, Ari.
That is, yeah, he's run all the way up the board there, isn't he? I mean, that is just really weird how it got there. But this was Anish's idea, right from when he played the A pawn up, and he sort of opened up the position. He wanted to get this pawn to that square. I mean, will Hikaru be worried here? I mean, maybe a little bit, but he's got some chances on the king side. I mean, he's generated a bit of initiative there with his F pawn coming forwards, and now his G pawn coming forwards. And this is kind of like typical in one of his favourite openings, the king's Indian defence. And this is the kind of position he needs, right? I mean, it might be bad, but he doesn't need a bad position, but he needs to get some chances against Giri's king.
Yeah, this is a crazy position. Let's just do a quick action replay to show how this white pawn managed to make its way all the way to a7, 1 square away from promotion now. And it was here where we left it a bit earlier. This black pawn looks like it's doing a good job of blockading, but again, by brute force, Anish Giri saying, no, I'm not going to give you a moment's rest, pushing forward to b5, and a few moments later trading off the blockader, and suddenly this passed pawn was free to run. And here we go, it lands on a7. It's as if black has left one of his most one of his strongest, most valuable warriors, one of his best soldiers in the battle, fighting everything, stemming the tide, fighting on his own here. But he's saying, okay, while you're distracted on the queen side, I'm going to switch focus to the other side of the board. And I love g5. Just big threat, potentially, of a pawn storm towards the white king. After all, even if your army collapses, even if the flank of your your position collapses, if you go for the king, if you checkmate, that ends things. So he's going all in. Hikaru Nakamura, the evaluation bar, the computer does not approve. But humans are not cold-blooded defenders like engines. And for Anish, this one, he's lost a bit of control. He might be feeling slightly nervous.
Yeah, it's the kind of position I don't think he enjoys. He doesn't enjoy really murky, messy positions. And his last move is getting ready to possibly defend. The rook can come across if it's needed. So maybe a useful move. But I think Hikaru should be happy, even though the evaluation bar does not like his position. He can start throwing his knights over to the king side as well, maybe. Always that A-pawn's a pain, though, isn't it? At some point, that A-pawn, you might have to sacrifice your rook for it. So you've got to hope to get some kind of big attack on the king side before that happens.
This is looking like a lot of fun, and the ideas that we've been pointing out of advancing the pawn, it does come in with a tempo. You want to start pushing g4, f4 immediately, and very thematic in these positions is to not even care about material as much. So, David, for example, the move that you're pointing out, highlighting, let's start with g4 here, kick that knight, and you want to put that knight to h4, right? Putting pressure on f5. And I was just wondering here, that can you actually just not care about the g4 pawn and continue with the pawn storm? I want to get my f pawn to f3, so I go f4. And the point is that if you take on g4, and I'm not sure which is a good knight jump, but I want to move that knight from d7. I want to hit your queen, and I'm also dreaming of advancing that f pawn, giving up another pawn potentially, just to open up your king. And maybe now the more I look at this position, I think I want to start with knight b6. And things could get really, really tricky for Anish here.
Are you a bit of a hacker, Tanya?
Am I?
I don't know.
Do you like it? Do you approve?
I love it. I love the style. But I don't think you're a hacker. I don't know. I don't really know your style of play. Just good moves. Is that your style of play, or is it like, do you love? This is hacking. We call it hacking, where you don't care about your points. You just hack away.
I feel I would care a lot more if it was my game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If it was your own points, it might be a bit more.
If it was my own pawns, I might go g4, but might not go f4.
But what is your style? Because we talked about David's. He's the grind master, maybe.
Grind like a grandmaster.
Old man chess.
Sorry. Yeah. Yours, Tanya?
Let's say that I need to pick up David's book. I need to learn how to grind like a grandmaster.
Yeah.
But I do. I think, Simon, my style is not as crazy as yours, but it's inspired.
It's a bit bonky, bonkers. Bonky, did I say? Well, I don't know what that is, but bonkers.
Yeah, Simon, family-friendly show here.
Yeah, bonky. Bonky style. Wonky, bonky.
I would say Tanya is universal.
Oh.
But, if she's given a chance to attack, she won't let it slip.
David, have you been studying my games?
I have, actually. I was admiring your games at the Olympiad last year. And,
very mutual admiration there. David, you won the gold medal as well, so...
It's a love fest. Yeah. Reykjavik Open, I remember you got your Grandmaster norm. That was beautiful stuff.
And do you remember our Blitz games in Gibraltar? Oh, have you blocked that out?
No, I was drunk. So.
All right, well, right now, no drunk chess here, as g4 at least has been stopped by Anish. He says, I'm not allowing any of that happening on the king side, and he goes for h3, but that does give black a big hook to actually target, because now when g4 comes, it comes with even more power.
That's right. We call it a hook when your opponent has pushed a pawn in front of their king, meaning that any time a pawn trade happens, for example, if black gets tired to play knight f6 and g4, for example, then open lines will occur. So you use a hook to wrench open the position, and this potentially will be an open line towards that white king. First, Hikaru does sidestep with his own king. The black king did not feel comfortable on this diagonal, and he's also going to use the square for the black rook. And watch out for that attack to be kind of prepared over the next few turns. First, Anish steps his bishop out. I'm really not sure what his plan is. It looks so beautiful for white on the queen side, but how do you get rid of this blockader? The problem is your bishop can't quite sneak in. The black knight will cover this really important c6 square. And it feels like you've kind of been blocked, at least. There's a bit of a traffic jam on the queen side, and now Hikaru's attentions are focusing on this g4 break. Note how he's opened up his bishop to protect this square. g4 might happen next, and then it will be just pure chaos on the board. So, yeah, from both points of view, reasons to be happy. Evaluation bar irrelevant right now. It's just that type of position that could switch in just one move. Simon, would you... Well, you're the hippo player. Would you take black here?
I would take black in a blitz game, but in a longer time limit game, I probably wouldn't, actually. I mean, I love attacking, but only when I'm not losing as well. So I don't really believe it, I have to say, because you've only got this one break, and white's going to cover that break. And you can't really ever use your queenside pieces because they're covering that pawn. And that's the problem. You can't maybe move the knight on e7 because you allow the bishop to sneak into that square that you mentioned. So it's a bit tough, but he's gone in with a knight, though. So what's the idea here? Where's that knight heading?
A bit mysterious. I guess he's just defending this pawn, maybe trying to free up his rook on the third rank a bit later on. Maybe he's saying, OK, for example, if you take my bishop right now, which, of course, Nakamura won't do, then at least this pawn is immediately targeted. But this is the question. After bishop to d7 played by Nakamura, this knight is kind of hanging in midair. It's stared at as well, really kind of awkwardly by this bishop. Feels like both players will make inaccuracies in the next few moves. It's that type of position where it's just so hard to find the correct plan, to calculate correctly, and there will be twists and turns ahead.
Perfect position for a must-win game, at least for Hikaru. So he couldn't have asked for a better position against the niche. So, yeah, good chances.
Yeah, still only 2 sets of pawns been traded as well. Everything else remaining on the board, and I think that's just good wisdom for anyone in a must-win situation. Keep pieces on the board, because the more pieces that remain, the more tricks there will be.
And speaking of tricks, you know, we're so focused on Black's position on the king side and the play against White's king. And I'm just wondering if Hikaru can potentially have a sneaky idea of actually even starting to target that A-pawn that we're talking about as a big strength in White's camp. The last move, bishop to D7, hints at one of the defenders under attack. And imagine if the knight from B6 or from E7, one of these two knights does fall back to C8. I do see that you can double up on the A line and defend everything, but you have to watch out for actually making sure that that big strength A7 doesn't actually end up becoming a big weakness.
Yeah, you certainly... And here you go, the knight comes back to attack it, and you're right, Tanya. I mean, White has to defend that pawn now. So it's looking very interesting, actually. I mean, maybe I was a bit too pessimistic about Black's chances.
Yeah, it's the you shall not pass approach for the black pieces on the queen side. The black rook on A8, the two black knights hold everything together. And now it's time to switch attention to the other flank. And I'm really surprised by the restraint that Hikaru's showing. I think I would have been too tempted to pull the trigger and go for the attack immediately against the white king, but he's just slow playing it. Maybe your idea, Tanya, that black rook on the 7th rank, if black ever plays C7 to C6, suddenly clearing things on the 7th, that black rook on F7, maybe eyeing White's far advanced pass pawn, but okay, Anish keeping control for now. Clock times could play a factor. Maybe Hikaru's just playing the waiting game. He's going to say, I will eventually go for your king, but only when you're down under 3 or 4 minutes. So tense.
Incredibly tense, right? Because Hikaru is playing on both sides of the board. Anish has to be careful. He doesn't only have to watch out for any potential G4, which, like you said, such a tempting move at every single given opportunity, but also all these ideas and tricks that exist against the A7 pawn. So you have to keep the whole position under control, and not that easy. The last move by Anish, it stops any of the C6 points that you were making, because now the bishop and the knight are hitting on the D6 pawn.
Yeah, maybe, for example, you could play a move like C5, hoping for White to capture en passant, and suddenly, as you mentioned, Tanya, this A-pawn is potentially going to drop. The black bishop will eradicate, will remove this white knight, and suddenly 1 attacker, 2 attackers, 3 attackers, this A-pawn might just drop off the board. So this would be really cunning from Nakamura. I guess Anish would not be tempted to take this pawn. He would just drop his bishop back, or maybe try to pin. Maybe this is the reason that Nakamura would hesitate from pushing his pawn to C5. But either way, this pawn is where both players are focusing right now. It's all happening on the queen side. Not yet switching focus, Hikaru towards the white king. Oof. 6 minutes and against 8 minutes. It's anyone's game here. I love what Hikaru's doing. I'm ignoring the bar. It's just one of those positions. And I think if this was seen 20, 30 years ago, everyone would say, oh, what a well-played game. Black keeping tension, keeping everything alive. Computers just teasing us.
Yeah, they're sometimes annoying, aren't they, computers? But what's he going to play, though, here? I mean, he's spending quite a lot of time. And also, as you mentioned, David, just going for the outright attack on the king side, it is quite tempting, right? I mean, you could maybe move the rook over first, but something like G4, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with going full speed ahead sometimes, and that would at least open up some lines over there. So it's a possible idea.
Spot a cool tactic, actually, if G4 does happen. It might be premature at the moment in this exact position. If you open up lines, if you try to go for the white king, and suddenly, boom, knight takes E5, loose pieces drop off, this rook undefended, this bishop undefended. If you take the white queen now, then white's knight jumps forward, takes a rook, and you'll end with interest here after you take the black queen next move. This is a fork, and if the knight is captured instead, then I think this position is just hopeless for black, with the white bishop dropping back, hitting the black king.
Okay, that's why he's like 2700, isn't it?
He's a super GM. That's a fantastic spot. And that's why Anish Giri is a super GM as well, because I don't think this is by chance. David, Anish sees this. That's why he's inviting the move G4. He knows that it's not possible. So he's set up this trick and this trap for such a human approach. So many of us would just blitz out the move G4. But Anish has definitely seen this line through with this really nice spot that you pointed out with knight to E5. So Hikaru spotting it as well, both extremely tactically aware players, and bishop to F6, as you're pointing out, the idea is clear. He wants to line up the rook on the G line, move away from those potential forks, and then eventually strike with G4.
Yeah, and suddenly both players, they have switched their attention towards this G4 square, this G4 push that we're highlighting, because Anish has dropped his knight back. He's aiming to control G4 and maybe blockade G4 with his knight.
Look at Hikaru's face as well. I mean, he suddenly realizes that he maybe had gone wrong somewhere because it's very hard to play that move now.
Yeah, suddenly some threats like queen to h5 potentially hitting the rook, hitting the pawn. White can play on both flanks, it's not just black. And I think maybe he's realized that now it's just impossible to push any of these pawns. White's queen just has full control over this diagonal.
He's really not happy that he's allowed this. I mean, I love this queen h5 idea, just trying to push on both sides of the board. And this is why black is now defending that pawn. And where's that one going then? Mysterious retreat. Does he want to get rid of the light square bishops? That must be it. So he wants to move his bishop to where his knight was, and that will give him more control of the light squares. And you should always be thinking about what pieces to exchange. And White's light square bishop is not a great piece because the pawns in the middle are on light squares blocking it. So that makes sense. Yeah, okay, nice positional idea from Anish there.
Yeah, he's really combining kind of positional ideas with aggressive ideas, especially on the queen side, Anish Giri. As you say, Simon, if you just pluck the two light squared bishops off the board, both whites and blacks, then suddenly black is left with a kind of prospectless position there, just no control at all. And okay, Nakamura, he's risking everything here. He's breaking out, as we pointed out. This was a possibility just a few moments ago. He's trying to clear the 7th rank for the black rook on f7 to capture white's passed pawn. But why is the evaluation bar hate this? Why is Hikaru shaking his head so much?
Hikaru hates it as well.
Yeah.
And he's been shaking his head every single move that he's making. It's like he's just so unhappy with every decision that he has to take. And every move is a high responsibility move here in black's position. But it's not just been about today, right? For Hikaru, the first game. But it's also the form that we saw yesterday against Magnus. It's like Hikaru never really got going in this AI Cup.
No, he didn't. No, he was struggling against Magnus right from the opening, and there was even more head shaking in that match as well. And I don't know, maybe he just doesn't seem to be on form. It's as simple as that, really.
And you know, Simon, it wasn't just the positions, it was that decision of the second game that I still keep thinking about.
Yeah,
the fact
100%.
that he didn't play that on till the very end, it is so uncharacteristic of Hikaru.
I mean, when Hikaru was young, one of the reasons he became so strong, he was quite famous for playing on, at the age of 8, 10, forever. He'd literally, and he did it so well that he'd sometimes get that extra half point. And that determination was, I hope he hasn't lost that hunger. Obviously, it's a bit harder when you're streaming all the time. Maybe that he's qualified for the final already. I think we talked about that before. That puts him in quite a comfortable position, and maybe he's just saving it for the final.
Yeah, and it's hard. He plays so much online, Hikaru, a lot of blitz chess, bullet chess, and of course this is a longer time limit, a longer time control. It takes a bit of time to adapt, and it feels like he hasn't found his rhythm yet. Of course, still playing super strong moves in general, but not quite at the high levels that he expects of himself, and shaking his head a lot. I think it's just because suddenly White's pieces have all got active on both flanks. Suddenly the white queen is posing problems.
Maybe just knight g4, threatening knight takes h6 here is one good move that improves your pieces, as long as you don't get your queen trapped, but it looks pretty safe. And if the knight comes in, you're threatening. Yeah, I mean, it just improves your bits, right? White's actually taken over on both sides of the board now. He's dominating the queen side because his pawn ties everything down, and his pieces are being very annoying on the king side as well. So this is tough for Hikaru.
Yeah, this is really tough. White has various avenues into the black position as well. You could line up against the backward pawn here. At some point, you might even jump in with the knight. If there's any capture, the white bishop will drop back and hit the black king on this diagonal. Just so many tempting moves. Maybe that's the one pitfall for Anish Giri. It's easy here to burn 2 or 3 minutes just choosing, kind of trying to calculate a forcing line, but you don't need to. You just have full control.
They say that in chess, one of the hardest things is winning a winning position. And I've felt that a lot when I've played, and especially when you have many pleasant choices. When you've got little time on the clock, you can start getting a bit of a mess when it comes to variations and calculating that ultimate blow. And especially having so much on the line just adds to that pressure.
Yeah, true. I mean, winning one positions is a real skill. And I think at lower levels especially, and I was going to suggest this move. I thought this was really clever, getting the bishop into g4. But I mean, what kind of tips can you use? I mean, you don't want to give your opponent active play. I think that's the first thing to try and avoid. And you've got to be willing to still do tactics, but swapping pieces off and just trying to dominate the board. And I think Anish, with that last move, is trying to keep his domination. That looks really clever, that move, actually. Yeah. I like it a lot.
It's a dual-purpose move as well. He's opening up a new square for the white knight, just in case it wants to use the b5 square as a launching pad, attacking this weak d6 pawn, protecting its own a pawn. But the other key idea you mentioned, Simon, you're just slowly creeping in. The light squares are whites. It's full domination over here, and that's not an easy plan to stop, actually. Slow and simple, creeping into the black position.
It's not right, because that knight from c8 can't even jump to e7 to guard that square, with the d6 pawn being a tender spot in the position. And Anish has done quite an impressive dance with this light squared bishop, maneuvering it around at the right moment with different ideas on the king side and the queen side. It's sort of been that subtle star of white's position.
Yeah, the star, the light squared bishop. It's rare to say that in the King's Indian type of structure that we've seen. Normally the white light squared bishop, Simon pointed out, is the one that's blocked. But what to do now? It looks like you can creep into this square as well. You have to be careful you don't get your queen trapped on h5, but I don't think that's a threat right now. And I mean, this move looks so tempting. First, kicking away the rook, no matter where it... Okay, played by Anish, the most logical move here. No matter where the rook goes, now you can drop back and give a check. And you've gained a bit of time in the process. You drop back. Wherever the king goes, your other knight jumps in, your other knight jumps in.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a dream position for Anish here. And he has enough time as well at the moment. So
yeah. And is this entire house falling down on the king side? And let's not forget, the a7 pawn is still alive and kicking there, just making sure part of Black's army is tied down to defend that pawn from actually promoting. And as you said, David, the knight has jumped forward. Now, does white actually get greedy, start picking pawns, or do you want to keep the pressure and just trade the knights and then potentially jump up with your other knight?
Oof, yeah, I think that would be the sadistic approach, maybe the objectively correct approach, just to trade these knights and then decide how to remove these kind of blockaders of the white a pawn. This should be winning long term for white. If you want to cash in immediately, then I was going to say take a pawn, but Anish Giri wants even more. He trumps in with his queen. Look, those poor black pieces. It's just a traffic jam. Look at this on the back rank. Still, it's move 36 now, and black has not traded off a single piece despite being so cramped. White has taken over.
I don't think a single piece of Hikaru has actually crossed the 4th rank in this entire game.
No, it's amazing. I mean, he's just been hovering around at the back, and Anish has played so well. He's playing great chess, so you got to hand it to him. He's turned up and pulled into form straight away. And the time, well, it's not... I mean, they're getting a little bit short time. I always get a bit nervous when someone gets short against Hikaru, because Hikaru is one of the fastest players in the world and can suddenly switch into a real speedy sort of time thing. But it just looks horrible. You can get no activity here. There's nothing that black can do. And, OK, the queens are now... I mean, you could take them off safely if you want. You can do anything as white here. It's actually really hard to lose this position. I would do a good job, but it's not easy to lose this position just by playing normal moves.
Wow. And one normal move that comes to mind is now jump in with the other knight. The d6 pawn is weak, and you can go from knight to c3, go over to that b5 square, start targeting the d6 weakness. Black just has no counterplay in this position. You want to try to find ways for black to keep the game going, but you're just so much on the defense. And the biggest problem is that for Hikaru, a draw is not enough. He needs to win this game.
Yeah, he needs to win this game. And just in recent times, I remember the World Cup just a couple of months ago where Hikaru was on the brink of defeat against Praggnanandhaa. He needed to win with black. He used this opening, backfired. He's used it again here. It's backfired. It just feels like Anish Giri's been in full control from move 1. Knight. If this knight is taken, there will be some tactics potentially. Yeah, Anish, it's just been a powerful show from him.
He's played great. I mean, you just got to hand it to him. His openings have been good today. He's done some great tactical play, and he's done everything, manoeuvring as well. And, well, the bishop does take, and there was a big threat of white going bishop takes knight here. And it's that pawn on a7 still, which is a real issue here. Oof. I mean, black is just grovelling, and there you go. I mean... Yeah, I think Hikaru sort of realises he's going home now, and he's starting to play quicker at this moment in time.
Yeah, he's got to hustle on the clock because position it looking pretty hopeless right now. White's a-pawn has survived. There have been all these trades. White has cashed in, transformed the advantage into a positional, from a positional advantage into something material. But yeah, white won't get distracted by this e-pawn. This e-pawn is actually easily blockaded. First, he gives a check. Actually, maybe he's going for checkmate here against the black king.
Ooh.
It's always nice to do that.
Yeah.
So
next move, he can just take the e-pawn safely.
Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, we could see resigns any second here, I feel, from Hikaru, which means he is out of the competition. Anish is 2 pawns up, and he's got that big A pawn as well, so...
Yeah, and the first real threat that Hikaru's actually put in this entire game, that bishop from f6, it stops the mate on the back rank, but also threatens to pin along the d4 square. Bishop d4 is coming up, so Anish just blocks it all, gets rid of... The only active piece is that a mouse slip, and Hikaru says, you know what, bishop e7, blunder, but everything had fallen apart already, and that is it. Hikaru Nakamura, with a disappointing performance at the AI Cup, resigns, and we're seeing a whole new Anish Giri from day one with a 2-0 victory against Hikaru. Not just the scoreline, but very impressive chess.
This was vintage Anish Giri in his prime, at his best, attacking, fearless, and Nakamura just struggling to compete there. But he'll be back. He'll be there in the Tour Finals in Toronto in December. And, OK, this is the other clash, of course, in the losers bracket right now. Level material, we talked about the Catalan opening earlier. Lots of pieces got traded off. Right now, there's only 2 real imbalances. Black has a slightly fractured pawn structure. Black has doubled f-pawns. And White has the more active pieces. White's king more advanced. White's rook on the open file. I don't know if that adds up to enough to win this game. The clock not in Lazovic's favour here. Simon, do you think he can turn on the style and equalise the score, or is it going to be too much to ask?
I mean, this is the kind of position he excels in, Dennis. And we mentioned this before, but for someone so young to play in such a mature style is still quite peculiar. When you're young, you like attacking normally. And I don't know, if he's able to get his rook in, then obviously he will have some great chances. And Black is very passive here. There's a bit of danger. If Black ever moves his rook, he's gonna give something away. And if he moves his king, he will allow a pawn break. So this move is it looks a bit odd, and I don't know. I think there's some chances here for White still.
It feels like a dream position for White, right? You're playing for 2 results. Your king is more active, you've got the better pawn structure, but the only problem for Dennis is that the draw is not enough. You've got to have a position where you're fighting for 1 result, and that is to try and get the win in. But that said, achieving this against Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces, he might grind like a grandmaster in this one.
Yeah, he's a great grinder, Denis Lazovic here, and he's done all the right things. He's kept enough pieces on the board, he's kept the right pieces, he's kept a good pawn structure, and also he's taken his opponent outside of his comfort zone. Alireza, we were praising his opening choice as Black, but he does not like defending these types of kind of slightly worse endgames with no winning prospects. And we say no winning prospects because I think nothing at all can go wrong for White here. White is not going to lose this game unless something special happens. But for Black, it would be easy to lose if you retreat, if you allow the White rook in, if White is allowed to push too many pawns on the king side. Still hard to find moves.
I mean, how old is Dennis? He's 17?
16.
16. So if he's grinding like this at the age of 16, imagine what he's going to be like when he's like 50, yeah? He's going to be worse than you. He's going to be playing 200-300 move games every game. It's scary. And this is the only thing that Alireza can do. He just go backwards and forwards. There's not much else. So, yeah, White needs to find a way through here. Definitely, that's the problem. And here he goes, pushing those pawns.
The 4-pawn attack. Pawn storm has been initiated. It's not clear what White does next with these beautiful line of pawns, but it's impressive looking, and it is enough to scare Firouzja. Potentially any king and pawn endgame now might be very promising for White, because White has the kind of option to create a passed pawn on that flank. So any rook trade now, Firouzja has to really calculate that one accurately. But yeah, right now he's just kind of keeping control. 1 minute against 2 minutes should be enough to kind of play here to at least...
This one's going to come down to those final seconds. Critical decisions will be made. It will be about the time scramble here. Denis Lazovic controlling the only open file in the position. Active pieces. He's looking for a break on the king side. He needs to try to create those winning chances. It might be time for Black to start advancing the queen side pawns as well. But Firouzja just keeping the position as is, keeping the status quo there, shuffling around with the rook and asking Denis to show his hand. What is the winning plan? Firouzja not committing with any pawn moves.
This is certainly more of a David position than a Simon position, but maybe you have to look at pawn breaks. Maybe it's a well-timed G5 But yeah, go on, tell us, David. How'd you win this? Or do you? Maybe not.
I'm not so sure. I don't approve of Dennis pushing his h-pawn to h5. It's kind of locked up the structure. Maybe it's because I have commitment issues, just mostly on the chessboard, don't worry. But I don't want to commit. I don't want to fix the pawn structure and take away potential pawn breaks. And right now, White has kind of rid himself of the opportunity of playing g5, where he can take back with a pawn. Now, if Black just brings the rook back to g8, it's unclear how Dennis is going to kind of create that passer. I think I would have maneuvered around a bit more first, kind of hinted that g5 might be played before pushing the other pawn.
He's got to learn off the great grinder. I mean, I take your time. It's a great thing. You don't need to rush. If you see your opponent just moving the pieces backwards and forwards, you might as well give them the opportunity of going wrong. And that made sense. I was wondering if the White King can now come the other way and maybe try to get over to b4, but that seems very, very slow. And at the moment, Alireza is just holding everything together, so he only needs a draw to go through to the next round and should be quite close to that.
Okay, I like what Dennis was doing there. He just waited with the white rook, doing nothing, but asking a question of his opponent, forced Firouzja to burn some time on the clock. The problem is he's still not making any inroads. The Black King keeps all the lines, all the squares on the open files covered, so White Rook has no breakthrough there. Black's Rook keeps all the pawn breaks covered, and right now just struggling to gain ground. And he's just repeating here, Dennis, and Firouzja, he's just happy to say, okay, I'm just going to yo-yo back and forth with the Black Rook. What are you doing? It might be to do with e5. For example, in this position, pushing the white pawn to e5 and kind of changing the nature of the pawn structure. First, he changes the queen side. Wow. He does have a threat for the first time since we jumped in here. White wants to play rook c5 there, attacking Black's pawn. So we saw en passant, trade of pawns, more open lines, new avenues of attack potentially.
But also another avenue for Black to try and find counterplay with the open A line now, and the B3 pawn can become a target that White needs to watch out for.
Yeah, certainly. Black's rook could get very active now. So I think Dennis is trying to put his rook in front of his pawn on the queen side, attacking Black's pawn there. And this may well tie Black down a little bit, but no, okay, going as active as he can. A key way to play any rook ending is just to get your rook, even if it costs you a pawn, keep your rook active. And I think this exchange of pawns has actually probably, if anything, helped Alireza.
Wow, 5 seconds therefore. Dennis, he's got to move, and he's got to move fast. And what Black wants to do with this rook activity is actually to put that rook on the 5th rank, defend that B pawn, and eventually come forward with the king if White's rook was to move to that B4 square. So not so easy for Dennis to actually create counterplay against the B5 weakness. You could give a check on C3, but White just intends to block it with his own rook. And any king-pawn endings will give White real chances.
Yeah, if you take the rooks off the board, then suddenly White does have this pawn lever, pawn to g5, and White's h-pawn, the most far advanced pawn right now, would run through to glory. So king and pawn endgames are just unthinkable for Black right now. He's trying to fix the structure in a different way. He's forced White's rook to commit. Now he gives a check, and White's king drops back. I think there, the offer of a trade of rooks wouldn't have worked out, and we see pawns disappear instead, but not in the way that Lazovic wants here. Even without Black's b-pawn, this position should be a draw. White simply has no passed pawns to push.
And the Black King's found a very, very safe home there as well. And, well, OK, the more pawns that get exchanged, the nearer to a draw the position becomes. White's only got 2 pawns left that you can try to make a queen from. I guess the h-pawn's his best bet, but it's not going anywhere at the moment.
Yeah. Endgames don't get much more drawn than this. Rook endgames do have that tendency, and unfortunately the White King has to look after the Black b-pawn, and Black's rook will go pawn hunting. Everything's just disappearing from the board now. The Hoover, the vacuum is out, and this one will be a draw any moment now.
Yeah.
And there we have it. The pawns are off the board. We're going to go into a king versus king, and that is it. Alireza Firouzja does advance through, does not need an Armageddon. And with that win, it is the end of the road for 16-year-old Denis Lazovic, while Alireza goes through, survives elimination in this one. We were predicting Armageddons. We didn't get any. 2 convincing performances there. David, what was the big highlight?
Again, Anish Giri, just in top form, sparkling form. Well done to Firouzja as well for kind of guiding that game to safety. But Anish Giri showed what to do in games where only a draw is sufficient. You shouldn't alter your playing style. You should play for the win. And that's what Anish did. After the dust had settled from a very promising middle game, he found himself in this endgame. The black rook in the corner tied down due to white's a-pawn, and the killer technique here from Anish Giri was impressive. Rook to b1, just improving the rook, trying to maybe give a check or even sneak in to the 8th rank, and not falling for any tricks here. Rook takes pawn would have allowed black to take the white a-pawn, so first he gave a check, and he prevented the final threat, the final trap of bishop d4 by offering a bishop exchange. We saw a final mouse slip here from Nakamura, but white had 2 extra pawns, and Anish had showed perfect technique.
Just perfect technique from start to finish there by the Dutch number 1. Anish takes the win, as does Alireza. Let's bring up our bracket for the losers round 1. And there we see it is goodbye to Hikaru Nakamura and Denis Lazovic, as Anish and Alireza do advance through in the losers bracket. And we are being joined by Anish in the studio. Hi Anish, congratulations on that win.
Thank you. I'm just as surprised as you are.
2-0 performance against Hikaru. Fantastic chess, but it's not just the scoreline. It felt like 2 very crushing games. How did you do it?
No, things just really went my way. In the first game, he played, what the kind of thing he does sometimes, the sort of queenside fianchetto thing. And usually he's successful with that against me because the game sort of drags on and it's like, he postpones the crisis, until I'm in time trouble and then I lose. But in this particular case, I think, well, the version was good for me. I found a few good moves and he had to be very, very, very careful. And at some point I was also up on the clock and I think he felt under pressure and he missed this. Well, it's easy to miss from the white side. My knight is hanging basically and it has to go back. But suddenly I realized that, I was actually, these f5 ideas, I felt that at some point f5 could win somewhere. So I was sort of keeping it in mind, but at that particular moment, it was really, really strong. And once I've got that f5, which he probably missed, the good thing for me is that I'm just winning. He's a great defender, but when he's just sort of completely winning, there's nothing even he can do. I guess even against the engine, at that point, I can already convert it. So that was a bit unfortunate for him that he couldn't really show his defensive skills because once he made a mistake, it was just kind of over, I think.
It was really impressive to see not just the games, Anish, but also the mindset shift, right? You had a tough day on day 1 against Jan, and then you come in and cruise through this victory. How did you recover, and how did you uptalk yourself for this big battle against Hikaru?
Well, in the professional, the high-level chess, it's a lot is about just little things, circumstances, the way the games start. Yesterday, somehow, I was also in a great mindset. I was looking forward to the match. I was ready. I had certain plans for the game. I was preparing for it already for a few days and like keeping in mind what if it goes this, if it goes that. I had some options, and but somehow just the position I got, like it's in the first game, it felt very logical what I do, but I kind of stumbled into some sort of either prep or just I guess some sort of prep because he played very fast and suddenly my position is kind of. It gets forcing and suddenly I'm in a very bad spot and then I'm also slow. And the only moment I got a chance for a draw in the first and the second game was when I had like 10 seconds against like 10 minutes. And the problem also is that it feels like a rapid tournament, but there's a very big difference is that there's 3-second increment, not 10. And when you are in the rapid mode, usually you are used to the fact that you get 10-second increment. And I'm not saying I would have held these games, but at least imagine you have 10 seconds and you make a move, you have 20, and then again, you can think for 10 seconds, again, you have 20 seconds. But now when you have 3-second increment, 10 seconds is just nothing. Like you think, you drop to 2, and then +3 is already 5, and it just disappears, So, I just wasn't able to defend. And somehow, it was just from bad to worse. But today it went the opposite. So it's not like, yesterday I was under the table and today I got up, but it's just sometimes things work out. I think at this point I'm so sort of experienced that my mindset is always okay, but sometimes the position is not very good.
That is awesome to hear. And speaking of mindset, Anish, how much of an ambition is it for you to make it to Toronto in this one?
Well, in tiers, like in terms of rivals for Magnus, I'm in like tier 5 at the moment. So I think a lot has to happen for me to win this tournament in this format. I think in hindsight, obviously, if I had ambitions to qualify to Toronto, I had to do it the long way. I had to be fit for every single qualifier. I had to try to grind it and collect points, because I think winning these events, well, it's a long shot. It's possible, but it's very hard. And the only tour tournament that I won, actually, I did beat Magnus there in the prelims, but there it was not this year, it was the other year, and somehow the system was one elimination, and Nepo kicked out Magnus, and I had to beat Nepo, which I managed with also a lot of luck as usual. But in that tournament, basically, I didn't have to beat Magnus to win. While here, I mean, okay, yeah, I was lucky today. I was able to beat Hikaru, but there is Alireza at some point. That will be Magnus, and so to win and qualify this way, it's possible, but it's a long shot. And again, I think I had to try and collect these points, but the schedule this year for me was very tough. And whenever I was showing up for many qualifiers, but I was just very tired most of the time. And I had a lot of over the board tournaments. World Championship cycle is a big thing this year for me as well. So it was hard to be fit, and I was able to qualify twice first division. And because of schedule, I could only play once. So yeah, this final is unlikely, which is a pity, because I enjoyed the CGC final last time. I made it that time. It was a great event, but still surprisingly in the running. So, well, always open for a miracle.
It would be awesome to see you there, Anish. And speaking of tiers, would you agree with what Magnus said, that he has no tier 1 rivals?
Honestly, I'm a little bit always surprised, sort of. It's very hard for me to understand, like, the level difference between Magnus and the rest. Obviously, he's stronger. He's proved that with numbers and everything. And he also proves that when you sort of look at commentary, when he streams, you can see he understands things fast. But somehow it feels to me that the margin is pretty small, yet he wins almost everything. So I'm kind of not sure. Maybe I'm underestimating him in a larger sense, or... Yeah, I'm not sure, It's a lot of games, like, it's always close. If you look, like, in even the World Cup, you see the game with Kamer, like, it's always close. But of course, if you're stronger and you play a long game, you play chess for 20, 30 years, yeah, you're going to collect most trophies. And but that said, I think in a particular event, in particular game, in a particular move, anyone can outsmart him. So, it's like today also, I was kind of happy we play a 2-game match. I think the shorter the match, the better the chances of an underdog. And I was kind of looking forward to today's match more than if it would be a 4-game match against Hikaru, because, okay, I once beat him in a 4-game match too, but then you need even more things to happen. You win the first game, second game, he wouldn't go for broke, maybe. And, it's kind of keeps accumulating. The odds are stacked against you. But yeah, on the short term, I think everybody is Magnus's rival. Including noobs like myself. But of course, yeah, if you speak like career, we look at legacy. And I guess at this point in his career, he's trying to cement his legacy, and he's fighting for the spot of the greatest player of all time with Kasparov. At least my understanding is that it's pretty close. I think Kasparov has been doing great things as well in his career. Yeah, in terms of his legacy, he's fighting with Kasparov, not with us. But in terms of this tournament or one game, I think it's open.
We love to see these rivalries being played out. And finally, before you go, Anish, you just tweeted, "Dear X, I just beat Hikaru." When did you come up with this, and how quickly did you manage to get this out? Is this something that you had at the back of your mind?
No, but at this point, just like my chess, I'm so experienced, it's just, I just look at, when it comes to chess, I sort of look at the position and I see the right move. And when it comes to Twitter, I just take my phone and type some rubbish. So it's been like that. It will be like that. And it will always be like that.
Anish, you entertain us on the board and off it as well. Great performance today, and all the best for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anish Giri with a power-packed performance, taking down Hikaru with 2 back-to-back wins. And Alireza gets the job done as well in 2 rapid games. We will be back in just a few minutes as the winner's bracket is about to kick off.
It doesn't look like much, but neither would a Sicilian defense to the untrained eye. This is a performance enhancer. You don't see it. How about now? Manage your air quality, sharpen your performance, change the game with Air Things.
This is the 2021 World Chess Championship. Broken history here in the 2021 World Chess Championship because the move rook to d2 officially makes this game the longest game in World Chess Championship history. We have a resignation, we have history.
And this rivalry does continue as it is the big winners semi-finals. Magnus Carlsen will take on his 2021 World Championship challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi. And Magnus there with a huge lead in their rapid head-to-head with 21-9. With these stats in front of us, David, how are you expecting? What does Jan need to do to bring up the fight against Magnus and get by today?
Well, he just needs to be in top form in every department. He needs to strike in the opening, like he did yesterday against Anish Giri. He needs to be calm in the middle game, and if it does get to the end game, he has to make sure he survives. He will get chances. Magnus has been very aggressive, very ambitious in recent times on the tour, so he just needs to take them when they come.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's really instinctively a great player, Nepo, probably one of the best in the world. And I mean, he's just got to try to get the initiative as well. I think that's very important. So get the right kind of positions where he can put a little bit of pressure on Magnus.
And I think that's a really key point, because when we talk about these top players, we talk about how versatile and universal they are. But for Jan Nepomniachtchi, you can really tell the distinct aggressive style that he has. He also has the upper hand when it comes to speed. I think against Magnus, it will do him a world of good if he can actually put pressure both on the position, that's probably harder, but on the clock as well. So a big task ahead of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus, but that's not the only matchup. We also have a very entertaining fight as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on the Shak attack. Shakrar Mamedyarov. I think this one's going to be an out-and-out king hunt.
Yeah. It is, yeah. I was just getting a chocolate in there and I got caught out. So I think it will be. I mean, this is going to be a fascinating match. They're both just such interesting players. I mean, we saw Shak yesterday went through against Dennis by creating that really, really crazy attack and that really interesting initiative there. And MVL also had this great game against Ali Reza, the great match against him where he was playing really sharp tactical chess. I'm expecting lots of explosions and pieces being whipped around in that match.
Oh, that one's going to be a fun battle. And Magnus Carlsen getting ready for his fun match against Jan Nepomniachtchi there. Wow, the lights are out. What's going on there? David, it's been a long day of chess for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Can neither player afford electricity? But yeah, right now, maybe it's a psychological thing. He's playing with the black pieces. He's sitting in the dark. These top players, they're very superstitious.
He is the dark horse in this match.
He's the dark horse. Oh, nice one, Tanya. Maybe that's why. But, okay, this is World Championship level opening theory. He uses the Petrov defense here, Jan Nepomniachtchi, an opening discussed in that big match in 2021. And there, it worked out quite well. He often got good positions, healthy positions out of the opening, Jan against Magnus, and Magnus is showing a lot of respect here. Early queen trade is very likely. And, wow, we're going to head into a queenless middle game position. Jan doesn't look too happy here. We actually saw kind of various different spins on this in the Speed Chess Championship quarterfinal that they played against each other just a couple of weeks ago. And there, Magnus was often kind of winning the opening battle despite the absence of queens.
It's strange how a lot of people assume that 1e4, the opening played here, is most exciting. It's just not, is it? It can just anymore. Basically be quite boring. If you, I say boring, but I mean, you often lead to very symmetrical positions where the queens come off and you have to play a lot of technical chess. So 1e4, maybe not the most exciting move to play nowadays at top level. But this one, White's got a little bit extra development, but that's all that White's got, right? It's a symmetrical pawn structure. So you're relying on your pieces here. And Magnus will need to use them to try and create some weaknesses in Black's position. But I don't know this opening, but to my eyes, Black looks absolutely fine. I don't see why Black should be in any trouble at all here.
Yeah, it's a totally symmetrical position. The only difference being that White has this extra move, White's knight on c3, having been developed. It's also White to play now, so you could argue that White is kind of 1 move up, 1.5 moves up. But with queens off the board, with it so symmetrical, no tactics, no open lines really, it's hard to imagine this being anything significant. And this is where chess has changed, like you say, Simon. Modern chess, players no longer go straight for the king from move 1. Often they're just happy to go for these innocuous-looking types of positions. They lull their opponents into a false sense of security, and they just try to kind of keep the game going, kind of, as Anish said in his interview, postpone the tension, postpone the climax of the game till later on. And that seems to be Magnus' strategy here, as he goes and snacks on something.
At least it's opposite side castling, so we can see both players now trying to use their pawns to send an avalanche towards their opponent's king, try to create some weaknesses like that. I suppose that's the idea.
But it does still feel like a queen-less middle game. The queens are off the board, but still everything to play for. And even though now we've got these opposite side castling, we can expect dynamics. And we talk about endgames. Well, with Magnus, we know what he can create in endgames. So for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he still has to be extremely alert despite the symmetry in the position. And this one is underway as well. Well, I'm not expecting any queen trades early on in this matchup.
Yeah, this one is going to be far more exciting, at least in the opening phase of the game. It's the Spanish, the Roy Lopez opening, and both players actually renowned for their expertise here. Often Mamedyarov grabs the white pawn in the center. He goes for the open Spanish, but no, he chooses a slower approach. First real surprise here, he often kind of sticks to his guns, Mamedyarov, very principled, but Maxime is the kind of one of the world's leading experts on the white side of this position. So now we head into the mainline Spanish until this move. Bishop to e6, a older variation, offering a trade of bishops early, but at the cost potentially of Black's pawn structure being ruined.
And Maxime there had a little bit of a reaction to bishop e6. As you said, it is a lot of options here for Black. Bishop e6, perhaps not the absolute main line in the position. And Maxime goes into a think of how you want to react here. Do you want to keep the bishops on the board by simply falling back to that c2 square so that then you can look at an advance in the center? But then you have to calculate what really happens if Black actually sacrifices a pawn in the center with his own d pawn advancing forward.
Yeah. I really like this move that Mamedyarov's played because it's so important to play in your style. Even if you don't play the best move in the position, you want to play positions you enjoy playing. And I think the whole point of this move is, as David mentioned, if the bishops are removed from the board, Black does have maybe a slightly weakened pawn structure in the long term, but he also gains a lot of dynamic features on the open f-file for his rook. And that is a key thing to start an attack. You get an open line against your opponent's king. And this is just the kind of thing that Mamedyarov will enjoy having. OK, we see this on the board, actually. And MVL already shaking things up in the centre. But it just seems to be his style. And that's something really important to bear in mind when you're playing. Try to get positions you enjoy playing. Otherwise, also, what the hell are you doing? Why are you playing chess if you don't enjoy it, you know? Got the wrong game.
Yeah. Words to live by. And right now, Vachier-Lagrave is arguing that, OK, yes, he's allowing Black to undouble his pawns. He's allowing a trade here, but White will have the center. White will have the pawn breaks. White will hold the key to the position opening up. And I like Mamedyarov's last move. Very consistent, as you mentioned, Simon, with his style of play. He moves his queen to e8, getting out of the eye line of the white queen, so no early queen trades. You called it, you predicted that, but also hinting that it might come to g6 or h5 and start sniffing out some opportunities against the white king. Really tense position right now. Neither side really wants to clarify the center. If White tries to ruin the Black structure, then after a trade of knights, suddenly we see that White's king lacks defenders. There might be ideas of the bishop coming out to a really active diagonal, and this powerful idea of queen landing on g6 will just gain in power. Vachier-Lagrave doesn't want to touch the center, therefore, and he plays the move bishop to g5. This is not a pin, as we're used to seeing when the bishop lands on this square. Maybe just aimed at trading off and playing safety first chess, maybe just afraid of the initiative that the black queen was trying to achieve. Tense.
When trades are offered, you often have to think about which minor pieces you want on the board and which ones you want off the board, and what actually remains, who does it favor. So for Shak, the big question is, does he want that last move, bishop to g5, to trade it off with the knight? Or will he be considering to actually fall back with the knight to d7? And that's one move that I really like in these kind of positions, playing these structures with the black pieces, where I can trade my dark squared bishop with white's dark squared bishop, just simply because I think black's bishop is a worse piece than white's bishop. So knight d7 would be on my radar here, rather than allowing the bishop and knight trade and being stuck with that, well, not such a great bishop on the board. It's a lot of bishops that I've just said.
Looks like a nice move. I mean, I think you'd also like to play knight h5, wouldn't you, going forwards? But I don't think that quite works, maybe tactically. There might be some problem with the knight going to that square. Your centre might sort of start collapsing after an exchange of bishops.
Knight e5.
Yeah, knight e5 might just work here. Otherwise, if you get your knight to f4, that is the ideal kind of position you want for your knight, just hanging around white's king. So knight d7 is very interesting. I mean, yeah, I like your idea there. Just try to get rid of your bad pieces. Of course, he doesn't play it, but I mean,
of course not. Which is good news for Maxime. Probably do not go for knight d7. He instead just attacks the bishop.
Yeah, now that dilemma, to take this knight or not to take this knight. It also makes some sense to kind of come around and put some pressure on black's center, but taking this knight would be the most logical continuation. And after black recaptures, I'm assuming with the bishop, just to control this square with two pieces, then Maxime has the opportunity to try and shut things down. And this is where we talk about, well, Tanya was mentioning the kind of dilemma of which minor pieces to trade off. Suddenly this black bishop might be stuck behind its own pawn chain, really kind of passive diagonal here, not looking like a great piece. So this has some kind of reasons speaking for it, but it's Vachier-Lagrave. He has to choose what suits his style, and of course he keeps the tension. These players not rushing towards an endgame like we saw in the Magnus Carlsen against Nepomniachtchi battle. This one, maximum tension in the center. And now, Simon, maybe your idea coming in, maybe just activating the queen. Lots of choice for black.
Yeah. I mean, it kind of maybe revolves a little bit around black's center as well, because white does have a lot of pressure in the center of the board there, attacking those pawns. And you don't really want to, as I think you mentioned, David, exchange if you're black here, the pawn, because you give up a lot of space and you kind of lose the hold on the f4 square. So if Mamedyarov can kind of keep that tension, then yeah, he's gonna have some fun here eventually.
Yeah.
But I don't actually know what his next move is. I say that and I'm like, what do I actually play here? I don't think knight h5 works because of the same tactics. Might do. Maybe it's changed, but I can't get it to work. I don't really want to go g5 because it pushes the bishop to a better square and you have that problem with the center. Maybe I do play g5, but I'm just I mean, I love these moves normally, but I'm a little bit dubious about it.
Yeah, in my head, I had this counter on, like, how long will it take Simon to mention g5? I was like, come on, Simon, it's your type of move, attack.
Yeah.
Throw pawns forward.
That's it. It's a move I like playing because, you know, I like attacking, and maybe it is playable with knight h5 afterwards. Now I'm actually starting to like it, right? It's sort of, and knight coming in, but...
It makes some sense.
It makes some sense, yeah, with the knight coming in, but it looks a bit odd somehow.
It's on Shak's radar. G5 is a Simon move, but it's also a Shakriar move.
I'm like a poor man's Shak, basically. You know, I'm like a weak version of Shak. Shak sees all these tactics, and I just like see half of them. So, you know, he's.
I'd love to see G5 on the board. Well, this one is definitely going to be a complex middle game. A lot of tactics that we're going to see on the board with these two fighting it out. But let's check in with our queenless endgame in the Magnus-Jan matchup. It started with queens being traded early on, but then opposite side castling by Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. So still a lot of battle, and wow, we've had a structural change and even the queens are off the board. I'm just wondering if Magnus is actually eyeing a doubling up on the G line and putting pressure on a black's king, regardless of the fact that queens are off the board. He might be going for attack on the king side.
Look at the bar. White
Look at the bar.
White is doing well, and this last move by Black potentially inaccurate. I can barely see Jan Nepomniachtchi right now, and it's looking grim for him, dark on the board as well. And like you said, Tanya, I think we have to jump in and illustrate why this position is so promising for White. Okay, he just plays c3, Magnus. I was expecting your move, just going straight for the kill, despite the absence of queens, crashing through on this square. If the pawn steps forward, you can continue the momentum. You can really break down this structure. If Black tries to block, you throw all of the pawns forward. This is why it's useful having doubled f-pawns, and eventually you will break through against the Black king. Instead, maybe the Black bishop would have dropped back to f6. This is why Magnus defended his d-pawn first. He plays the move c3, but this is definitely his plan next. Rook to g1, and yeah, I just don't see what Black can do really. If you just kind of wait and play a random move, then this idea, kind of using the white knight to act as a battering ram, breaking through, whoops, me and my arrows, breaking through against this bishop. Well, I really can't nail my arrows here. Getting this bishop will be key.
Yeah. Wow, I really like that idea, and it reminds me of what Magnus did against Hikaru, getting his knight to h5 on day one, which actually did seal the deal for him, and we might be seeing it in this position. So bishop has gone back to f6. Is it time for White to reroute that knight, land where it did yesterday?
It looks good, yeah. Land where the sun doesn't shine. And I like that maneuver, yeah. Put it around there, and Jan is trying. And we can see this actually on the live board. These moves have been played. He's trying to limit that knight by moving the pawn one square. But there's a couple of ways you can now... Yeah, I mean, you're attacking here as White, aren't you? So it's not as boring as I first had said.
And we see Jan shaking his head, and the knight lands on this square anyway. This pawn push didn't stop it. Remember, the pawn on g6 is pinned against the Black king, so it's illegal right now to go and take this knight. Therefore, the bishop is hit. If it retreats, if it steps back to any safe square, then this pawn push that we mentioned earlier, even with the absence of queens, the Black king in serious trouble. There's danger that you might be checkmated in the next few turns.
By the way, Mamedyarov did play g5, and it was a bad move. So we don't have to go there, but I just, you know, he did play it, and it is given a dubious mark. So it's kind of typical, right? It was really interesting to hear what Anish said about Magnus, because, you know, you asked him, is he that, you know, in a league of his own, basically. And Anish was like, well, he couldn't really work it out, could he? He's like, is he? I don't know. But he's like, I'm not sure. And that's what Magnus does, right? I mean, he wins quite easily, you know, sometimes against the best players, and no one really knows how he does it. And look at this. He's just storming through in the G file, and Black's completely lost. And how did he do it? You know, it's just magic, right?
And that's the whole question, right? Because last we left this position, it was absolutely fine. We were talking about how it's so symmetrical and how is White going to create any chances, and Jan is absolutely fine out of the opening. And then we check in 5 minutes later, and Magnus is crashing through on the king's side. Where did it all go so wrong for Jan, David? And now a piece sacrifice only to break through on the G line.
Yeah, and it was just a temporary sacrifice. He wins the material back here with interest. Magnus is still level material now after that kind of strange kind of trade of knights. But look at the Black bishop trapped. Look at White's beautiful bishop pair. He used the bishop pair to defeat Nakamura yesterday as well. I guess it's just the type of position here. Magnus, despite it looking so innocent, so innocuous, he knows where the pieces belong. He's clearly done homework on these level types of positions, and he knows them better than his opponent.
I think I've cracked it. You just can't trade queens against Magnus. That's the big blunder.
Yeah, I mean... Ever. Yeah, that's quite tough, right? So... yeah, there should be a killer blow here. I mean, bishop h6 is not quite working, but
it's so pretty.
Yeah, if you move your king first, it kind of becomes a threat, I guess. Trying to... Yeah, I mean, you don't want to allow the old check.
No time for g7.
Yeah, but if you can do it and then play g7, maybe it's a good idea here. But Magnus has other ideas here. What's he doing with that rook, David?
It's just slow and steady. Just come round and you have food. We know Magnus likes his snacks. Just to move kind of maneuver, and you're going for
so balls. Easy. You know, he's playing like one of the best players in the world, and he's kind of like just, you know, too easy. And he does this all the time. It's incredible.
It's just insane. I mean, this year, the kind of performance that we've been seeing from Magnus, the wins that we've been seeing, it really reminds me of 2019 for Magnus, where wherever he played, whoever he played, he was just winning. He had that huge winning streak, winning tournament after tournament. And it feels like I'm seeing that 2019 Magnus this year.
Incidentally, that was the first time he ever defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi in classical chess 2019. Until then, I think Magnus was losing their head-to-head 4-0, 4-0, and suddenly things have turned around. I mean, I think he holds that himself as his big year, despite already having been world champion for several years up until that point. That was where, like you say, just things aligned, everything fell into place. And again, it feels like he's just unstoppable. Right now, Magnus Carlsen, it's as if he's in everyone's head. Anish was saying he didn't understand. I guess nobody understands, otherwise they would be able to beat him. But he's just got this extra gear, this extra level, and complete confidence.
You know Magnus pretty well, right? So, I mean, you're good friends with him. You wrote this book together, Grind Like a Grandmaster. So you've got to buy it, everyone. Quality book. Not that I've actually read it yet, but I'm sure it is.
I'll pay you later, Simon.
Yeah. But it's a great book. And I mean, what is it? I mean, because you know you've got that close contact to him. Is there something, I mean, what special factor?
Well, I think Anish kind of hinted at it. There's nothing Magnus does that other people can't do. It's just he does everything slightly better. He's slightly better than everyone in the endgame. He's slightly kind of more flexible with all of his openings. He understands his style, his opponent's weaknesses slightly more than everyone else. And all of these things, they add up. That's why the longer the games, the longer the tournaments, the more these advantages show. And meanwhile, Jan Nepomniachtchi, it looks like he's getting ready psychologically to just throw in the towel and raise the white flag now. White can kind of win this position in multiple ways. You can move back the white light squared bishop, or you can just get greedy and start kind of gobbling up pawns.
Yeah.
If, again, just Magnus doing Magnus things out of nowhere, creating a position where he's got this huge advantage, starting and opening, a slow start, trading off queens, an absolutely symmetrical pawn structure, and suddenly Magnus Carlsen is winning against one of the best players in the world. How he does it is just, it continues to amaze us, but it's still not over. And of course, the eval bar gives this huge advantage. It's the bishop pair, it's the pawn on g6, it's the horrible pawn structure that Jan has on the king side. But is there any hope for counterplay? Are there any breaks that black can look at on the queen side here? Oh gosh, this seems to get worse.
I like the way you said that, and you're like, oh, yeah. I mean, no.
What to do?
Basically, I mean, Magnus is going to get to an ending with a couple of extra pawns, minimum. He can take on h5, take on h6, and you know what happens when you're a pawn or two down against Magnus in an ending. It's not fun. So there's nothing black can do. There's no activity here at all. You can try to centralise your rook and put some pressure against the pawn, but you know it's going to be too slow. So yeah. I think it's time to do that. You know, just resign. I mean, I wouldn't bother messing around here, right? I mean, just get it over with.
Mm-hmm. And the problem is there are multiple ways here to win. As Simon says, you can just take this pawn followed by this pawn, and white will have two extra pawns and be winning the game. Jan defends his h-pawn. Very clever. He's also stopped the white rook from coming into g6. There is this plan, if he gets two more moves, maybe there's some fighting chance. But I just don't really see what to do if the white rook kind of comes into the position right now. For example, actually, it looks like black is going for a double attack here, hitting the white rook, hitting this pawn as well. But if white just steps back, there's no time to take on f7. I think we'll see this play out, actually, because now white's rook switches back where it came from with a check, kicking the king away from the defense of its rook on f7. And this would just spell the end. This is actually going to happen now.
And you saw it. You saw it all along there, David. So it's actually on the board.
It's logical.
You do know Magnus really well.
Yeah, too well. But bishop f6 I did not spot. Really clever resource there. He's blocked the f-file, so now the black king can grab on f7 next move.
Still looks so dangerous, right? If you give a check, you put that king on f7, it's still pinning that bishop on f6, and maybe you've got even time to grab that h6 pawn, hitting the rook on f8, and I'm threatening to come back with my bishop on g5, pin and win. This still looks like trouble for black.
Still looks like trouble. I can offer to trade rooks, but I think you will block, as you mentioned, Tanya, and you're a pawn up and you're attacking. This position is just hopeless, but okay, still have to put the finishing touches on. We mentioned it earlier. Just ending things, converting against these top players, never a straightforward task. And I like the fact that Jan is still posing questions. Resigning maybe would have been slightly premature, Simon.
Maybe, yeah. He will lose, though, so maybe not.
It's not about the result, it's about the journey.
It's about the result. Don't fool yourself. It's about winning. Yeah, Magnus now just thinking about, and this move was also very interesting, just taking his straight away. And Yeah, he just spent a bit of extra time there just trying to work out the right way to break through. And now even like rook e6. But OK, moves the bishop back. Simple chess. Pawn up with a good position.
And you still can't untangle yourself with the king, bishop, and rook. With the check on g1 coming in, the bishop and f6 spin, it's very difficult to actually get any freedom on the king side for the pieces.
Yeah, just really kind of safety first, straightforward chess here from Magnus. Just the time usage as well. Maybe that's the part that surprised me the most. We expected Jan to be bashing out his moves, kind of accumulating a time advantage and hoping to use that later. But it's just been Magnus from move 1. And yeah, rook g1 just looks like a devastating threat. It's an attack and an extra pawn right now. Kind of as if facing Magnus in a pawn down endgame wasn't bad enough. Just no real way to untangle black's pieces.
Yeah, and I just want to point out one resource that if black was to actually bring that a8 rook, because you want to bring that rook out, and you try to defend your f7 rook with a move like rook f8 to just show the dangers that exist, you can go in with a check, force the king to that 8-7, and you can feel that the king has been boxed up. And now the rook from f3 can actually slide up to f5, and you're hitting the h5 pawn, and you're not only hitting a pawn, you're actually hitting that king, because rook h5 will be checkmate.
Nice line, yeah. And there's not much black can do there against that. So.
Yeah, just losing another pawn. Instead, he plays rook to g8. So he's hoping to meet rook check with the king dropping back. And at least now the black king defends this rook. Looks like you might be able to escape, bail out, trade off a set of pieces. But Magnus doesn't necessarily need to go for that. He just improves his king. Oh, wow. This is kind of just another level of kind of self-control. He's keeping the threat up his sleeve for later. That's what they say. The threat is stronger than the execution. Just keeping the kind of idea afloat just keeps your opponent guessing, and black can never, ever relax. Just how do you meet this check? You just have to calculate it on every single move. OK, he does drop back, but now there's going to be other problems. This is now a proper pin. And because the black rook on f7 isn't defended, I'm expecting Magnus to, for example, infiltrate rook e6. He might even just start bringing his king in, knowing Magnus, just slowly improving his position while black suffers. This is just, yeah, it's so hard to offer advice in games like this. I just don't see a single blunder from Nepomniachtchi. It was just 2 or 3 very, very small inaccuracies, almost imperceptible, and Magnus jumps on them, just ruthless.
And for a player like Jan Nepomniachtchi, who really thrives in active positions, who's looking for those initiative, it's so frustrating to defend these kind of endgames.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's frustrating defending at the best of times, but when you're a pawn down and you're groveling away, you lose a bit of motivation as well. You kind of like, well, okay, you start playing worse moves at the same time. So it's a frustrating style to play against. And again, I actually think the genius thing that Magnus did in this game was maybe his opening choice. I mean, at the time, I was like, this is kind of ridiculous. You're never going to get any advantage out of this. And he's winning like 10 moves later. I mean, he just got rid of Nepo's fun.
Yeah.
And he realises the opponent so well to do that. He realised Nepo loves the activity, so he's playing against the opponent as well as against the board, which is very clever.
Yeah, I must admit, Simon, I'm so scared of your attacking skills that I try to do the same. I try to make it as boring as possible.
I don't think you have to be that scared. I mean, you know, I think most of the time when I try to attack you, you just take my pawns and then I have to resign. So, yeah.
But you're right. I mean, knowing someone's style, and these two have known each other since they were literally 8 or 9 years old. So
was it true in World Championships, Magnus won? Did you come second and Nepo third? Or?
No, I wish.
Right, OK. I've got that mixed up. There was one picture of you.
Yeah.
Well, I'm trying to think what the picture was, but...
Famous tournament in 2002. Jan Nepomniachtchi came first. He got gold in the World Under-12 Championship. Magnus got silver. I got bronze. Oh.
That's not bad, though. I mean,
awesome, David.
That's all right. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
Well, some pretty strong players who are now 2,700. I think Vachier-Lagrave played in that tournament, and some other kind of really strong players. But, I mean, kind of this era, Jan was regarded as the big talent, and just it took him a while. It took him a few years to kind of click into gear to break into the top 10 in the world. But he's just been a mainstay, and he's been so impressive ever since. He's always been sharp, always been, just so good at calculating.
Yeah.
Not many players can boast of winning the candidates twice in a row, playing the World Championship match.
So impressive. I mean, Anand did it as well quite recently, didn't he? Which was really impressive. But Jan doing it twice, and he just seems to have, you say naturally gifted, and that's, I don't know, it's becoming a lot harder to see that because everyone trains so much with computers. But with Jan, you can see it. He plays so quickly, he plays so confidently, and he plays so well. But it just didn't go his way because in this game.
Coming back to this game, White has that extra pawn and still has that pressure, but Jan has managed to untangle his pieces, gotten out of the pin, and Magnus with the last move lining up the rooks against the bishop, which needs to be defended. But is it as easy a convert as we're thinking? To me, it feels like Jan is still holding on. The rook on g2 activated, putting some pressure, the rook on h7, defending that h5 pawn. David, any chances for Jan to hold this?
Some, they're still slim, still minimal chances here, but he's done kind of step one really, really well. In any losing position, in any difficult position, especially when you're material down or being attacked, you just have to survive. The longer you keep the game going, the more frustrated, more nervous your opponent gets. And he's done a good job of that. I agree, Tanya. He's kind of at least stopped the white threats. It's not clear what to do next. The problem is Black's king is always slightly vulnerable. Black's rook on h7, always a bit stuck. But he has survived, and he just has to continue to try to do that. Here we go. Just try and tickle that white king. Maybe give it a check from behind. Go pawn hunting with this one active black rook. There's small hope here.
And tickle the clock as well, right? Because if the clocks do become level and playing on seconds, things can get random. So Jan Nepomniachtchi holding on still. It's not completely over.
No, I you know, maybe I was wrong, and I'm surprised the evaluation bar is so much up in White's favour because that's like +3 or something probably, but in actual fact he's only one pawn up, and there's no obvious reason why he should be more than like +1 and a bit really. I guess it's just due to like Black has activated that one rook, but he can't really do much. His bishop's very bad, his rook's bad, his king is always exposed. There is a little tactic here, though. If it is Black's move, Black now has a first threat probably in the game here.
Yeah. For example, if White is careless and just pushes a pawn gaining space, then talk us through it, Simon. There's a trick on the board. A threat. Yeah,
you can just go rook takes pawn, and you just discombobulate the two rooks and how they're coordinating with each other, and that is something Magnus will avoid.
Suddenly Black would have the advantage due to this outside pass pawn, maybe marching down the board later. So Magnus, wow, look at the bravery here. King of the hill, the white king, enters the center. A really nice square. And note how it was defending both of its rooks, so that tactic didn't work. Rook to g1. And Magnus's king is safe in the middle of the board. I wouldn't be surprised if it starts marching in a bit later on.
Maybe now.
Maybe now.
Go for it. You know, put it on e6 and get mated.
You're feeling really brave. Yeah, why not? The evaluation bar does not go down, so this is going to actually be a good idea.
Yeah. And then your idea of getting that king there is that you want to actually offer a trade to that defensive rook of Black on h7. Once the king arrives to e6, rook f7, and then everything falls apart. What's been also really impressive to watch is just the precision of Magnus in the technique that he's shown. We haven't seen the eval bar dip down even once.
Well, as soon as you say that, he makes a mistake.
Oh, yeah.
So, is that right? Maybe makes a mistake. I mean, it's fine what he's done, but not the most optimum, maybe. So
yeah, it has become slightly more difficult to press this advantage. I think he was just a bit nervous about the king. Understandably, when the clocks are ticking, you don't really want to take such huge chances of even getting checkmated here. But suddenly, by trading these rooks, by playing rook to g3, there was a huge threat of rook to e7, checking this king, and suddenly White has been forced to retreat, and this has allowed the black pawns to step forward to light squares. Suddenly it's about the bishops. This bishop is suddenly inferior to its counterpart because White's bishop stuck behind its own pawns, and it's actually hard to kind of step forward with your pass pawn, the side where you're stronger, because you'll only create weaknesses. Magnus still should win this, but Jan putting up a fight here, fighting like a real lion.
And it's also the side that Black's king is really strong in. So creating a passer on the king side will only put it under big pressure with all of Black's pieces on that side of the board. One thing let's point out for newer chess audience here, that if all the heavy pieces, if all the pieces get traded off, the king pawn ending is winning for White. So Black needs to keep the rooks on the board.
Yeah, or at least the bishops. I wonder if, oh, wow, he's actually offered a rook trade. So he's keeping the bishops on. And look at this, the rooks are pretty much forced off because black is gaining time now against this pawn on a5. If Magnus, for example, defends it, then this endgame, is it actually winning for white? It's unclear because, yes, you can create a passed pawn, but black will set up a defense, a blockade on the light squares. Look how bad your bishop is. You cannot never attack anything. And, wow, this endgame might suddenly be a draw.
Yeah, the valuation bar has said it's a draw, and we were saying how great Magnus is, and as soon as we said that, of course, he's really let this slip, and I was wrong. I said just resign, but I mean,
never resign.
Never resign is the new just resign.
Yeah, never resign is the new just resign. Wow, this has been an incredible turnaround, and we had written this game off, right? Everyone had, saying that Magnus Carlsen is going to win this, and it looked so close. And it comes down to that point, that rook trade that was offered on g3, which actually gave new life to Jan Nepomniachtchi's position. But really committal and accurate decision to trade the second pair of rooks on that F line, because you'd always be afraid of going into this endgame down a pawn. But Jan Nepomniachtchi looks like he's done his endgame manual really well.
Yeah, he knows exactly what to do. He knows he has full control over the light squares, and there's just no way forward for white. Anytime white gives a check, kind of pushes his passed pawn and tries to advance with the white king, you just get checked back. And yeah, suddenly an inferior bishop, and ooh, things are really turning. Black's bishop now on the perfect square. White can never move. Watch out for that black bishop to jump in. It has a lot of targets on the queen side. This one is just a dead draw now. And Jan, we saw him smiling, actually laughing a moment ago. He knows he's gotten out of jail here. Miracles do happen. Great save. Yeah.
Even against Magnus Carlsen, apparently. So just unbelievable stuff. Really an important save, because if you lose the first round to Magnus, it really sets the tone. Would have made things so much more difficult. And the one thing working in Jan Nepomniachtchi's favor here is that all of Magnus's pawns on the queen side are stuck on the dark squares, making them a big target for Jan's bishop in case white gets very active with the king. So things working out. This one looks like it is about to end in a draw. We're also getting a big update from our Division 2 action. The one player who's in the race to make it to Toronto, who's fighting it out in Division 2, is Vladimir Fedosiev. And Fedosiev does win his second match today as well against Vincent Keymer. And for Fedosiev, it is so important to win Division 2, to get those 50 tour points. He would need some other results to go his way in Division 1, but he does have a path to Toronto. But first, he needs to do his job, which is win Division 2 right now, and he starts with a fantastic performance.
Yeah, winning, that's the only way to keep your fate in your own hands, and whatever other results happen, Fedosiev, he's doing what he needs to do. Meanwhile, Magnus is still trying to work his endgame magic. He's traded off a set of pawns. This hasn't really changed too much. White's still left with lots of pawns on dark squares, some potential weaknesses, but you could imagine a world where white breaks with pushing his pawn to b5 and sneaks in with the white king. Still, Nepomniachtchi has some work to do. He has to defend accurately to ensure that doesn't happen. Black's king frozen defending against white's passed pawn on the g file. The black bishop is the one that will try to fight and keep white out.
And he's going for that pawn break on a b5. And also notice how that white bishop on d2 is stopping black's king from any activity, getting to that g5 square to put pressure on g4. Jan saying I don't need to react on the queen side, keeping it as is, because that a6 pawn is such a key pawn in making sure that white's king doesn't get through. The coordination between the d5 pawn and the a6 pawn take away a lot of key squares from white.
Yeah, I can't see a way through here. I thought he might try bishop b4 and then try to get his king to c5, but they are just dancing around at the moment here, and Jan playing really quickly there with his bishop moves, and white needs to get his king into the position. This is the problem. His bishop on its own can't do any damage because, as you mentioned, black's pawns are all on light squares. You've got a dark square bishop, so you need to get your king into your opponent's half, but you just can't do that. The black bishop is always going to stop the white king from moving in to the position. So this is a very impressive defensive play from Nepo.
I think we might be seeing a result very soon. Jan doesn't even bother bringing the king forward. He's just shuffling around with the bishop. The weaknesses in Magnus's camp, with all the pawns in the dark squares, and black's king always threatening to move forward to attack the g4 pawn. Even though Magnus is an extra pawn, it's just not enough. And black stops any king counterplay with that last check that we saw.
Yeah, I think this is just one to remember, not only in these endgames, but also middle games. If you have a dark square bishop, put pawns on light squares, you need to control both color complexes. And that's what Jan is doing here. He has a fortress as black because the pawns stop the white king using light squares. The bishop kicks back the white king anytime it lands on a dark square. Just perfect control over the whole board, despite being a pawn down. And this one, as you say, Tanya, it's in its final throws now. Any moment, we'll see the position repeat itself.
Might be now.
Yeah. Or Magnus acquiesce to the draw.
Yeah, I think he knows that he's tried everything. And it all comes down to that wrong rook trade that Magnus went for, which gave Jan all the chances to hold this position. And we see the king shuffling around and a repetition here. And that should be the end of it. And that's it. Jan Nepomniachtchi should be relieved, while it's Magnus Carlsen who should be feeling the frustration right now. Such a fantastic play out of the opening, getting that big advantage, getting that extra pawn in, but in positions where usually you see Magnus crashing through and showing flawless technique. One mistake, and then Jan Nepomniachtchi got his chances. David, wow, what a game that was. What was the highlight for you when we see Jan there? He's got to be feeling good about this draw.
Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi using all of his tenacity, his resourcefulness to save that draw. And I just want to point out the instructive moment where Magnus let the win slip. It was here where he had full control. White's rooks very, very active here. And he didn't need to rush. He could simply push pawns on the queen side. If he was feeling brave, maybe even infiltrate with the white king behind enemy lines. But it was going for the wrong type of endgame that cost Magnus. He traded off first black's active rook. This made sense. But the problem was he was forced to retreat. The white king now vulnerable to checks, and it was here that Jan clinched it. He put his pawns on light squares. We saw this being great strategy long term, and rook to f7, trading off the rooks as well, and black was safe. Full control and a draw.
Very instructive player by both these players. Jan Nepomniachtchi getting that one opportunity and making sure that he keeps the position under control as soon as he got the activity for his pieces. That one ended in a draw. It is a best of 4 in the winner semi-finals. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov also ended in a draw. 2 peaceful games, but big fights, and they do continue, as we will be having Game 2 action in the AI Cup, the winner semi-finals. We will be back in just a few moments.
This course is about white playing d4, all the tools you need to get an advantage with white and not be tricked early in the opening. Now, it has a really long, complicated name that I'm going to mispronounce now, so you can make fun of me. Okay, don't make fun of me too much. I'm trying to help you here. It's called the Chelyabinsk variation, and I'm probably mispronouncing Chelyabinsk. That's why I call it the A6 Slav.
But she's not going to move it because it's defended.
Oh, she did it! You predicted, Levy?
I just said don't go there! We need a compilation. Chess.com social media crew, look through the PogChamps games.
Oh, baby! Let's
and
go!
Find how many times I called the move before it happened.
Okay, Levy, you asked for it. Here we go.
It's almost a stalemate.
Knows what he's doing. He's gonna try to force
Andrea, there's a stalemate coming. Pawn here, take, king g4. He pushes and it's a stalemate. Oh my goodness.
Well, you clearly, I'm sure you taught Frank about stalemate. Oh.
No!
Okay, just don't push. This, I blame you for all of this. This is your manifestation.
Oh my goodness! Bishop takes, pawn takes, queen takes, loses the bishop. And if that happens, I will be heartbroken because you could have just...
How's your heart, Abby? Is it feeling okay? Your heart? How is it?
You can't even script this stuff, my man. Defend the bishop again! I just forgot!
Okay. Okay.
his position is hard to lose as long as it stays how it is.
Yeah, for sure. Unless he starts going totally crazy with something like pawn to g.
What is your ability today? You literally said that in real time.
And the excitement continues, and we are also so thrilled to announce at the AI Cup, Chess.com is partnering with browser maker Opera. And we're so excited about this collaboration because it really is the first ever chess-themed browser. It's something for chess lovers everywhere, putting the game right at your fingertips, no matter where you are. Modern chess has been so much about technology, about computers, the beloved evaluation bar, and it continues to evolve and change the world. And it all happened in 1997 when Garry Kasparov played a match against IBM's Deep Blue, the rematch which Garry eventually lost. And that was the turning point. Before that, humans were playing, fighting, competing against computers. But after that match, you had to be on the same team. You couldn't fight against brute force anymore. And it all changed. Suddenly, from playing against them, computers were used for preparation on the same side to better the game. And we spoke to Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, who are fighting it out today in the winner semi-final. How AI, how computers have influenced their preparation for the World Championship match.
I think probably Fabi had some access to Lila before the 2018 match, but we didn't.
Well, I would say that a lot of lines he played back in this match, what Magnus did was not the top choice of, let's say, Stockfish, and surely the evaluation of Lila would be way more positive than the evaluation of Stockfish. So it seems to me that Carlsen team was using this a lot, and starting from 2019, I think pretty much every professional chess player also started to work.
And in 2021, it was Jan Nepomniachtchi's turn to challenge Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match. A few months before it started, we paid a visit to Carlsen's training camp with his team in Spain. At this point, they knew that this time they definitely were up against artificial intelligence.
Computers has always been a factor in World Championship matches, at least the last 20 years and such. But this will be the first match where neural network, which is sort of real artificial intelligence, will be sort of easily available to both sides and such. So that's interesting how that plays out. And of course, well, we're using it obviously and such, but so are they, we know. So it's, no, I mean, it should be more difficult to surprise the opponent, we think.
I think Magnus was quite smart, decreasing the possibility of running into some deep preparation from our team.
Nepomniachtchi is getting help from the Skolkovo University in Moscow and such, who is specializing in that. So, and getting access to their huge supercomputer, you can read about that. So, no, of course they're going to be cutting edge there, and that could worry us a bit. But well, we have our own plans.
This one loses. Yeah, okay, this one loses. So this.
Those plans were solid enough to get Magnus his fifth and quite possibly last world champion title. In the end, one could say that artificial intelligence played such a big part in both teams that it didn't become a decisive factor.
It was decided more at the board, not into the laboratory.
When I got my first win, I knew that was more or less it, because I didn't feel that he could really beat me. So my victory in that match didn't have a lot to do with neural networks.
If the engine would suggest me like how to fix my schedule in my sleep, it would be quite nice. But this sort of engine, I didn't use it back then, and I'm not sure if it's already invented.
And AI continues to change the chess world, and you can experience it by downloading the first in the world chess browser powered by Opera. You can do that by going on go.chess.com/opera, the first ever chess-themed Opera. And we've got some fun for all of you here. You've got to go on chess.com and challenge David Howell, who's left the commentator's seat right now, currently getting ready. He's doing a little bit of a workout. Just before we got on, I saw that floss, David, the floss stance. He's ready for your challenges. He's got his Opera browser open. He wants to play Bullet against you. So go on, challenge David Howell on Chess.com.
That's right. I've been so inspired by the chess today that I decided to play a bullet game myself. Short break here, so let's jump in. This is my home screen. Don't peek. Here, this is the Opera browser. Look how smooth it is. Of course, you can personalize. I'm going to jump straight in. Chess shortcut, straight to the game. I'm going to play unrated, as usual, because I'm a coward. I don't want to lose my rating. I know you guys, you viewers at home, are pretty strong. And okay, I've got a game.
Ooh.
And I'm going to go for checkmate. I'm going to... Okay, this doesn't work, but don't try this at home, kids. I'm going to bring my bishop out now. Does he see the threat? Giving up my knight. He sees it. Oh, wow. Okay, now I'm attacking the rook in the corner. Rook on h8. My opponent's not going down without a fight. I'm trying to break through. Okay, this is... I hope I can win this in time. This would be an embarrassing way to retire. Okay, my opponent's playing really, really well. Stop attacking my pieces. Oh my gosh. I'm not using the quickest mouse ever either. So, okay, let's try and come in. Gonna castle queenside. All my pieces to the party. Simon, what do you think of my play so far?
Yeah. I mean, didn't you lose the other day as well?
No comment. I might have lost yesterday, but okay.
I mean, it'd be nice to see you win one game, maybe.
What would Anish do? What would Anish do here?
Anish would attack. He's been doing some good attacking stuff. Come on, David, you're getting there now.
Getting closer.
In you come. In you come.
Why is my opponent... Oh, wow, I nearly blundered a piece.
Oh, dear.
But he got 20 seconds as well.
He's defending well. What's his rating?
My opponent's 1,300. And I'm getting outplayed. Okay.
So is your real rating 1,200, David? Is that what we're saying?
This is my last ever commentary gig. Wow. Okay, my opponent's just playing super well right now.
Yeah,
I'm scared, and I've got no time, and this is the worst mouse I've ever used.
A bad tradesman always complains about his tools.
Grind it out like a grandmaster. My opponent just blundered a rook, but I didn't take it. Whoops.
And both players down to 13 seconds now.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay.
Come on, David.
This is a flagging game.
This is a flagging game. Move, move, move.
Just flag.
Under 10 seconds.
Okay.
David, pre-move.
I've got a pre-move. This is...
Oh, 4.5 seconds.
Oh my gosh, my opponent's pre-moving. Okay, I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. Am I going to get it?
Oh.
Oh, you did it. Wow, what a game. What a fight.
Our viewers are too strong. That was not fair. I feel like I was stitched up, but there you go. The Opera browser. Try it at home.
You got to go download the first ever chess-themed browser, and it's all on Opera. And right now, action is on as Magnus Carlsen failed to win that first game against Jan Nepomniachtchi. A golden opportunity, and it all came down to dust as Jan managed to survive that one. He's ready to go, and there we have it. Jan starts with the white pieces, goes with the king's pawn opening, and we've got a Sicilian, David, with a big smile.
Yeah, Sicil for the kill, as our good friend James Canty would say, and it's a bishop b5 check Sicilian. It's actually quite rare to see Magnus play the move d6 on the last turn, but Nepomniachtchi not surprised, perhaps having prepared this for the World Championship match back in 2021, and gives a check with his bishop. He had success, remember, against Anish Giri using this yesterday. And Simon, are you surprised by Magnus's opening choice?
I'm glad he's played the Sicilian. I mean, we've seen him play it now and again in the tour, and we often get really exciting positions. I was hoping that Jan would have pushed with d4, and we would have got an open Sicilian, but this is a very sensible approach from Jan, and I'm kind of expecting Jan to have a bit more energy in this game after saving that draw. I mean, when you save a game like that, you're like, well, you feel undefeatable, because what can beat you? And d3 now played. I mean, seems very, very standard stuff so far.
Yeah, very standard stuff. Not the open Sicilian that we're used to seeing, that we really enjoy commentating on, where both sides kind of castle on opposite flanks and start going for each other's kings. d3 hints at a slower approach. I think you're right. Nepomniachtchi just really confident after the last game, and already 1 minute up on the clock, meaning he has maybe won the opening battle. Magnus just deciding how to develop his pieces. I'm wondering about the plans for both sides. Obviously, it's about a fight for the center. It is the opening after all. But this last move, maybe he's just going to build up really slowly.
Maybe he's going to move his knight back and go for like a weird Grand Prix, potentially, because, possibly throw the f-pawn forwards.
Yeah, you mentioned, David, the big question for Magnus is how does he want to develop the pieces? And for the queenside bishop, it's clear you want it on b7 by advancing the b pawn either to b6 or b5. But I think what Magnus is really thinking about, where does he want his kingside bishop? Does he want to advance the e pawn to e6 and then develop it towards the center of the board? Or will we see a fianchetto? And that's why he's slowed down, because that will determine the kind of middle games that we get where he places that kingside bishop.
Yeah, slow down being the kind of operative's words there. Magnus Carlsen very rarely slows down in positions he's comfortable in or the positions he likes, especially this early in the game. So a bit strange to see Magnus in the tank here for almost 2 minutes. Like you said, Tanya, all of those plans very logical, very healthy moves. You just have to move at some point. And remember, Nepomniachtchi is so fast, he's lightning quick when he wants to be. Magnus needs to speed up.
Yeah, he needs to speed up. But while he is in the think about his approach and he does take a decision, we will jump in on the other game. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave with the black pieces about to kick off against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Shak playing with white, expecting another king's pawn opening here and perhaps another Sicilian, but it starts with the queen's pawn.
Starts with 1d4 and Maxim Vachier-Lagrave, he goes back towards his beloved Grunfeld defense, something he was synonymous with throughout his career until recently, where Vachier-Lagrave has really been switching things up. He's branched out, he's kind of added more openings to that repertoire. And look at this, it looks very symmetrical so far, Simon. The only difference being that white's pawn on c4 can trade off white with slightly more space. What do you think of this opening approach? No attack yet for Mamedyarov.
No, very, very positional approach from Mamedyarov. I mean, obviously these players can play in all sorts of styles at elite level. And he's just moving his knight out now. I guess slightly better for white because, as you said, David, you've got these 2 pawns versus kind of 1 pawn in the centre. So you have a bit more flexibility there. But black has no problems from the opening either. You know, black can develop his pieces with ease as well. And this will be interesting to see how it develops. Do you take with a pawn here? No, you take with a bishop. A dynamic choice there from MVL. He could have gone for a more symmetrical structure, and this is keeping the game a bit more alive, this move at least.
Yeah, I like this last move from Vachier-Lagrave, at least from a drama point of view. He does not go for the kind of solid positional approach of going for symmetrical pawn structure, as you mentioned, Simon. It's all about styles, and he wants dynamism. He wants his pieces to have energy. It also comes at the cost of white having extra central pawns now on the E and D files. It's 2 versus 1. So white kind of traditionally would be pretty happy here with a small advantage. But yeah, I think both sides have reason to be happy. Looks very balanced so far. B3, white getting ready to fianchetto. It's been a day of fianchettos in all openings. We saw the hippo earlier from Nakamura. We saw the Catalan from Denis Lazovic. Here we see kind of a hybrid of all these different openings.
Yep.
Yeah, and while white is looking at developing that bishop, for Maxime, it will be about also finishing his own development. We can imagine that knight from b8 landing on b4 at a good moment via a6 and the play developing in this one. Let's jump back and get an update as this heats up. We will take a look at Magnus versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. And wow, there is a blow in the center. We left it last discussing the development possibilities. And Magnus did choose the ideas that we were looking at. E6, bishop e7, fianchettoing the queenside bishop and striking. Black's the one that strikes in the center first.
Yeah, and also Nepo's used his f-pawn. So it's quite an interesting position. I've had quite a lot of experience in this kind of position from the white side because it's kind of what you want in a Dutch opening, which is one of my favourite openings. And I generally like white's position in this kind of structure because I think those 2 pawns that white has are very flexible. You can use them at the right moment to start an attack. You can also bring your queen around. We saw Mamedyarov do this against MVL in the previous game. Get your queen near your opponent's king. And if you're really courageous, which Nepo is, you might even bring old Gary into the game and just start shoving him out the board. So it's, but it is, of course, quite solid for black as well. I mean, black's not in any immediate danger, but it's just maybe a personal preference of what side you like. And I would take white here all day long.
Simon, you're the expert here with this type of pawn structure. You mentioned a few plans. What do you predict Nepomniachtchi will play? You mentioned he's brave. Is he going to go for the pawn storm?
I mean, maybe move the queen first. Makes sense. I guess e1, but e2's a good solid square as well. But yeah, I'd like to see him move the g pawn.
It's happened, Gary the g pawn.
Come on, Gary. And I like it. Yeah. I mean, it looks like a good move because the queen can come to G2 if you want to play positionally. And this last move from Magnus is an excellent move. Really good move from Magnus. And this is a key idea. You need to get that central square for your pieces. And one thing you should always avoid as black, I think, is pushing that pawn in the center forwards, because you want to keep the D file, the open line in the middle, open. You don't want to close it down because that gives white a free attack on the king side. It looks very tempting to do that because you gain space, but actually it's not a good idea. Keep the lines open to get counterplay. But great move from Magnus there, rerouting the knight. Really nice move, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the mind games at work. Here, Nepomniachtchi, he's going for the jugular. He's going for Magnus's throat. For the black king here, he's throwing pawns forward. But Magnus had preempted that, predicted it, and he replies immediately. That's where the top players, they changed the pace of the game. Okay, G5 kicks back the black knight, but especially when their opponents play moves that they're fearful of, they often reply instantly because they're not kind of lying down without a fight. They just want to say, I'm prepared, I'm ready, I'm not scared. And right now, I would be scared with black, I must admit, especially if all the white pawns start flooding forward. But Magnus does have counterplay of his own. He will install a black knight in white's territory on d4. And he is the one who can open up the center as well at will. D takes e4.
And that's the key point, right? Usually when you want to do these flank attacks on the king side, especially when you've castled on the same side as well, getting that ambitious pawn storm rolling, usually you want the center to be blocked so that your king can remain safe. But black having the flexibility at the right time to open up that center, and with that open up that powerful bishop in b7, this ambitious play by Jan, yes, it's a commentator's delight, a lot of fun to watch, but it can easily backfire as well. It can be very dangerous with that knight from b8 heading to that d4 square, which will tie down white's queen to defend the c2 pawn, and a potential d takes e4. I'm liking black's position here. Wow, and it's Jan who actually opens up the center.
Yeah, I kind of like this move because he'd love to get his f-pawn rolling as well. But I think he made some good points there, Tanya, and the knight on d2 is pretty ugly, right? Maybe you can go knight c4 here. Is that what he's trying to do? You want to unravel your pieces somewhat, and if you can move that nearer the center, nearer to the king side, it could give you some more options. That's
really creative, Simon. Knight c4, just utilizing the fact that the black bishop is not defended, so pawn takes knight, met by bishop takes bishop, of course. But okay, he went for something else. He played bishop back to g2, slightly mysterious. And maybe now the idea, Simon, that you mentioned, knight c4, bring it into the center. The other plan would be, of course, to start throwing pawns forward anyway. But now that the middle of the board is slightly more open, it makes less sense to go for a flank attack.
Yeah, I mean, you could even try to swing the rook over if you want to be really, really route one. Get the rook to h3, get the queen to h5, and threaten checkmate. But there's a lot of... I mean, I wouldn't be comfortable if I was black here. It's just more fun for white to play, and the kind of position where you can start an attack in various ways. And that's what Nepo needs. Nepo's fantastic when he's attacking, so he's got the kind of position he'd be very happy to have.
Really dynamic play. And wow, good call there, Simon. Knight c4 on the board, and this time it also hits the b6 pawn as the queen on d8 has been disconnected, defending that pawn because of Magnus's last move. So knight b6 is a threat, and if black was to actually move that knight from c7 to e6, white also has the option to put more pressure on that central square. Magnus just simply ignores it. He's inviting white to actually capture the b6 pawn, and that feels like a pawn that I would want to grab as white.
Well, yeah, it could be another pawn. Look at Magnus's body language. I mean...
Did he miss that? You can't miss that.
I don't know. Occasionally Magnus does these really strange blunders, and I think he missed that somehow. I mean...
Blind spot? What happened there?
I mean...
When Magnus blunders, it's nearly always to do with knights. We've seen it multiple times just in the last year or two, one-move blunders, and sometimes he forgets his opponent's knights are there. We saw in the Speed Chess Championship final, he hung his queen against Nakamura in one game because of the opponent's knight. He forgot where it was standing, what it was defending, and yeah, he's lost a pawn, not just one pawn, two pawns. And for me, the strangest thing is that the evaluation bar hasn't reacted that much. Still says that black is fine.
Valdemar might not have reacted, but Magnus really did react at that moment. He was quite disgusted with what just happened.
And another strange thing is that Magnus reacted before he even blundered the pawn on b6. He kind of went like this after white played knight to c4, meaning that, okay, maybe he just missed the opponent's move, or maybe this is a genius and it's just a bluff. that maybe will pay off. He's 2 pawns down, but the evaluation bar says, okay, it's still within acceptable.
Do you know what? When the best player in the world blunders, it's still not a blunder. He's so, he blunders 2 pawns, and it's actually just a sacrifice because he seems to have pretty good compensation from blundering 2 pawns. He's the only player in the world who could do that, right?
It's crazy, no? I mean, in game 1, he made that uncharacteristic mistake with rook g3, and now this sort of a blind spot, giving away 2 pawns. Magnus Carlsen is maybe human after all.
Yeah, let's jump in, maybe do a quick action replay, and then I want to find out how much compensation Black has for the pawns here. We'll go back to knight to c4, a nice move suggested by Simon, hitting an undefended pawn, and Magnus either forgot or he allowed this pawn to disappear. Knight takes b6 now, and was a double attack, hitting the rook in the corner and hitting this pawn. And suddenly, if we fast forward to the game position, I guess the compensation lies in this knight being so glorious, just kind of having influence over a bunch of squares. Black's bishop as well potentially has some ideas against the white king if things open up. And what does white play? How much compensation would you guys say if you didn't see the evaluation bar, for example, if you were one of the players?
Maybe like, I don't know.
Enough? Enough? Or?
I think in a practical, like, rapid game, enough, I would say, because it's quite easy for Black to play. I mean, maybe Black can just try to put a rook on the open file, improve the pieces generally. But yeah, I mean, it doesn't, it's not completely convincing either, is it? So.
And white just plays the most natural looking move, developing a piece, and the eval bar drops down further, saying that now Black has enough compensation. Yeah. And I think it comes down to those pawns on the king side. Put that f pawn on f2, the g pawn on g3, if only pawns could move backwards. And then we're talking about 2 extra pawns. But with the play on the king side and the b line open, the b2 pawn a target, the d4 square a big weakness, Black's knight nicely posted on f5 and d4. I think enough compensation, Simon, as you mentioned.
Yeah, and he's trying to cash in now, Magnus. He's got one of the 2 sacrificed pawns back, and rook takes b2 now. He's got an active rook, yeah, adding to the mix. Yes, white has a beautiful bishop on the light squares, but it might be to do with that king you mentioned, Tanya. Oof, this one's still anyone's game. Who will recover?
Oh my gosh, what just happened?
The evaluation bar is just turned all black.
Wow.
What?
Queen takes g5. He can sacrifice his queen and win on the spot.
What a move.
Oh my God, will Magnus Carlsen find this?
Queen takes g5.
We have to show this. We have to show this, David.
Magnus is leaning forward.
We're going to see it. He will play queen takes g5.
It's forced checkmate.
In 3. That's a checkmate in 3.
Wow, Magnus Carlsen, we will show this either way. Will he give up his queen right now? He's got just under 10 minutes. He should find this.
I mean, he would have found it by now, though, because it's forced checkmate, right? So maybe he hasn't seen it.
Look at Nepomniachtchi, his eyes as well.
He's not blinking. I think Nepo sees it. Jan sees it.
And
what's Magnus thinking about?
He hasn't seen it. If he would see it, this is a checkmate.
Maybe he's looking at bishop f4 or something, because it's a free 4-move checkmate, isn't it? How many moves?
Minus 100. Queen g5.
That's a lot, yeah.
Forced checkmate, and Nepomniachtchi, he can barely contain his emotions. He's trying to hide it here. He's trying to keep a poker face, but Magnus, he's got to win. And there's not even that much to calculate. He doesn't find it.
Oh my God, he missed it.
That is shocking.
Magnus Carlsen missed a checkmate in 3.
Wow.
And look at Nepomniachtchi on the camera. He's so relieved.
Can Magnus see Nepo's reactions? Because, I mean, can they see each other's cameras? Because that might be...
I think if Magnus would have, he would have known at that moment, because Jan reacted. Jan is reacting even now. He's got that smile on his face. He knows what just happened. Look at that.
And queen takes g5. This is the move. It's not easy to spot unless you see the evaluation bar, unless you know there's something to see. But Nepomniachtchi spotted it. Magnus did not. Magnus missed it. The whole idea is you give up your queen. Pawn takes queen. The black bishop swoops in with a check. And the black knight does the business. The rook protects the bishop. The black knight traps the king. This would have ended the game.
Remarkable.
Yeah. What a spot. And, I think Jan is still the only one who spotted it. And now Magnus knows. Look at that.
He's seen it now.
And he's frozen.
Can see,
oh my God.
Wow. Look at his reaction there. That is... he's gone to have a little lay down after that. So, dear. Look at that. He's sitting in the corner like a naughty child.
Yeah.
So
he now realizes what he missed.
God.
Queen takes g5, a checkmate in 3.
Yeah.
And Magnus Carlsen can't believe it.
I don't think we've ever seen a reaction like that. We've nearly never seen a missed opportunity like that from the world's best player. And who's going to recover? Magnus looks distraught.
He's had enough now. And the thing is, you can't even move the king after that check as well. I mean, it was forced checkmate. I mean, there was no way to avoid it because the knight would have come in at the same time. And I've never seen that before. You know, missing a mate in 3 from the world champ. You know, I say the world champion, the best player in the world. Oh.
And now he has to refocus. He really doesn't want to play chess right now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And the problem is that it's not only missing that, but it might even have turned around because Jan Nepomniachtchi is the one putting pressure now. Black's knight on e3 is hanging. Black's rook on b2 is hanging. Complete disbelief on both these players. David, we've got to do an action replay of what Magnus Carlsen just missed.
Yeah, let's jump in again to show that dramatic moment and to explain what's going on now, because it is a full turnaround. Here, the black knight has jumped in, attacking the white queen, attacking the rook. We'll come to this position, but queen takes g5 would have ended things. As we showed, pawn takes queen would have ended in a nice, brutal and quick checkmate. The king in the corner caught, but as Simon points out, it's also important to spot that the white king, if it moves, this would have allowed a different type of checkmate pattern. Now it's the knight that delivers a check, opening up lines for the black queen to use. And next it would have been the black queen this time delivering a mate using the second rank. This game would have been over. I think the match would have been over psychologically. Instead, Magnus missed this. He jumped in with a very natural knight fork. I think it was just the fact that this was so tempting that tricked him here. But suddenly, let's catch up with the current position. This is the position we're left with. Magnus is the exchange down. After knight to e3, the white queen moved. But after knight takes bishop, it was the black rook that disappeared, the key attacker here. And Magnus, he's still got ideas of checkmate, but he is so angry at himself. And the white queen can swoop to the defense. That's the difference, for example. And the game is going on. White is material up, though. And Magnus, it's going to be so hard for him to get over that disappointment.
And I think that's going to be the big challenge for Magnus, to actually forget what he's missed. Very often in these cases, it's just best to not even realize that you've missed something. And it took Magnus a little bit of time. Jan spotted it after making that mistake. He knew it, he was smiling, he was laughing, and if only Magnus Carlsen had taken a look at his camera, if only he had seen his opponent at that moment, he would have known that there's something in this position. What a huge miss, and what a moment we just witnessed.
Massive, massive miss, and that could turn this match around. And maybe you think about the first game, Magnus was completely winning in the first game, and he didn't complete that. He allowed Jan to get right back into it. And in this game, he missed the checkmate in 3 moves. I mean, how many times do we see that? I mean, I know Kramnik missed a 1-move checkmate once against a computer, talking about the AI championships, but you rarely see that, and it happens. It gives us all a little bit of hope. And yeah, this position though is really messy. I mean, it could go either way here. I mean, black can win a pawn here, but you don't really want to go queen takes g5 anymore. You're probably sick of that move by now. You know, it's like, I'm never playing that move anymore, which would win a pawn back. I mean, maybe you should do. I don't know, but this really, to my eyes, just looks completely random now. The white king is weak, but white has more material here. So, yeah, again, it's hard to assess what will happen.
Yeah, and I was wondering whether Magnus could recover from the disappointment. Nepomniachtchi looks just so kind of entertained by the fact that both players missed that. He looks disturbed as well. And yeah, who will recover? Who will kind of get into the heart of this new position faster? That's the key.
This is so much beyond than what is just happening on the board now, because it really has become a mind battle. It has become an inner game for these two players with what we just saw. Missing a checkmate in 3, the game would have been just over. And for Magnus Carlsen, how he reacted, it was clear. He was distraught, but he needs to now get that composure back because there is pressure on the board. There is a material deficit on the board. Jan Nepomniachtchi, not only with that exchange, but also that bishop on b2, a really powerful bishop. A critical moment for Magnus. Does he trade the queens with the pawn capture that you're pointing at? Queen g5, making sure that there are no checkmating ideas on the wrong diagonal. And let's just point out that trick. Knight jumps in, picks up that queen. Or does he play for more? Does he try to play against Jan's king? But in that bargain, also some weaknesses on his own king side.
Yeah, I think there's 3 roads to go down. Either you trade off queens, go to an endgame. At this point, maybe psychologically kind of preferable for both players, just because there won't be any checkmate drama here. But if we do a quick count at the end, it's still white having a rook for black's knight and pawn. White ahead there, and with so many open files, it's hard to believe that black will be able to survive this. White's rook maybe will use the b file later on. So I don't know if Magnus really wants to head for this right now. Knight takes pawn looks very tempting as well, attacking the bishop, but if the bishop just moves, then it has only opened up a line for the white rooks to use, and still material down for black. The third kind of option here for me would be going for the white king, just keeping the tension, as you mentioned, Tanya, just keeping protection of the black knight and hoping that it causes enough of a nuisance.
And Jan's still smiling. He still can't believe what just happened.
Oof, 5 minutes each, though. Yeah, this is going to be crazy. No matter what happens in this game now, I have a feeling there's going to be a few twists and turns ahead, just because it's pure psychology.
That was perhaps the biggest miss that I have seen in the Champions Chess Tour this season.
I was a bit worried for David. I thought he was having a fit there because he sounded like, "Whoa, what's going on?" I'd love to see that on the camera again because I've never seen you so animated there, David, and yourself, Tanya. So it was, and what a spot. I mean, David. So you see tactics better than the best player,
but
in the
I'm
world.
not sure I would have done without the help of the evaluation bar.
Yeah, that is a major factor, isn't it? That evaluation.
And Simon, you made such a good point in that moment because Magnus, he wasn't playing it instantly. And that's the kind of move when you spot it, it's on the board.
Yeah.
And the more seconds that he was taking, you had a feeling that Magnus hasn't seen the trick.
I mean, you either see it or you don't, and it doesn't. I mean, I wouldn't have seen it. I mean, it's like queen takes pawn, and the the pawn is defended by a pawn. So, why would you see it? And if you see it, it's like, oh my God, like I see it, and it's clearly just winning. So you play it very quickly in the position, but still quite remarkable. And the fact that Magnus did see it a couple of moves later or a move later, that is the heartbreaking thing.
That's the heartbreak.
You really don't want to know about that until the game is well and truly over, because you're going to think about it for a long time.
I mean, not just today. I think he'll be he'll have queen takes g5 in his dreams tonight, Magnus Carlsen, and that's where it's sometimes better not to see anything than to see everything. Sometimes it's better to see less, because I think if Magnus hadn't realised a move later that queen takes g5 would have been possible, then he'd just be kind of in this position. He'd be defending and pretty kind of happy, pretty confident, but clearly it's still on his mind. And I'm reminded of a game from Norway chess where Vachier-Lagrave, he blundered against Mamedyarov, and he realized that Mamedyarov had a queen sacrifice to force checkmate, and Anand couldn't keep a poker face. When Mamedyarov got back to the board, he just resigned. And Mamedyarov was like, why did you resign? So sometimes these top players, they miss things. It's credit to Nepomniachtchi that he kept a poker face, didn't react until Magnus had made the move.
I mean, you don't expect it. I suppose that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, you don't expect your strong player to blunder the king, blunder the queen, and sometimes it happens and you're not ready for it. But going back to the position, this is looking great for Jan now, because he's just a clear exchange for a pawn up. His king's a little bit exposed, but it looks like he should be winning now. I mean, I don't think Magnus has managed to recover from this.
And it is a hard spot to recover from. And Harry, the H-pawn, goes up the board. H5, a big threat. Magnus needs to watch out for the back rank. Magnus Carlsen in on the defense in this one, and it's not going to be an easy task. He's also down on the clock. The one thing that Magnus is hoping for is to get that knight to E6 to block up the E line. If Jan can trade off the queens, the endgame also really favors white, simply because black's pawn structure, all of the pawns on the queen side will fall apart. But I think Jan is going for Magnus's king now.
Yeah, he can win in multiple ways here. Jan, he can win, maybe even on the clock, but on the board, as you say, Tanya, by trading off queens, by going for checkmate. Black trying to set up a fortress. We know what Magnus thinks about those, but it looks like a far-fetched dream right now. White can kind of bully black with the spectre of queen trade, and maybe that should be enough. But the evaluation bar dropping.
It does. And David, when you're playing against Magnus, you see something.
He's just blundered a pawn. The c4 pawn will next will drop.
And defending the f7 pawn. So the queen captures on c4, winning the pawn, but also saving his own pawn on f7. And look at that.
Jan laughing.
Oh, dear. I think they just want to end this game. I think they've both had enough of this game. They should just offer a draw, right? Just get this game over with, because there's some remarkable blunders going on. And again, now, Magnus has full compensation. He has 2 pawns for the rook. It's equal in material. Anyone's game.
Is he going to try and win this one?
Well, why not? I mean, might as well, yes.
White's king under fire, the knight jumping to e6.
Yeah.
The queen right now falls back, defending that f7 square. The c-pawn can start marching up. Knight coming from d7. Magnus might get ambitious now.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I agree. And here it comes. I mean, like, you know, black does have the safer king, so you can certainly play on a bit here.
Yeah, some of the Grandmaster games that we've seen throughout the Champions Chess Tour, they have incredibly high accuracy levels. Sometimes we see 96%, 98%, even 99%. I don't even want to know this game.
It's like 88.
Ooh,
88
okay.
for both
Could be
of
worse.
us, so it's not.
But maybe
not too
affected
bad.
by that one miss. And
Yeah.
look at Nepomniachtchi still laughing. He knows that black has got everything covered now, everything under control. Just the drop of that white c-pawn means that actually even endgame's now not entirely clear. And with white's open king, just you cannot go in the attack. White's queen forced to be a defender. Black's knight will soon come in as well.
I think I prefer to be black here if I had to pick a colour, because the knight and queen, if they get boogieing together, they can start creating loads of problems. So maybe move the knight out, or you know,
With the knight there, knight and f8, no mate.
That's true. Yeah, it keeps your king very safe.
But yeah, maybe push the black c-pawn or back it up. Yeah, get ready to either take that remaining white pawn on a5 or kind of propel the black c-pawn forward. Actually, if white's a-pawn drops, there's 0 losing chances for black. Any endgame would be safe then.
And there might be winning chances for black if that knight now jumps to e6, threatening more checks on that f4 square. So Jan trying to trade off the queens to make sure that the king remains safe. But I think it makes a lot of sense for Magnus to keep the queens on the board. Even if the ending is fine with that c-pawn, you don't want to take any chances with a weak a6 pawn. You want to go for white's king. Jan offering a repetition.
Just take the draw.
I don't think he's going to do it. I think we're going to see this game go on.
I mean, they've had enough fun in this game. I think they should just like take the draw and, you know.
Magnus, he's thinking about it. What do you think, David? Is Magnus going to repeat?
I think the practical decision, the professional decision would be to repeat here. He's 1 minute down after all on the clock. White still has enough material to cause some problems, but it is Magnus Carlsen.
Does.
Okay.
Yeah. And there they go.
That's it. Decision has been made. And Magnus Carlsen, he has to play queen c7, and that would be a threefold repetition. Both players shaking their head. What a roller coaster game this has been. Just unbelievable. Jan Nepomniachtchi still doesn't believe what has just happened. I don't know who should be more relieved after that one.
It's hard to say. I mean, look at the look at the body languages there. I mean, it's crazy. I haven't seen anything like that in this tournament. So yeah.
So many twists and turns, David. I don't even know which one you're going to pick. What was the moment for you?
I think we have to recap what we just missed. It could have been move of the year. Instead, it was miss of the year from Magnus Carlsen, proving that not all draws are boring. Queen takes g5. In this position, after a blunder from Jan Nepomniachtchi, would have ended the game on the spot. A queen sacrifice for the win, forcing, for example, pawn takes queen and the knight delivering checkmate on g3. The white king cut in the corner. Queen takes g5 would have also ended the game, remember, after king h1 with a knight sacrifice, and this would have been elementary stuff for Magnus Carlsen. Queen to h2 checkmate. Instead, he missed this, was lucky to survive with the draw, and both players move on after all of that drama.
So much drama, 2 draws with crazy moves, and this was the reaction for Jan Nepomniachtchi when he realized that he has just survived a mate in 3. And for Magnus Carlsen, everything was fine. He didn't even spot it until this moment. It's check, check, and checkmate, and he cannot believe it.
Oof.
Drama.
Once in a lifetime, we'll get these types of images.
Yeah.
Just look at him.
Yeah.
Distraught.
And not just Magnus, this was our very own David Howell reacting to that moment, queen takes g5, when he spotted it.
Very excitable.
Yeah,
so,
I was just so shocked to spot a tactic that Magnus missed it. I mean, that happens so rarely. But yeah, what an opportunity. And we talked about recovery. I mean, both players managed to get their act together just about there at the end, but I expect more. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard to settle down now in the 2 remaining games of the day.
We are expecting more drama to continue as this one does end in a draw. The score is 1-1 in both these matches. The players need to recover. We need to recover. You guys watching need to recover. But there is action that continues. And clearly, we can't miss any of it. I mean, what have we just seen? We will be back with Game 3 of the AI Cup winners bracket We'll see you in just a few.
Just played an exciting game and want to see if you got a brilliancy? Or maybe where you could have improved? Chess.com's game review is just a click away. Game review is a fast, fun, and instructive guided review of your games. See your accuracy and your opponent's accuracy. Check out the eval graph for an instant overview and scroll down to see how many great moves, best moves, blunders, and yes, brilliancies you have played. Learn from Chess.com's coach who gives move explanations, opening statistics, and shows you the best lines of play. With retry mistakes, you can get another shot at finding missed opportunities. Try Game Review today on web, iOS, or Android.
Okay, if I lose a game before I go to sleep, I have to play until I win. And once I win a game, then I will play another. Why isn't my chess rating going up?
Grow the game, find your local group or take the lead at meetup.com/chess and set up your chess community. We've had so much drama and action in these first two games in the winners' semi-finals, and it's been all eyes on the Magnus-Jan matchup. But we've also had a lot of fighting chess with two draws as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes on Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, two aggressive players, creative players, and we know that when they meet, it is fight, fire on the board. And here's what Shakhriyar Mamedyarov has to say about the Shak attack, about his own style of play.
Okay, my chess style, just to play interesting chess, fighting chess. I never, I every time think about results. Before the game, I think every time it's better not to lose and better to play safe chess. But when I go to chessboard, I sit, I think, okay, I need to play beautiful, very nice chess, and I try to play, show my good chess. I mean, for me, it's first of all, enjoy from my game, not boring chess, to try to find very interesting ideas, very good sacrifice. I mean, just to play very interesting, very good chess. Middle game, yeah. I mean, middle game because is opening is every time okay. I try to play interesting, but it's not my good. How to say good part of my chess is middle game. I love it too much, but it's 95% no end game in my chess because I lose very fast or I win very fast. End game is, I think in one tournament is maybe maximum one game. It will be one game or not. Normally I finish in middle game, lose or win.
Fantastic. Now, biggest weakness then?
I lose some very important end games in my life because how I say every time I play chess in middle games, or also maybe some opening ideas because I every time change my openings every time because I never work very serious in one opening. I try to play interesting some another openings. Maybe it's two, end game and opening.
It's all about the middle game for Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Opening end games just don't matter when you've got this aggressive attacking style of play. He has been 2 times World Junior Champion, the 6th highest rated player in chess history, and a 2-time Tal Memorial winner. In fact, his chess style, the kind of tactics that we see from him, the sacrifices that we see for him, for me, it's very reminiscent of the Mikhail Tal school of chess.
Yeah, certainly. He's a really unique player. You know, lots of players, they have the same kind of style nowadays, but Shaq like stands out, and that's what makes him so special. I mean, he loves sacrificing, he loves the initiative, he doesn't care too much about material, he never gets to the ending. That's great, I love that, and he should be a lot of people's favourite player because he's got that entertaining style, and you know, some of his best games, they're just incredible. I mean, he's played some really amazing stuff in his lifetime, and he's always a joy to watch, right?
Yeah, he's a throwback to those great masters of old where they just embrace their style. They don't care about being universal. They don't care about kind of covering their weaknesses. He just plays to his strengths every time, entertaining us. And when he was world number 2, I think back in 2018, we talked about him as a potential challenger for Magnus Carlsen. And when he's in top form, he can beat anyone. He can crush anyone in 20 moves. And like you said, his best game collection, I recommend to everyone at home.
Such romantic chess we get to see when Vachier Mamedyarov plays, and it's always a delight to see his masterpieces. And I think it was a Champions Chess Tour where we saw, and it was against Anish Giri, David, if I'm not mistaken, where he sacrificed every single piece, a rook, a bishop, a knight, and eventually the queen, and went on to win that game.
Yeah, poor Anish, just on the wrong side of a masterpiece. That will be one of his kind of evergreen immortal games there, Mamedyarov. But that's just one of many. I remember multiple different queen sacrifices. No doubt he would have spotted queen takes g5 in that game. Too soon. But yeah, Mamedyarov, attacking genius.
Attacking genius, and I think it was queen takes g7 in that game against Anish where he did sacrifice that queen. Incredible play always when he gets his kind of positions, but he is playing against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now Maxime, definitely also an aggressive player, but more universal, a theoretician, very strong opening preparation, and we see there he is also the 2021 World Blitz champion, a speed chess specialist. He made it to the semi-finals of the Speed Chess Championship. He is the number 2 player from France currently. David, he's got a more universal style compared to Vachier. Where do you feel that this match up against the two of them, what will be the key area that will be decisive?
Well, if it gets to a position where it's pure calculation, I think Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has the advantage. Any endgames, I think he has the advantage as well. And if he catches Mamedyarov cold in the opening, maybe he can hope because Maxime knows everything there is to know about his repertoire. Then again, Vachier, if he's on the front foot, if he's with the initiative, the momentum, that's where he's the favourite.
I think that's the key, getting the initiative for Shaq. When he gets his kind of position, he's unstoppable. So he's got to try and make it a bit more complicated, I think, in the opening.
And what's the key for the other two guys? Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi, is the key to just forget everything that's just happened.
I mean,
learning how to checkmate.
Yeah, learning how to checkmate. Yeah, that's right. The basics. Go back to basics. But I have to say, the first 2 games were very peculiar. You miss a checkmate in 3. Both players do. In the first game, you're like +3 and you don't win. It's who knows what's going to happen in this one, right?
Jan, I think, is still thinking about what has just happened. Continues there to react, but he's got to leave that behind as he is playing with the black pieces. For Magnus, definite frustration having a winning position in game 1 and then missing the checkmate in game 2. He starts with white and the king's pawn opening.
King's pawn opening, will it be a repeat of game 1 where Magnus very quickly took the queens off the board and established a decisive advantage? No, this time it is a main line of the Petrov, far more theoretical, I think far more comfortable here for Nepomniachtchi, who will have studied this before. This was his opening repertoire. This was his home territory for that World Championship match, that famous match in 2021. Magnus now offering a trade of knights. It's very likely that we'll see a lot of pieces disappear from the board here as well. Nepomniachtchi just looking off to his left. Often that's when players are in recall mode, trying to remember their opening theory.
Or room service.
Chatting with, I think he's chatting with someone.
It could be room service, yeah. It's like, yes, I will have some, I will have your finest steak, please, you know, so... Yeah, I think he is over in Amsterdam at the moment, right? Playing in a
Levertov.
Yeah, Levertov competition, so...
There we go, knights traded off the board. Bishops will most likely leave as well. There's like square bishops staring at each other. Maybe he's just talking to himself. I often do the same. It's like, why didn't you study this? What was the move here? Why is your memory so bad?
I've become a big fan of Nepo over the years, you know, because I just love his, you know, I love his chess, but I love how dynamic he is, right? You know, he's so emotional, you know, like with his faces and stuff. He's really good fun to watch. So definitely a Nepo fan.
Yeah, and I think a lot of us are because of his style of play and just his personality as well. The last game, this game 2 that we've been talking about, right? Magnus missed that checkmate, but in the end, Jan had his chance. It could have been him, actually, that takes the lead in the match. He was up in exchange, dominating position, but that one move blunder, giving up the pawn. So that's something as well that Jan needs to forget. And probably a little bit of relief for Magnus in those last moments.
Yeah, we should also mention that Levitov tournament you referenced there. Jan did win that one. It did finish today. He won the event, and he's played a lot of chess in the last few days. So maybe fatigue setting in for him. Magnus, of course, one of the most active players on the circuit. Maybe tiredness a factor influencing some of these decisions. I'm surprised that Nepomniachtchi's thinking. This is still a relatively well-known position as far as I'm aware. Maybe just trying to dodge some of Magnus's opening prep. And yeah, just looks very balanced here. Slightly different imbalanced pawn structure. But yeah, I think both players still recovering. Magnus smiling, taking turns to react to that previous game.
Yeah, I've never seen Magnus react like the way he did in that last game this entire season. And we see a little cagey approach in this one, a more sane position, a more calm approach. The other matchup, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Shakra Mamedyarov, is also ready for liftoff. This is game 3. The score so far is level. And we're seeing a king's pawn opening and the Spanish being blitzed out.
Yeah, for the second time today, it is the Spanish opening between these two. And, okay, new move, pawn to d6. The delayed Steinitz?
Yeah, Steinitz variation, that's right. And this is the idea. And this can be quite aggressive because you kind of delay, you can move your f-pawn sometimes. And this is just the kind of thing you would expect from Mamedyarov, something a little bit out of the book. And White going for the Maroczy bind, trying to just grip the center, grip those squares in the middle, which seems wise against Mamedyarov. Try to get it to a slower pace of a game.
Yeah. Any opening variation named after a former world champion like the Steinitz variation is going to be solid, but White does have more space here.
What would be the howl opening? Do we have?
Ooh, that's a howler.
Oh, love it, love it.
I'm so annoyed at myself right now. I was going to say G5 is a possibility. Mamedyarov has actually played G5 after White's move C3 rather than C4. I remember him playing a really famous game just a few years back. He's going for the White king.
Wow.
But Black hasn't developed, so this is extremely risky. Look at the evaluation bar as well. Not really approving of Black's audacity.
This must be fair, right? With the speed they're playing at, and I love these G5 pushes. Typical Shaq. I mean, we're talking about his style, and he just goes and pushes the G pawn up the board like a lunatic. You gotta love it. You gotta love it, right?
Gotta love it. He doesn't care about openings, and well, endgames, you're never gonna get there. G5, G4, what an approach. And Maxime, instead of saving his knight because the d-pawn was attacked, he does go for counter-offense.
Yeah, I think 2 solid draws were enough. Shakraz had his full of all these draws, and now he just wants a decisive result no matter what. And right now, this is a counter-attack. White knight is likely to be captured, but then the black knight will disappear. It's going to be a very odd pawn structure there. But the key is that White is leading in development. Black's kingside piece is yet to participate in the action. White's king relatively safe for now. I don't really like the fact that Mamedyarov is thinking right now, because it means that he's in freestyle mode or can't recall his opening preparation. He eventually retreats his knight, but not a good sign. White has more space in the center now. White can just move his knight.
And the Balbar reacts, and I'm also thinking, is it because you've already been very committal on the king side? White can also look at trading the light squared bishop, and once the knight does jump onto h4, you've got this f5 square as a stronghold. White ahead in development. Knight is having a surprising decision there.
Yeah, I mean, you get this kind of position sometimes in some Sicilians, and I've tried this G5 stuff out, and often the computer really likes White's position. And I'm never really sure why it likes it so much, but I'm probably a bit biased because I want to push my G-pawn all the time. But it is the weakness of like maybe opening up the F-file. And that plan you mentioned, Tanya, that looks like a fantastic plan. You know, just put the knight on this beautiful square, try to open up the F-file, and who's going to be attacking who here? This is the question. Really nice plan.
Yeah, and something very similar on the board. Almost identical, the white knight lands on h4 first, so not trading bishops yet. I do wonder whether Mamedyarov now will just rid White of that alternative, of that option, just by pushing his pawn to c6 or b5, cutting the tension between these two bishops, because black's light squared bishop is a key defender of those squares that you mentioned, especially f5. Either way, I just don't like the way the black pieces are really struggling for energy, struggling for scope here. Feels like Mamedyarov is already playing kind of life on the edge. That's how he lives. That's how he plays chess. But yeah, really, really high risk brand of chess right now. Knight h4 looks strong. Vachier-Lagrave in the driver's seat.
Yeah, nice plan.
Really nice plan, and that dark squared bishop also coming into the game. You pointed out a break with f3, but of course Shach is the first one to break with b5, and it makes a lot of sense because with all these decisions that Shakhriyar has taken, he can't suddenly take a slow approach anymore because there are so many weaknesses in black's camp. Once give white 2 moves, and after the f file opens up, you're suddenly a lot better. So b5, he needs to play concretely. I like this move. I like this approach. And is white going to capture on b5, open up the A line? What decisions do you take on the queen side here as Maxime?
I mean, you'd like to move the bishop, I think, but is there even a tactic there? I mean, can black then... I mean, this is typical Shach, finding weird tactics. Okay, I think this is why MVL captured here, because if you move the bishop, knight takes d5, might be a tactic. Might be. It looks really ropey, actually, the more I look at it. And if you go queen takes, like c6 or something, but possibly, and you win the knight back here. I mean, that might have been his idea, hence why I think MVL just says, no, I'm not going to allow you to do any of these ideas.
Yeah, so by trading pawns first, he means, well, he at least hopes that knight takes d5 is impossible due to the fact that queen takes d5 now does have the bigger threat of crashing through on f7. So Mamedyarov does have to take a timeout, no tricks yet. Knight takes d5 doesn't work, so bishop g7. And watch out for it later. This knight is kind of hanging in the air, undefended. We know that saying, LPDO, loose pieces drop off. Danya's favorite saying. But yeah, right now it's just a really crazy position. It really reminds me actually of that game we saw earlier in the day. Feels like hours ago at this point. Giri against Nakamura, with white having the advantage maybe on the queen side, but black having far advanced pawns near the white king. And we know that one worked out in white's favor. I wonder if this one will too.
And the more I looked at the position, the more I liked your idea of breaking with the f pawn to f3. But I think what Maxime's last move hints at is that knight on h4 is feeling a little uncomfortable. And the bishop on g7 wasn't only a developing move, but was also hinting at bishop to f6, actually targeting that knight on h4. So preemptive move by Maxime, making sure that you've got a retreating square on g2 for the knight, where it can reroute itself to the center of the board via e3 then.
Makes a lot of sense. And I mean, the problem still remains, though, how black's going to get the pieces on the king side into the game. I don't think you want to play f5 here. This is the only pawn break you really have. And if you don't play f5, how do you move the knight on g8? I mean, how do you move the knight on e7? I mean, where are you putting your pieces? White can develop his queen side very easily. The knight will hop out. The bishop will hop out. White has very simple moves to play here. But I'm just not sure, actually, how black is going to get those pieces into the game here. They look a bit uncomfortable. So I'm actually picking white in this position, which is a bit sad. But
But what happens? What happens if black actually just makes a developing move like knight to f6? How does white react?
Yeah, maybe you can play knight to f6. Maybe that is the way to do it. But it doesn't really seem like a great square for the knight, because you can't play f5 now. If you castle, your king's going to be a bit weak. And I mean, it might be okay, but just...
Shakhriyar agrees with you. He doesn't want any of that, and he actually does advance with Harry the H-pawn, defending G4, and maybe also looking at that knight, David, coming out from H6 and a potential F5 someday.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping the options open. Mamedyarov will always play the most ambitious move if given the opportunity in any position. And knight H6, it might look counterintuitive, but it does support the pawn break. And when black is ready, it might take a while, then he will try to lash out. In the meantime, Vachier-Lagrave, I'm expecting him to try and play against this weakness. Maybe the white queen can step forward, the white knight can start going for this pawn. White has the advantage on the queen side because the pawns in the center are pointing in this direction, and black's pawns are pointing in this direction. So often black will try and play on the king side, on the opposite flank. Again, it resembles a King's Indian, despite this starting as 1 e4, e5. And h5, very slow, but it looks like he has the luxury because the center is blocked right now. So the game will take a slower turn over the next few moves, unless Vachier-Lagrave has something up his sleeve. Maybe he wants to push his f-pawn forward, but I think he should develop those pieces first. There we go. Good wisdom. Just, if in doubt, develop your pieces, bring them to central squares. White's bishop looks nice and pretty on e3.
Yeah.
Really entertaining start, this one by both players really playing a very dynamic chess. And we know this is going to be a fun fight. We will come back to this, but let's quickly check in on the other matchup after all the drama. And what a roller coaster ride this has been between Magnus Carlsen and Jan Nepomniachtchi. And there's an a-pawn moving up the board. Things are getting tricky. I do see the eval bar. It says the position is still balanced. But when you've got a pawn on a6, you've got to be feeling the heat with black.
Yeah, that pawn could step forward to a7, and it's like deja vu. I talked about that Giri against Nakamura game from earlier in the day. Again, a white pawn lands one square away from promotion. The difference here is that there aren't that many pieces left, and that pawn could be attacked. Maybe the black queen and rook will gang up against it. But Magnus, he's an expert in these types of positions with knights on the board, with queens. He's so good at pushing rook's pawns because knights do struggle against them. What do we think? Are we surprised the evaluation bar is in the middle? How much of a practical chance would you give white of creating something?
Yeah, I think white must be better, right? Because of that a-pawn, it's just so tricky. And you got some squares for your pieces. The queen and the knight have a lot of potential. So I definitely take white here. I'm a bit surprised the evaluation bar is just saying black is absolutely fine in this position. I think it was Judith Polgar who mentioned about Magnus that you got to get rid of his knights. Was that right? Even though he does blunder with the knights sometimes.
Keep your own knights, get rid of his.
Yeah, that's right. Get rid of his knights. And he's like so good with the knights. So that the knights remain on the board here. So queen c7, just trying to win that pawn. Now, I kind of want to play d5, but I don't know. Maybe that's just going to allow black to start using the pawns. So that's rook coming in.
Okay, rook a6. That's the most ambitious move, Simon. Mamedyarov would probably have played d5, utilizing this pin, but black would have blocked. And the question is whether these two pawns are strong or weak. Black now having two connected passes. So rook a6, maybe slightly less high-risk approach. Rook takes pawn now would be met by rook takes this one, and white would crack through, break through on the back rank. Looks really scary for black. So what is the defense?
Yeah.
It's definitely not rook a7. You just can't allow that idea of white's rook jumping onto the 8th rank. That would be disaster for black. So if not rook a7, rook c6 is in the air, d5 in the air. How is Jan keeping things in balance here? Yeah, I'm surprised with the eval bar not reacting here. I would pick white any day.
Yeah, definitely. And this is where computers can be deceptive. It might say 0.00, but black is the one fighting for the draw with kind of perfect play. Black can hold, black can defend, but humans aren't perfect. And I think white has far more room for error. A lot of leeway to go wrong. If white wants, you can probably just trade off all the pieces and make a draw at any time. So it's a 2-result game. White, the one playing for the initiative. Process of elimination, Simon. This one looks really bad. Knight to b6, blocking the attack of white's rook because white's queen can simply step forward, removing this defender, and the pawn would therefore follow. This pawn would drop. So surely it has to be pawn to c5 in this position. I'm getting confused with my arrows there. But yeah, pawn to c5.
Looks like the move. Yeah, just trying to exchange some pawns off to get closer to the draw, right? So makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And yeah, a good move. If he finds this, he should be okay.
I think he has to find this. Nothing else worked. And let me get rid of that arrow. Pawn to c5. The only way to keep the balance, but it should be enough for black. Nepomniachtchi should find it.
There's ones. I was just looking at a silly line after pawn to c5. It's always nice to look at a silly line now and again. And then
jump back in.
I mean, it doesn't work, but I was thinking of World Championships, how they've been finished, and Queen e4 I wanted to play, and then Rook takes a7. And I wanted to try to make Queen e8, King h7, Rook h6 work, but it just, I don't know why I'm looking at this. It's absolute nonsense, but I was just thinking that this is how Magnus won the World Championships against Sergei Karyakin. He played this exact move, and if you can remember, probably the most beautiful move of all time. It's not working in any variation, but it's something maybe you could just look at least.
Unfortunately,
king
Black
runs
King,
away.
He can dance away to safety. And okay, he doesn't play the move c5. He retreats his knight. This one was not on my radar. It's a really nice move. We said knights on f8, there are no mate, mirroring the previous game between these two. And the idea now is rook takes pawn. White taking a pawn can be met by getting rid of White's most dangerous pawn on a7. So this one still looks relatively level. Potentially you could start pushing and hoping again, but Black's knight will be able to blockade a bit later on. Creative defense there from Nepomniachtchi, holding things together still. And Magnus, can he continue to create the threats, continue to up the pressure, up the ante? Again, still only White who can win, but for now it's holding Nepomniachtchi's knight move.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the next big twist, the next big reaction from these two players at this point. I'm just kind of fixated on their cameras just as much as the board. But it definitely feels like Magnus has finally got rid of those demons, finally managed to kind of retune his brain.
Yep.
So Magnus putting the pressure in this one with that a-pawn and the threats on the c6 weakness for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We will jump back to this, but we've got quite the action on in the Maxim matchup. Look at that position. This is Vachier, Mamedyarov, Maxim, Vachier-Lagrave. This is exactly the kind of chess that we expect from these two. David, you've got to make sense. Simon, what's going on here?
Okay, let's bring up the board and do a quick recap because the position has exploded. We thought it might take a slower turn. This is the current position. But after White brought his knight to d2, this is where we last left it. Wow, he pressed the chaos button. Pawn to f5. Forgetting about piece development. Don't try this at home, kids. Normally, you want to bring your pieces out. You want to get your king castled first. But he threw a pawn forward, opening up lines. And Vachier-Lagrave said, anything you can do, I can do better. Pawn to f4. And look at the tension now between all of these pawns in the middle. Black captured en passant. And White's queen came out. And after Black moved knight to h4 is the most recent development. Simon, you're the attacking maestro among us. Wow. Who's attacking who? That's the big question.
I think I still like White here. I mean, it looks like White's king is a lot safer. White has the extra rook in the game on f1, and Black hasn't castled, as you were showing there. And a lot of those light squares are quite weak. So, yeah, White must be doing well here in this position because those reasons. And Black could easily go wrong as well, right? One bad move here, and it just crumbles. And this position totally crumbles. So it's I don't know. I mean, it's very dangerous for Black. Very hard to find a good move.
It's like a big direct threat, right? You're just going for that pawn on f5. Black doesn't really have the time to get the king to safety. And what is safety? Where is safety? Shock castle just makes no sense at all once you've gone ahead with this pawn structure. Decisions being taken on how to handle the pressure on f5. Whoa. He goes ahead with the f4 pawn, which has been recaptured. Vachier, Mamedyarov knows nothing about recapturing. He's going for the kill. He brings the knight forward to g4, putting pressure on that e3 bishop. If you take on e5, right now, Black will have to recapture with the knight because there's a checkmate on f7.
Ooh, watch out for that scholar's mate type of idea. Knight takes e5, however, does attack the queen and defend the square at the same time. So just about safe, but wow, this is just so creative. Giving up a pawn kind of long term, it looks tempting for White to push forward. I guess the White king will hide in the corner in the next few moves. He's just kind of gambling here. Mamedyarov going all in. He's just pushed his chips to the center. He's saying, okay, it's do or die time.
Yeah, I like it. But I mean, if this kind of chess worked, it would be quite remarkable because it generally doesn't work, right? I mean, it's a bit too creative because you're king, right? I mean, if the Black king was tucked up on the queen side in a very nice position, then it'd be a great sacrifice, but it's not. I guess he had to do it, though. He's got himself in this position. He's finding very imaginative ways to keep the game alive. And that knight is a pretty beautiful piece, but I just don't like Black's king being stuck in the middle there.
Yeah, stuck in the middle with you. King on e8. Wait, that's a song, right? Anyway, right now, White is a pawn up, and the Black king not enjoying life right now. Mamedyarov, he'll need to work that shack magic, but it is still possible. Still enough ammunition left. I'm expecting the White queen to just sidestep one square, and things will get sharp.
Things are already really sharp in the position. The one thing that works for black is that the knights on e5 and e7 really control some key squares, so not so easy for white to come in with a check, because a check in this position would be game over. It would be checkmate. And David, the ideas that you're pointing out about white sidestepping with the queen, putting pressure on the g7 bishop, he does it. But that also invites black to actually place the rook on g8. You not only defend the bishop on g7, but line up your rook against the white queen and the king, threatening some potential bishop jumps, creating some threats.
Yeah, creating some threats, and this time, whose king is weaker? You mentioned any check being fatal, maybe for both sides. And I'm looking at white's light squared bishop coming back via d1, hitting black's Harry the h-pawn over there. Instead, he sidesteps first, getting out of dodge. Nice move there, nice safety first move.
I saw a feature chat there about MVL style being similar to Fischer's style of play. Are we seeing sort of like a Fischer versus Stahl battle here?
It's a very Fischer type of opening, playing the Roy Lopez, playing the Spanish opening. White's light squared bishop was Fischer's favourite piece. If that delivers the killer blow, then maybe Fischer. Yeah. Mamedyarov, meanwhile, not a question that he tries to embody Tal and often succeeds.
It's like Fischer versus Fishy. It seems like at the moment. But you know what? Now it's turning a little bit, right? I mean, he's it's just the black king. If the black king could get out of the way, black would be starting to get very happy. But that knight is beautiful in the middle of the board. I just can't, I can't understand Shaq's chess sometimes. It's crazy, and this position is like giving me a bit of a headache. But I mean, it's I don't know, any result possible.
Yeah, it's another level of chess, totally different brand of chess than we're used to, and very few in the whole world can kind of have the imagination to come up with these sacrifices. Let's just jump in, because there is a big threat on the board. Rook takes queen. This last move, jumping out the way with the bishop, has created this threat, and queen has to be really careful where she treads. She has to defend her knight. I just wonder whether Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will get tempted by a queen sacrifice at some point. I'm not sure right now. I don't think you want to, for example, take this bishop, because at the very end here, black might have some nice, nasty knight forks, hitting the rook, hitting the bishop, knight to g4. And this looks pretty decent for black, but I wouldn't be surprised if he gets tempted to sacrifice the queen just to go for the black king in the near future. Maybe queen to f4. Oof, where do you go, Simon?
Yeah,
putting you on the spot here. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not easy. I mean, if you go queen f2, I suppose it's the same idea, isn't it? As queen f4. And what does black do here? Knight to g4. It seems also very, very normal in the position.
Yeah,
and that's the problem, right? I mean, that knight is causing a lot of issues. So
yeah, and we're hesitating here because it's just such a wild position. He goes all the way back. Great air quality, at least for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, playing in great conditions there. Queen to e1. Not sure he's liking that, but meanwhile, whoa, the bar jumps between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. What has happened over there?
We've got to take a look. Let's quickly head back to Magnus Carlsen against Jan. Last we left, it felt like Magnus was putting the pressure. He has won the c6 pawn. Is there a killer blow here?
Feels really, really shaky for black. White can give a check, for example. White's rook can lift up to c8. And, OK, the most natural move is a strong one. You need the follow-up, of course. The engine, as we see below the board, does confirm White has only one winning move. This is just a once kind of blink and you miss it opportunity. But what's the follow-up?
What is it? Rook c8. Your only move is king to h7. How do you finish this off?
Maybe just put your queen on the c2, c3. Yeah, something like that.
Maybe we show this because it was a blunder from Nepomniachtchi. Maybe just taking his eye off the ball here. It looks like rook to c8, suggested by the computer, is best, forcing the black king to the side of the board. And Simon, you had an idea.
Well, I was thinking queen c2 to force g6. And once you go g6, to try to get the queen in on the dart squares. So you go queen c3. And that seems to force like f6, which is a really ugly move to play. You don't want to play f6 and just assume there'd be something here. I didn't know what, but...
On the board. And here, I guess, White could just step the pawn forward, maybe bring his rook to c7. Instead, Nepomniachtchi defends with this creative move, knight to f6, but this is ignored. Of course, taking the knight would have lost the white rook, so he just pushes his pawn forward, and huge threat, rook c7. Could be a killer.
Yeah, I like that. The pawn joins the party, and rook c7 with the knight on f6 hanging. How do you fight that? He is going for the counter offense with the move b4 on the board. How does White keep everything intact? Because you've got to keep the rook defended on c8.
You have to keep this piece yeah, under watchful gaze. I'm wondering whether you can trade off queens, maybe a move like queen to c7. It feels like going back would be the wrong direction. Suddenly black is going to start hitting you with this pawn. And yeah, I think queen c7
Right,
process of elimination. And now the problem is after queen takes queen, the key is to take back, well, I was going to say with the pawn. Do you take back with the pawn here? The threat is to jump out the way with your rook, with a check, giving away the rook, but forcing your pawn through on the next move. I think that might be the clincher.
And black will probably have to sacrifice a piece there with knight jumping back to e8 to give that up to win the c7 pawn, but it shouldn't be enough. You just pick up the knight and having this extra b pawn under control. That should be easy. Queen c7 on the board. Big trouble for Jan Nepomniachtchi. If not queen takes c7, can he find a way to go just queen? But if you move the queen, the white queen is jumping on to d8 with a threat along the 8th rank.
Yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi, actually, when he made that mistake, he calculated 4-5 moves into the future, but he just stopped one move too soon. I think he missed queen c7, or at least underestimated it, and Magnus just saw one move deeper. That's the kind of stakes at this level. Often you see enough, but if you take your eye off the ball, if you stop, if you don't push your calculation, then sometimes the opponents just see further. And here this looks like, yeah, suddenly Magnus has worked his magic. He's really recovered from that previous game.
He has been in driver's seat throughout the match, right? Starting from game 1, getting that end game and then creating his chances and getting big advantage in that one. Game 2 as well, pushing for the majority of the game till that oversight. And now this one, fully under control. Queen c7 played. Jan Nepomniachtchi shaking his head. Can't get out of this trade. You go queen a6, queen d8. Looks like game over. If you trade the queen, you just go into an endgame, down an entire piece. Big trouble here for Jan.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, it looks really difficult. And I guess Magnus will spot the checkmate in this one as well. And this was the star move, right? Queen c7. And Jan clearly missed this move. It looked like he was getting very good compensation with his b pawn. And it's an easy move to miss because it kind of seems clumsy putting the queen on the square. But I can't see a defense at the moment. And after queen takes queen, David, you pointed out pawn takes, which is probably winning. Maybe rook takes is also pretty close to winning. You know, queen takes queen, rook takes might be a little bit cleaner. So Nepo trying to give his king some room to breathe here, but that doesn't look like it's gonna. I mean, at least the white knight is pinned because you know, if you could start using the white knight, it'd be tricky, and that does create a threat. Pawn g4.
Don't go queen d8.
Yeah. Queen d8 would be a huge blunder, actually, a game-changing blunder, full 360. Black just plays g4, calls the bluff. This is just one check. The black king can run, and it can continue running. And, OK, Magnus has found a stronger move. He takes the queens off the board, no more pin along this diagonal, and the clincher, rook c7. Same idea that you mentioned, Simon. Yeah. Rook takes rook, allows the pawn to promote, no stopping that. And if you don't go for the trade, if you move your rook, then the problem is rook takes pawn is a double attack, a fork on the king and knight. And if the black king moves, then you jump in with a check, defending your rook simultaneously. And there's several ways to win this position. You can just go ahead and make a new queen. If you want to be flashy, maybe you take this knight and then give a knight fork. But yeah, I think this one is game over. And OK, he's found a different path for the black rook. He's holding things together, but knight e5 has happened anyway. And Magnus, wow, knight to g4. What is this? King takes knight now. I guess he wants to meet by rook takes.
6, and there's a checkmate.
Yeah, there's a checkmate.
Wow.
Lovely.
Rook takes pawn now looks like the most natural move. Yeah. Took us a while, but look at this. The black king finally caught. Beautiful. Magnus does know his checkmates, everyone.
Beautiful.
Even in an endgame, the black king is about to be caught on the edge of the board.
We're seeing these being played out. I think we're going to see a checkmate on the board in this one. He missed it in game 2, but he's going to play it out this one. The problem in game 2 was there were queens on the board.
he was so angry he missed that checkmate in the last game. He had to prove to everyone that he can do it. And this is quite a beautiful way to finish the game.
Really beautiful. And if you go g4, there's rook f5 as well coming in. You really can't fight it. White will end up queening, and that is it. Jan Nepomniachtchi does resign after h3. Magnus Carlsen boxing up Black's king there in the end, and finally getting that win in a match that he has managed to have so many advantageous positions in. This one still continues to be absolutely crazy. Well, Jan, his task is cut up. Fourth game, he needs to win on demand, and this one as well getting out of hand.
It's getting more and more crazy every time we look, right? I mean, what's the Black King doing over there now? I mean, it's really weird.
Yeah,
just
David.
retreats his rook, giving up his bishop. I mean, this is as if someone's just kind of shuffled the chess pieces and thrown them randomly on a board. Black's king super weak, a big target there, as you mentioned, Simon. White's king also slightly vulnerable, though.
Shuffle chess. Yeah.
Shuffle chess, but we've got a little bit of time. David, could you do a quick action replay? Because when we left it last, it was crazy, but this has just gotten crazier.
Yeah, let's jump in and show what has just happened as Maxime Vachier-Lagrave turns the screw, brings his knight to a good square. And let's jump back to all the way back here at this position where we saw the black rook attacking the white queen. The queen retreated. Black's knight jumped in, the white bishop moved, and a few turns down the line, we actually saw a mistake here by Mamedyarov, taking a pawn, allowing white to storm the center and crash through on the black king. Black had to move his queen, and here white could have won on the spot with a beautiful move, queen to b1, double attack, attacking the bishop and attacking the rook. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave missed this. He played a very tempting move instead, and we were left with pure chaos after a capture. Black decided to castle queenside, and here maybe giving up this black rook would have been the superior option, just hoping for some counterplay later with the black bishop down this diagonal, but instead he gave up the wrong piece, Mamedyarov, and it looks like after the move knight to d4, White's bishop is just coming in decisively. A couple more moves have been played, rook to f8 and knight to e6, but yeah, White has full control. Look at the power of these minor pieces, far superior to the black rooks.
So it's rook and pawn for two bishops on the board, but White, amazing harmony, incredible pieces at the center of the board. All you really want is that queen from a1 to go to a7. So I'm looking at queen d4, queen a7 idea, and that would be a dream for White.
Yeah.
Looks good. Yeah, and you can then move your rook in as well. Rook c1 is always going to be a nice move to play, just putting pressure. So Mamedyarov has to play a move like this. He has to try to block up both those ideas, stop the queen coming in, stop the rook coming in, and now, well, where's the killer blow? You need to sort of wriggle around, don't you, here, and get in the position. I don't think you can take that on pass on, because you just get your knight taken, and Black's defending very sufficiently here. So you have to find another idea.
Yeah, maybe you zigzag in. He goes a different route. Nice, queen to e1, trying to head in via a5. Just full board awareness as well, just covering any potential knight checks. Black's only counterplay. Black's queen zigzags over. But now the big question is, can you just kick back this knight? Can you snack on this pawn? It feels like Black's position hanging by a thread. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave should win this now with his material advantage. Two knights, or two pieces are better than a rook, but also with the safer king. Queen e2, very sensible, very professional approach here from Vachier-Lagrave as well. He's covered all the squares, taken away the opponent's attack. No counterplay for Black.
He is under a minute, though, so he's still got to be a bit careful. And, you know, the black rooks and the knight, you know, they have some potential to counter-strike. Okay, he's trying to kick that knight away, and this is, I like your word, professional approach. Get rid of Mamedyarov's dangerous pieces. He had loads of other interesting options there, but good move, yeah.
Black had one idea, right? Knight f2, with that combining with the rook on g8, could be extremely dangerous for the white king. So pushing that knight, creating a luft for his own king, and the craziness just continues. I thought he's going to fall back with the knight to e5 or f6, but obviously not. Just jumps in with the knight to e3.
Typical. Just typical. He's just finding all these creative moves to keep the game alive. But MVL, great calculator, calculated this move as well, and just moves his rook up one square. The knight goes back. I mean, it's still, if you didn't know the evaluation, you'd still be very confused about this position and the whole game in general. It's just really weird. And all that MVL needs to do is get his queen around the back, and the black king will be in too much danger. But it's not okay. Can the queen now come in? That'd be the first instinctive move.
So take it with the queen, and you're threatening queen g8.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if that's good, but I guess it is. Queen g8 looks really powerful, but he takes with the bishop. Also tempting, the queen is attacking the pawn on h5, and it's very strong on the e file as well. So It's looking good, isn't it, for MVL?
Very good for whites. And the difference between these two players, at least from my experience, is that MVL is pure calculation. Mamedyarov is mostly pure instinct. And right now, it is the type of position where you can calculate your way through the maze. And Vachier-Lagrave, that's how he's defended. He's seen, okay, I'm going to stop this threat. I'm going to calculate, cover everything. And Mamedyarov, unfortunately, can no longer rely on that instinct. He's running out of pieces to attack with.
And time as well.
Time as well. For Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, it's calculation with extraordinary speed. He plays so well in these time scrambles, and now we do see the queen come into the attack. A threat on a g8 with the queen penetrating would be checkmate.
It would end in checkmate, and the black knight as well is frozen. It wants to jump back to cover some entry squares, but look at the white queen, also on the same diagonal as the black king. But this one, it's a nasty check. There are some knight forks, some tactics. Queen takes rook here would win the game, I think. White's knight,
plays it straight away.
He's jumping into d8 with a fork, just a temporary sacrifice. He wins a rook and wins the game.
Vachier resigns. Queen takes f7. A nice finish there. A final tactical touch there by the tactical maestro. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave wrapping it up. And for Vachier Mamedyarov, craziness, madness on the board. He does bring in all the excitement, and he needs to do that in the final rapid game, as he has to win on demand to force a playoff. And it's the same storyline for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Two incredibly exciting games there, David.
Two incredible games, so many highlights. I'm just going to show one because it did end in a nice checkmating pattern. And it was here that Magnus Carlsen had already weaved some magic in the endgame. He'd won a pawn with white, but the finishing touches were supreme. Here, black is attacking this white knight in the center, and the white d-pawn is vulnerable, but Magnus dropped back with a forcing move, utilizing this pin on the f-file. This black knight is overwhelmed now. The black king had to capture the white knight, and after rook takes knight, the black king found itself caught in a mating net. There's a threat to push this king back using the f and g pawns. The king steps back, and h3, forced resignation. The whole idea is that g4 is a mating threat, followed by a rook takes pawn. And if black had pushed his own pawn to block this, as Tanya pointed out earlier, rook to f5, a nice deflection tactic, forcing the black rook away to make a new queen. White won this game in nice style.
Really nice style there. A nice finishing touch by Magnus. He missed a mate in game 2, but did create a great checkmating pattern in that game 3 finish that we just saw. And this is the scoreline with just one more rapid game remaining. Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vachier Mamedyarov has to win to take it into the Armageddon. We haven't had an Armageddon so far today. Will we have one in the winner's semi-final matchup? We will find out on the other side of this break.
Spell Chess is coming to Chess.com. Enchant your pieces with one of two spells, jump or freeze. Players start with 2 jump spells and 5 freeze spells, which recharge after 5 moves. You may cast your spell whenever you wish before making a regular chess move. Jump is a spell cast to one square, wherein if there is a piece on that square, other pieces can jump over the charmed piece. The freeze spell is cast over a 3x3 square area, and the pieces in this area are temporarily frozen in place. Combine your powers of chess and sorcery to defeat your opponent. Come see what Supercell and Chess.com have cooked up in our new variant, Spell Chess. Available now on Chess.com.
So now we're going to try the Airthings memory test. 2 years ago, in 2021, I tested Magnus's memory by setting up a bunch of famous positions and seeing whether he could recognize them.
Okay, this is the 24th game from Seville, obviously.
Now we're going to do the same, but with an added twist. We're not even going to be able to see which pieces are which. Every piece will be represented by an Airthings device instead. So let's see how Magnus gets on.
First of all, I'm thinking what are all these pawns on the last rank? But if I'm going to go piece by piece, I'm hoping that this is a king, and these are pawns, and that this is a bishop, and hopefully queen h6 should be mated too.
2016, right?
Yes.
Carlsen against Karyakin.
So this test is called, has Magnus been following the World Championship? Ding is white against Nepomniachtchi, and here he could have taken the rook with the queen. Eventually, queen goes back here, king to d2, queen b2, and eventually the king is running away. Ding should have found us then.
Is this any more difficult for you?
No, not really. The games are too famous, that's the problem. This has to be Kasparov Topalov from 99 Linares.
What characteristics make you recognize this position?
Maybe like it's just the structure on the queen side.
Nice. Okay.
So this one is one of my happier early chess memories. It's from the World Youth Championship under 14. I'm playing black in the first round against future Grandmaster Ludovic Hammer. That's the king over there. This and this checkmate. And this looks like checkers. So few pieces, but it's definitely a game I've seen, yeah? Almost.
I don't want to give it away, but you will have, that's the clue, you will have seen it.
I'm not sure I've actually seen this.
Okay. In that case, I apologize. It's from the Queen's Gambit TV show when Beth plays, what's his name, Towns in her first ever tournament.
Oh!
And this is a rook, and it's trapped now because there's a knight on d4 and a king on d2.
Ah! Yeah, I remember that sequence from the series now, but like I wasn't even close, to be honest.
How does he do it? It is a peek into the mind of the genius. Impressive stuff there. And then David also took to the streets of London to look for some hidden talent. Check it out.
Hi everyone, here we are today in sunny London, where I will be approaching strangers on the street to figure out whether they have any chess skill and to see whether they can crack this code and solve some tricky puzzles. Today we're going to be looking at 3 positions. If you solve the easy one, you get £5, medium level £10, and the hard level £15.
My name's Louis. I'm rated 1,100 on 10 minutes, so I'm pretty good. It's rapid, right? That's what it's called.
Yeah, rapid. Let's say it's rapid.
I've got the platinum subscription, so I try to, get on top of all of that stuff as much as possible, binge it all out. But,
okay, he says all the right things, gotta say. White to play and find the best move.
I'll probably check him straight away with the rook.
There's a quicker path to checkmate.
Is there like some kind of the rook sacrifice or something?
I love the reference, but not quite.
Oh, okay, it was probably the bishop then. Yeah, that makes sense.
Where does the bishop land?
On A6. That is a technical term.
Wow, I think we have an undiscovered prodigy here. Second puzzle, medium level, and it's white to play, and again, win as quickly as you can.
Is there a queen sacrifice? Ah, there might be a queen sacrifice, guys. I'm gonna go final answer, queen sacrifice here.
Wow, I'm not joking, we have a genius here. Queen takes pawn.
Let's go.
Keep going, finish it off.
I'm going viral. Finish it off, so the king would take, then you move the rook, and then he's got nowhere to go from there.
Wow, impressive stuff. White to play and checkmate in 2 moves.
You may have stumped me here.
10 seconds here. Checkmate in 2, gotta force your opponent's moves.
I don't know.
Rook to a6 is the correct move.
Okay.
Forcing black to capture, and then you push the pawn forward with checkmate.
Nice.
This is for you.
Lovely. Twitch career starts here, guys. If you want to look me up, the universe will tell you one day. Thank you very much. Chess.com is awesome.
That was an impressive tactical spot there, David.
Yeah, I've got to say, I was just roaming the streets and this guy just approaches me. He's like, "You like chess?" I was like, "Yeah, I do." And he wants some money, solve some puzzles. Impressive.
And that reference with Gotham Chess with Levy, the rook.
He knows his stuff. I know he was a big fan of Levy and the Botes sisters. He said he watched a lot of their streams, and it clearly pays off.
Yeah, it does. Well, right now, it's got to be a payoff for two players who are playing catch-up to Magnus Carlsen and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Magnus is ready. He needs only a draw in that final fourth game to wrap up the match. It has been a roller coaster ride between these two, a very topsy-turvy match. So much drama in the first two games, but Magnus Carlsen has been in driver's seat for most part of this. The good news for Jan is that he does start with the white pieces. We will have the Sicilian. Wow, and I was expecting Magnus to go for a more solid e5 approach, but we've got a knight off.
Yeah, these days, Magnus does not play with the handbrake on. He loves to kind of fight fire with fire, even in situations where he only needs a draw. And this kind of harks back to Anish Giri earlier in the day, just needing a draw against Hikaru Nakamura, but not backing down from a full-blooded fight. And the top players, they know their openings well enough to not take too many risks. Simon, what do you think of this last move? Quite a rare position, despite the game starting as a knight off.
Especially this move. I mean, this bishop d2 looks very, very rare to me. I mean, you don't normally put the bishop on such a passive square when you're playing with the white pieces, but we're going to get a very exciting game here. Nepo's getting ready to put his queen to the queen side, and he's already moved his queen out to go for turbo development. And yeah, very, very, very exciting stuff here. I mean, generally in these kind of positions, when you get this open Sicilian, I love them. I think they're the most interesting openings you can get. It's white with the development. White has 4 pieces developed. Black only has 1 piece developed, but it's black with a pawn structure. That's supposed to be the analogy with these open Sicilians. Black's got a better pawn structure. So black wants to counterattack and get his chances in later on in the game. Queen c7, normal move there. Yeah, interesting stuff. Really, really going to be a great game, this one. And I'm so happy Magnus didn't play some boring queen exchange again. We had to get some action, and I expect Nepo will castle at some point and game on.
Yeah, game on, and especially after this last move, Gary makes an entrance, g4, Nepomniachtchi doing the right thing, going all out at this early stage. He wants to attack. He will get an attack in this exciting Sicilian defense.
Jan Nepomniachtchi showing his fangs early on with that move g4. Your opponent goes on one side of the board. Magnus responds on the other side of the board, b5 up, which means that if Jan was to get his king to the queen side, Magnus is ready to counter that. The bishop will land on b7, also taking advantage of some of the weak squares this last Gary, the g-pawn, has left behind on the light squares. b5, a really nice thematic response, and Jan says your pawn only stops on the 5th rank.
Yeah, I'm not really sure I believe like Jan's play here, to be honest, because you can get a very similar position to this, but with your light square bishop on the queen side pointing towards black's pawns already, and Magnus playing very sensible moves. He now puts some pressure on white's pawn in the center of the board. He might have a break in the middle, or he can just bring his other knight out, and he's sort of homing in on Garry Kasparov, right? This was Garry Kasparov's favourite opening, as well as Bobby Fischer, the Nyadorf variation. And what will Jan now do? Has he got time to play h4 and then g5, maybe?
That is the big question. Well, you've gone A, you got to go B. In this case, you've gone G. At some point, you got to go H, and bishop B7 on the board. We will check back in with Jan's approach and trying to create chances. The other one is also kicking off as Shakhtar Mamedyarov is also trailing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He needs to win. A draw would mean Maxime goes through and Shakh will go down to the loser's bracket. Again, in this one as well, Shakh has got the white pieces, which is always a relief for the player in a must-win situation.
Yeah, and he opens with the Reti. Just really, really flexible stuff. Now he transposes into a queen's pawn opening, having dodged Vachier-Lagrave's beloved Grunfeld defense. And here we see it's actually the queen's gambit accepted. All these openings transposed to one another. But a quick flurry of moves. The center has disappeared. It's symmetrical pawn structure, white with superior development. Look at that central control with his pieces. But black is very, very solid here. I do worry for White's chances unless he can create something big in the next few moves.
To me, it feels like the players have switched up. The Magnus board feels more like the Maxime Shaq attack board, while this one feels more like the battle between Magnus and Jan. A really sane approach out of the opening, something that we're not used to by Shaq. We see the madness early on.
Ooh.
And as I say it.
I mean,
G4.
you just don't play the move G4 in this position. It's just not
It's
normal.
Vachier. He plays G4 in every position.
He loves his G-pawn, doesn't he? I mean, the guy is like a G-pawn addict, and you know, he needs to go to rehab. He pushes it in every single position, and H4. I mean, he's absolute lunatic. Like the last game. I mean, it does gain space. It has some sensibility to it, but you also weaken your king in the long run, so it's risky.
Yeah.
But he's got to take risks, yeah. So.
Would you call yourself an H-pawn addict then, Simon?
I'm H addict. That's right. So H-pawn addict.
Yeah, it's just incredible. I mean, throwing pawns forward in front of your king when the center is so open, especially when you've traded a set of pieces, it's counterintuitive. It's definitely going against classical chess wisdom there, but yeah, he's getting away with it. He's gaining space. He's hoping that in an endgame as well, he's clamped down on the kingside pawn structure. Maybe there'll be some tactics against the black king. Black's piece is still relatively passive for now. So a king is only as weak as the opponent's pieces that can attack it. And Maxime is pausing for the first real time in this game. Is it surprising to you, firstly, that Mamedyarov threw the g-pawn forward here, but also that Vachier-Lagrave has reacted instantly, not even flinching after that?
It really surprised me. I mean, it's a critical game, and he couldn't. I mean, G4. I mean, he probably did expect it, but he couldn't have looked at it, and he spent 30 seconds to come up with an answer. And when you're surprised, you generally, you settle down and take a bit more time. And do we love this pawn push? Are we a fan of it, or I mean?
I'll be honest, I wouldn't do it. In this position, to go G4 with the king's castled and you're really not seeing a big attack, it's so hard to imagine going G4.
It is, yeah. I mean, what about you, David?
Yeah, I would never, ever play chess like this because I prefer my slower types of positions. Now the stakes are super high, but...
You're like the opposite to Shaq. I mean, but you can play, like earlier on, I think it was the other day, I was showing David this incredibly hard puzzle, one of my favourite puzzles of all time. Took him about 5 to 10 seconds to solve it. I'm like, how did you do that? It's like a 10-move combination, and it was like, so you can play all types of position, and that's the key thing of all of these top players. Even if Shaq loves pushing his G and H pawn, he can grind out endings. I've seen him do it against top players as well. You have to be a universal player to be a top player.
What I just don't understand is what's the follow-up? You go G4, you go H4, you get your G5 in, you got your bishop lined up. Where is the attack, David?
F4's coming, isn't it? yeah, it's got to be F4. Obviously, just push them all.
In Shaq we trust, in Simon we trust, and F4 does look like the logical continuation, just throwing all the pawns forward. I mean, this last move is so kind of strange to me that it must be computer preparation. Why else would you vacate this diagonal when your opponent's bishop is lurking from afar like an archer? I wouldn't be surprised if the black bishop drops back at some point and the black queen tries to activate on this diagonal. Watch out, this would end in checkmate. This also looks logical because then you free the black rook to play a role on the 7th rank. I guess the attack does lie in the fact that after bishop to g4, there might be some tactics on the e6 square, slightly vulnerable. For example, if the black queen were to move, then knight takes e6, I guess would be a killer tactic because suddenly the bishops just wreak havoc upon the lone black king. And this would likely end in checkmate, just to show off here. King to h8. I think you can even give up a second bishop to activate the white queen with a nice, nasty check. So this is the type of Shaq attack that I'm hoping for. But of course, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will have something to say about that. And he drops back his bishop. Calm defensive move instead. Oof, I'm skeptical, I've got to say objectively, but here we go.
H5.
He's an H and G pawn addict.
He wants to play, he wants to undermine the light squares with G6. But, I mean, I thought he'd push the F-pawn first. He doesn't even care, does he? He's not thinking as well. What's going on? They're both playing so quick. And it's
super
crazy.
GM-level coffee house chess going on.
It is, yeah. That's why I always say I am like, a weak Mamedyarov. I love the way he plays, but I just can't. I play it a lot worse than him. And he's using those pawns to great effect now, actually. I mean, there's a threat. G6 is a nasty threat, right? So.
Yeah. And I've actually seen Mamedyarov have this opening up until the moment he played g4. He's had it before, I think, against Denis Lazovic, for example, a quick draw there. So he knows what he's doing. And wow, the evaluation bar reacts actually in both games. But this last move by Vachier-Lagrave, again, played quite quickly at tempo, but hated by the engine.
I'm looking at both our eval bars and just wondering, are we heading for 2 Armageddons? What is going on? Knight f5, a big mistake. First, let's check in with this. David, what's wrong with this move?
Frankly, I'm not sure. It's not obvious. It looks very natural. It looks like black is just trying to trade off pieces.
I'm going to cheat. It's late in the day. So,
do it, Simon. Enlighten us.
It is the move that white had prepared. It is actually still g6. With the last move, h5, white was preparing this undermining of the position, and you can apparently play it now with very, very good position.
Yeah, for example, if black takes twice, just to get rid of this very dangerous white pawn, then I guess the idea, Simon, is that you're going to undermine this black knight, because otherwise black's position looks relatively solid. The black knight is the glue holding everything together, but you can kick it away. Either black now is forced to part with material, or after a trade, we would see that this rook suddenly really awkward, forced back to this start square, and white's pieces are coming. The queen is coming. I'm not sure how to kind of improve and accelerate this attack, but it looks very, very scary. The black king lacking defenders around it, and e6 extremely weak. This is the key.
He didn't play it, though.
He didn't. He decides to go for e4. And as things calm down in this one, we have to rush over to our other game. Big updates coming in. Big developments. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi who has sacrificed a piece on that b5 square for attack against Magnus's king. He's eyeing that d6 pawn. Magnus first has to save the queen. And David, I'm thinking that bishop from d2 will jump to b4. And big questions for that d6 pawn.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi really upping his game when it matters most. This could be a clutch victory. Suddenly the black king is in the firing line, and white's kind of controlling and attacking on both sides. It's like a pincer movement, a kind of wrapping round with the white queen and rook on the king side, and then the white knight on the other flank. And wow, look at that evaluation. The engine thinks black is already losing by 3.6. If he doesn't find the move queen b6 either, not 100% obvious, then it's just game over. It's wipeout. The advantage would increase massively for white. And
where was Jan? He just returns. I think he knows how close he is to this one. David, while Magnus thinks, should we do a quick replay and see how we actually got here?
Let's do that. Let's jump back just a few moves. I'll jump to a more normal position here. It's very standard. Both sides have set up in a typical way for the Sicilian Najdorf. Black with a really strong knight in the center of the board. But after the white queen moved across, it was this move, bishop to f6, a mistake, a blunder, because it loosens the protection over the key d6 square. And this was the trigger for white to jump in, sacrifice. Quite a thematic idea here in the Sicilian defense. And now, not just is the queen attacked, but this d6 pawn is collapsing. Magnus does find the best move, but it's still looking pretty grim after your idea there, Tanya. Bishop to b4, overwhelming this pawn. It's attacked now 3 times with the rook, with the knight, and with the bishop. And black's king looks doomed right now.
Nice stuff. Yeah, very typical attacking ideas there as well. And when d6 drops, the black king is in serious trouble, right?
What do you do?
I'm at a loss right now to even suggest a move for Simon. Bishop b4, I don't know, but I'm just wondering that instead of bishop b4, is Jan also getting ambitious with perhaps going in with knight d6, or the tactics don't work out there?
Yeah,
because the rook on d1 is undefended, right?
Yeah, it looks very tempting here. You would have some great discovered attacks if you could move the bishop, but unfortunately the rook undefended. So this tempting idea may be up his sleeve, but bishop to b4 just looks so natural. Your first instinct there, Tanya, and played on the board. And yeah, the key as well is that this pawn attacked, if it steps forward, then suddenly this queen might have a role to play. You could, for example, capture this bishop with your rook, and this knight now overworked. White would swoop in, and suddenly all sorts of threats in the air, and all for a minimal sacrifice. So we do see that black defended the d6 square, but white has broken through. It's 3 pawns for a piece, not even a sacrifice anymore.
But we saw the eval bar react. Did Jan Nepomniachtchi pick up the d6 pawn with the wrong piece there? What happened?
Yeah, he took very quickly on d6 with the knight. I will say the most natural move from a human point of view. For some reason, at least when I calculate, I always look at knights before bishops. I think it's because we're taught knights before bishops when we develop, when we're young children. But yeah, it would have been even stronger to potentially take with the bishop. or maybe with the rook, and tried to break through the knight, a key attacker, trying to jump in to get at that black king. But knight takes was played, and still looks very promising, especially after Magnus's last move, dropping back the queen. And where is the breakthrough?
Oh, you know...
Yeah, we do.
You know what I want to do? I expect it's just bishop b5, but we want to take on e6, don't we? We do want to take on e6. Oh, it might be the move.
And the bar doesn't react.
Wow. And, yeah, okay. And the king probably has to come to the centre, right? So, and this is the position I wasn't sure where the killer blow is. I mean, is it bishop d... Oh, maybe bishop d6, yeah?
Yeah, and this is hard to evaluate for a human. We see that it's winning with the evaluation bar, but white has sacrificed a rook and a piece. Yes, you have a bunch of pawns, you have an army of pawns in return, but the attack continues. I think it's just the fact that the black queen has no good squares. Actually, is the black queen trapped? Because if she moves to the 6th rank, you jump out the way with a check, you pick up the queen. I'm wondering where else she goes. Maybe to a5. Maybe this is what will make Jan pause. The black queen maybe with some counterplay. Let's go back to the current position. This looks promising for white. It is winning according to the computer, but not easy. The engine says taking this pawn with either rook winning, but also just any other move pretty much.
Yeah.
The top two moves are either rook from the H file to take on e6 or rook from the D file to take on e6.
Do we reckon he'll find it?
Oh my gosh.
That's
he has to. He's got this opportunity. He can't let it go.
It's the first move you want to play because you've sacked a piece. You want to sack your rook as well. But that line you just showed, like you said, for a human, it's really hard to evaluate even at the end there because you're so many pieces down, right? I mean, after queen a5, you see a check as well, and you're like, "Ooh, I'm not sure about this." And where's the killer blow? Is there even a killer blow we can find here? I mean, there's nothing obvious, is there? So this is like impossible to evaluate.
Let's do a vote, Simon.
Okay, I don't think he. Oh, I hope he does, but I have to say I don't think he will.
All right, so no rook e6 for Simon. David,
I'm going to say no, he won't. And I think this is all predicated on the fact that you do have a nice tactic just to show off a bit here. I did check the engine, so this isn't me, but queen h7, a beautiful move. If the rook moves, for example, here, then you could even sacrifice. I was going to say you could sacrifice and checkmate. That's not right because the black queen defends, but at the very least you can take...
Go b4 first or something. Yeah. And tempting queen a3.
Oh,
and then you got
nice, Simon. And then you have a checkmate.
Yeah. So what about you, Tanya? Is he going to play it?
So, David, what you're saying is that if he has to find queen h7 to go into this line, which actually makes it more complicated to give an answer to that. But you know what? I think rook e6 is very happy hands, Ali, and he does it.
Well done. that is amazing stuff from Nepo.
He finds queen h7, but it's a different position. But he has the idea. And look at Magnus. Magnus reacts.
Yeah.
He can't believe it.
And he's sick, isn't he? Sick of the way this game has gone. This is a brilliant game. Absolutely brilliant game.
He's just sick of the way the whole match has gone.
Yeah, we've seen Magnus more emotional in this match than we've seen him any other time, you know. So, but yeah, queen h7 is the move, and Jan found it brilliantly. So, well done, Jan.
I think the only way to keep the game going now, if you're Magnus Carlsen, is to throw a piece away, use the black knight to defend this black rook. We kind of showed some mating patterns incoming against the black king, the black rook lacking squares as well. So you just have to give back some material. Right now, you have an extra rook, you have an extra knight. So, yeah, you just have to part with some of that to survive.
There's just no good square for the rook. If you move it next to the king, white simply slaps it up, and there's a checkmate on e7. So rook e8 is not an option. Rook f8 loses the rook on the spot. And I think Magnus, do you think he just missed queen h7 as the resource here?
Yeah, it's strange that he reacted there. Okay, he does play the best move, the only move to keep the game going, but still Prickett looking pretty grim. The white queen can move, the white bishop can jump in with the check. But yeah, are you surprised? For me, I would have reacted earlier after knight takes b5, after white started the attack, let alone when white is about to put finishing touches on.
I think, like you said earlier, his bishop f6 move allowing this very typical sacrifice just seemed to be the start of where things went majorly wrong. Because it's a very common sacrificial idea where you get 3 pawns to the piece, right? So I think it did go wrong before that. Maybe he's just frustrated with himself.
And the feature chat question, I think that's the big one. Can Magnus save this one? I would be hesitant to write it off just yet. Magnus finding the most important move in the position, as you said, knight f6, and now a big decision for Jan. It's really not over till it's over against Magnus. He's not going to make this easy, so still a lot to fight for. But Jan making the accurate choice of keeping the queens on the board. Lots of threats against those two knights. He's going to win some material back.
Ooh, there's a lot of threats against the king as well. Yeah. I mean, bishop e7, rook d6, queen takes knight, rook takes even knight. there's a lot of things to watch out for here. Bishop, yeah, I mean everything, right? There's too many threats here. But it's peculiar because Magnus is a rook and a piece up, so he's got loads of material, but
to give back.
He's going to have to give it back. But his king is just so weak, and this is why the Sicilians are so exciting. You get these kind of crazy and fun positions very often.
Where's the finish? The knight drops back, and do you now jump in with the bishop?
That looks the most logical right now, the most tempting. The move we highlighted earlier, bishop to d6, attacking the black queen. There we go, played. And I was just doing a bit of maths, not my strong suit, but I guess black does have an extra rook and an extra knight. But if you count the white pawns, white does have 5 extra pawns. So that kind of balances out one rook, a rook worth 5. So black is only 1 piece up, and one of those pieces is barren, is kind of bound to drop, guaranteed to drop. So essentially, he's going to be attacking for free in a moment, Nepomniachtchi, once he takes one of those black knights. And yeah, it's just the fact that white's king is supremely safe with all that pawn shelter in front of it, and black's king bereft of any defense. This one looks over.
And we've got this position, right, where Magnus shaking his head, but he needs to make a move with the queen. You can't place it on the 6th rank because of the discovered check that we've been pointing out, and white's rook will pick up that queen. He decides to actually just get rid of that queen, gives it up for the bishop, but now it's also the weak black king.
Yeah, when in doubt, just sacrifice your queen. Seems to be Magnus's motto. He did similar against Hikaru Nakamura yesterday. He gave up a queen, and a draw was agreed because it looked like there would be a fortress. There is a trap in the position, or is there? I was going to say the white queen running out of squares, but she does have a couple of safe squares to run to use. What do you think? Any chance, any remote possibility of saving this?
Yes, but only because it's Magnus.
Yeah, I would say the same. I mean, I think there is some chance here. Because his pieces are like defending each other. The knights are kind of okay. You can't kick them away with pawns, so yeah, depends. I mean, something like rook e6. Oh, then maybe I'll lose my queen, do I?
Rook e6, rook f8.
Yeah,
but that's queen h7 in those lines.
Queen h7 is okay, but maybe even better is to put the rook on h6 and the. Whoa, okay, that's
big move. Stylish.
Yeah, that's a flashy one.
And again, I've been doing my counting here. White has a queen and 5 pawns. In return, black has 2 knights and a rook. So 2 knights and a rook worth 11. A queen and 5 pawns worth...
a lot. 14.
A lot. 14. White is 3 points ahead. It's a rare material imbalance here, but that material lead and the weak black king all adds up.
It's 14 versus 11, but it's also that weak king that you're pointing at. And I think that's going to be priceless for white here. You have to try to bring your bishop into the attack. Rook f6, like you said, a flashy move. Black can take the rook, but then ends up losing 6 points in return, as white will first capture the central knight, give a check, and then pick up the other knight on f6. So this will not work out for black. And it might be time for him to anyway get that rook to f8 to try to get rid of some of the pressure on the board, because give white one more move, David. And if that light square bishop jumps to b5, too many threats to handle.
Yeah, that's game over if either of the black knights disappears or are dislodged. Yeah, I like your move there, Tanya. At least you're kind of getting some activity before you have to resign.
Thanks, David.
I agree. Some activity before you resign.
Just resign, Tanya.
A little bit of fun.
It's not your game, luckily, Tanya. But rook takes f3. At least you get this pawn, and maybe this pawn next. You're attacking the white bishop, but
it's a weird position, isn't it? Very, very peculiar. So.
Problem is your move. I mean, even without this white bishop on the board, I think white might be fancying his chances here, but one black knight will be traded off and the position will collapse. Oof, Magnus, he has to choose between all these evils right now, and this is the current position.
I think he's choosing his opening for the Armageddon.
Quite possibly. Choosing his time for the bid.
He's done well, though, to get a position which is like a bit murky and not just getting checkmated in. I mean, that's all, you know, the best thing basically about his position.
Wow. And meanwhile, this one looks like Nepomniachtchi will take it the other way. In the other game, I was seeing the bar switch. We'll update everyone there in a bit. But yeah, this one, Magnus praying for a miracle.
But we know Magnus. He does end up finding those miracles more often than others. Goes for the idea with rook to f8. Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to complete this job. This is his big moment. This is his big chance. Grabs the pawn on g5, and after rook f3, the bishop will come out into the game. As you're pointing out, David, bishop b5 played. And now the g-pawn will also start advancing down the board. It all comes down to those extra pawns. Black without a single pawn in the position.
It's a very strange position.
Very strange.
I mean,
4 pawns are better than none.
Yeah.
And there we go. A knight disappears. And black has 3 pieces, but they don't coordinate well.
Yeah.
And white has just simply too many pawns.
Magnus needs only a draw. If he can get those pieces to coordinate, to put pressure against white's king, again, I'm not writing this one off just yet.
Yeah, he needs a bit of a helping hand from Jan, but not 100% easy. For example, if white pushes the pawn forward 1 square, that could be taken off the board. Okay, first giving a check.
He's got to be very careful where he puts his king, because the problem when you're playing against the queen with minor pieces, the most important rule to remember is to keep them guarding each other. So you've got to have the bishop guarding the rook, the knight guarding the bishop, and something guarding the knight, because otherwise they drop off. It's that analogy you said earlier, David, there. You know, and that bishop in the middle is very, very loose here. So there's lots of tactics where it could possibly just drop off here. And you combine that with the pawns just coming, steamrolling up the board as well.
It's like you're fighting a battle on several fronts. You'll be fighting pawns marching forward on the king side, the queen side, and you'll be having to guard all your pieces. Right now, he's got a kind of decent setup with good coordination, every single black piece on a light square. But the problem is, how are they going to stem the tide long term? I wouldn't be surprised if the pawns start marching now.
And he's got to do that, right? He has to bring the pawns into the game because the queen alone can't get the job done unless you manage to pick up one of the pieces.
Yeah, Simon mentioned that all the pieces need to defend each other. The only undefended piece is the black bishop, unprotected here, and you either have to push it back to a really kind of really passive square, or you have to put your pieces where they might just get hit by that white queen. There we go. A bit loose now from Magnus on a dark square, this black rook, but he's taking chances and has set up a threat. Black is threatening to move his bishop out of the way, take on c2 with a check, and then win the white queen.
Yeah.
But obviously, Nepo will see this.
You would imagine so, yeah. And yeah, Magnus not very happy about his position here. Nepo should win this one, but I mean, there's always tricks. I think at some point he's going to have to start stretching Black's defences by using his pawns. Use the pawn on the right-hand side, get Black try and defend it over there, use the pawn on the left-hand side, and Black's pieces won't be able to defend all of those pawns coming forwards on either side of the board. I'd imagine that's what he needs to do in this position.
Stranger things have happened, though, especially in this match between these two today. And there we go, G-pawn marches. Meanwhile, we have a result in the other game.
Wow, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave takes that with another win. So no Armageddon in that one. A 3-1 victory for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but the drama continues in this one.
The drama continues, and Magnus is creating some threats. He's really forcing Nepo here, forcing Jan to at least worry, at least calculate his way to victory. The c2 pawn is just going to be captured, but Black's pieces are a bit loose. So what to do here as white? The more pawns that disappear, the closer Black gets to that desired draw.
Chat, you've got to get involved. Tell us if you think Jan Nepomniachtchi can make this comeback. It is so close for him, but he still needs to finish the job that he's managed to start so well. He does put the pressure against the rook and the bishop. Magnus decides not to take on c2, which would leave a lot of pieces hanging, but first gives a check, then picks up the pawn, and a slight head shake there by Jan.
It's quite a big pawn to lose that one. I mean, you know, if you drop any more pawns, it's going to be very hard to win this. So he's got to push these guys, and there he goes. He's going to try to stretch those defences. I don't like, you know, Magnus's pieces. They're still very loose here, and there's no way they can ever get safe because there's not any stable squares they can stay on. So this is always going to be an issue in the position, just having unstable pieces. So Nepo, big favourite here.
Favourite, but predictions. David, Simon, Are we going to have an Armageddon in this one? Yes or no?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
I'll say no just to be different. Tanya, break the tie.
I'm going to say no.
Okay, you think Magnus will hold?
I think he'll survive this one. Winning that C2 pawn definitely gives him counter chances here. Yes, Jan's still in driver's seat. Magnus, he's hard to beat. You have to beat him from a winning position all over again. You have to beat him in the opening, in the middle game, and in the end game. I think that's this famous saying, right? You have to beat him thrice.
Yeah, you have to keep knocking them down again. They get up, you knock them down again, and momentum is on Black's side. He has been picking off the pawns. Earlier, White had 5 pawns more than the opponent. Now it's only 3. If you call me Mr. Brightside, that's what I'll say. At least it's moving in the right direction for Magnus. But now the White Queen will simply move, and those 2 pawns on the Queen side look most menacing.
They do. Look at that knight on d7 for Magnus. It's such a key piece because it stops any checks for the White Queen from jumping in. It's really the best friend for Black's king there. Simon, you said in these kind of piece imbalances, you want every piece to sort of defend each other. And we see that knight not only guarding the Black king, but also the rook on e5. No big check right now. It's not easy, and we see the eval bar, it keeps doing a little bit of a dance after every move.
Yeah, I mean, can you grab another?
Queen h4.
Oh, yeah, you can't grab another one, unfortunately. If you could, then you'd be getting much closer. But Queen h4 is a lovely move where you're going to lose the rook there. And I just don't see how you're going to stop these pawns in the long run. So Magnus trying to pick up the A pawn now, but I don't know.
How do you save it? Do you go to a7 all the way in, or do you fall back to the starting point on d1? Yeah. Oh, wow. Another move, d6. Counter offense on the bishop.
Yeah, that's a nice move. Really nice square for the queen there. And if you take the pawn with check, then White just attacks 2 pieces by moving forward. So you can't actually take the pawn. Next move's going to be like a5 or b6, and they're getting really near queening now.
Yeah, they're marching down the board, but Magnus does give a check with his bishop. The bishop drops back, and the White king steps forward. Yeah, how do you guard against this? I mean, from a practical point of view, it just looks Whoops, my arrows. This pawn to g6 just looks hopeless. He gives a few checks, Magnus, but he's only driving the White king forward. I think the White king, I say it carefully, doesn't want to go forward.
You've got to be a bit careful. Yeah. Oh, that would drop the evaluation, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
suddenly the White king maybe checkmated on the edge of the board. So big question. Maybe the White king has to go back, but if you're going back, then how are you going to hide from these checks on the 3rd rank?
Draw, match done.
Prediction close. Simon Williams.
Does come back, a check. And of course, for Jan Nepomniachtchi, he can't repeat. He falls back all the way, so the king coming from the other side, closer to the Black rook.
Yeah, it's going to zigzag towards that Black rook, but not entering the 4th rank, so the Black rook will not be able to take any pawns with the gain of time. Meanwhile, huge, potentially winning threat on the board of g6, pushing White's kingside pawn forward. Actually, both pawns. I think with 1 minute on the clock, this one is almost hopeless. Maybe with an hour on the clock, you could pose some problems, potentially save it, but
you need another piece, really, don't you, in this position at least? And that g6 move, the b6, the pawns are coming, and we're going to get Armageddon, which is great between these two brilliant players. I mean, we've seen them in the World Championships, and yeah, looking forward to that.
30 seconds now for Magnus Carlsen. I think I'm going to be eating my own words on that prediction. Jan Nepomniachtchi doing everything right, and is it time to start pushing the pawns? And he does it. If you take on g5, b7, game over.
Yep, huge threat, and Black's pieces are stretched to the maximum right now. 26, 27 seconds. How do you stop b7? Do you have to use the Black bishop, but then the other pawn will start running?
Yeah, you just can't control both pawns there. And if you go rook e6, then queen c7 check is a very simple way of doing it. So now the g pawn probably comes, as you said, David. Just stretch those defenses. The bishop can only defend one side.
Oh,
whoa! The bar drops. Is this because Black is going to give up his bishop for 2 pawns? Okay, the evaluation bar recorrecting itself there, changing its mind. If White takes the Black bishop now, Black will take the b pawn with a check and then go back for the other pawn, and White is left with only the a pawn and a queen.
We're going to get down to queen versus rook. That's my prediction, which is a technical win, but it's not so simple.
Yeah, and wow, only one winning move now for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He has just over 1 minute. He has to resist the temptation to grab black's bishop. That would actually end in a theoretical draw. He has to give a check with the white queen, queen c7, and he finds the winning move. The idea is to keep all of the white pawns intact. And
but
wow, he's pushing, but
the point?
the bar drops.
Oh, wow.
It looks like he's making a new
Oh, and it
queen.
goes back up again. What did Magnus miss there?
Crazy position.
Oh, maybe he had a check. That's
Huge drama. I will show this in a moment. Magnus did miss a way to draw. Now the white A pawn is simply going to march up the board. If the pawn didn't exist, rook and knight can hold their own against queen, but here it's just too slow, insufficient. And white will most likely win this game. Let's jump back in just to show what happened there. There was a moment where Magnus could have made a miracle happen. And it was here after white gambled with g7. He could have given a check, as you mentioned, Simon. And the problem is the white king, maybe it just can't dance to a safe square if it marches forward. Oh, wow, I was going to say another check, but actually the black bishop now is safe. And the difference is that it covers this square where it wouldn't have done if it had landed on d5 first. Here, white could have promoted to a knight with a nasty check, winning the game. Tactics all over the place. We can forgive the players for missing this, of course, with no time on the clock. And now the pawn is just marching through to glory. This one should be in its final stages. Magnus has fought so well, but Jan doing everything right.
And the pawn just continues its march down the board, giving a few checks, looking at that rook coming back to attack that queen on b7 to try to defend. I think, Simon, this might be a queen versus rook, and Magnus is going to make Jan prove that one, which I think Jan will. Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean,
up.
If he can give his knight up for the pawn, but it's not so easy to do that here anyway.
Yeah, you might have to give your rook for that pawn.
Yeah, look at that move. Queen from one all the way.
It's a long move.
That is, I love the long moves. They're nice. And what are we going to see now? Okay, doing a bit of wriggling. He still needs to win it.
Still needs to win. The black king could not have moved towards the white pawn there. There would have been a back rank check. Devastating check. Instead, Magnus's king has to go the long way around. And now, how does he push that pawn forward? The black king is coming.
It's coming, and if it gets really close to the white pawn, then we're talking about real chances for black to hold this one.
Yeah.
He has to be really careful. One more move, actually. The black king, if it just sidesteps one square closer, he's in the box, close to that pawn.
Yeah, no, under 20 seconds as well. So he's got to find a way to stop that black king surrounding the white pawn. So he moves his queen over, and that is a good move. Just forcing the black king to stay where it is.
Now black is completely frozen. The black rook is stuck in front of the pawn. The black knight stuck, preventing any checks. And
oh, look at that. Oh, he missed another chance.
Wow, the black knight could have actually gone back to b8 and...
Is he going to do it now? He can't.
There's queen b6 check. That was that one moment, because the king was on b4.
Oh, yeah, he's fallen for queen b6.
And...
yeah.
Nice.
Wow, still some tricks. Don't take the rook.
That is dirty.
So dirty from Magnus Carlsen here. Taking the rook would have actually ended in a draw.
Yeah.
And we'll show this in a moment. The drama is just happening. Both players with around 10, 15 seconds. But black is about to take the white pawn.
Wow.
Oh, if he takes it now with his rook, then the white king goes towards that black knight and black's pieces are overwhelmed. And we will see it.
We're going to get it. We're going to get it. Unbelievable. Rook versus queen. And this is a technical win, but it's actually, with the correct defense, quite hard, if I remember correctly. But it's really difficult to defend this because you've got to put the rook quite a long way away from the king and avoid losing it. So...
Magnus is going to test Jan out in this one.
I'm sure that both players have looked at this ending quite a lot of times before, because it's one of those pure endings that you get that you probably should look at some point. You will get it at a moment in your life. And this is the kind of move you must do. You must move the rook a long way away. That's the kind of key, not drawing way, but the key idea to make it tricky.
Yeah.
Have you ever had this ending?
I have, and I've struggled to win, actually, once in the World Junior Championship when I was quite young. My opponent defended really well, and it took me about 35, 40 moves to win the black rook, so just in time. But I think every time I've had this on the defending side, I've lost, including to Vachier-Lagrave and a couple of other players. They tend to know the technique, especially if the king gets forced onto one of the sides of the board.
Yeah. So making it as tricky as possible, but it's not going to be quite enough here.
But there were these moments in that endgame when Magnus had his chance and his opportunity to hold that. And maybe, David, you will show us where he missed out. It was a tough hold, but a big fight. It does continue. Jan Nepomniachtchi doing what felt impossible, making a comeback in his match with some scintillating play out of the opening. Rook takes e6. He made it all happen.
He's beaten Magnus in the opening and the middle game. He's on the brink now of beating him in the endgame too.
Gotta do it thrice, David.
He's gone the long way round.
3 times.
100-move game almost now.
Your speciality, David.
I mean, my favourite, not everyone's favourite. I don't think Magnus is enjoying this. And
I prefer the more Mamedyarov kind of games where he says he never gets into the ending. You know, how many moves are we on? Because obviously if it gets to 50 moves, then the game is declared a draw automatically. But I think
the last capture was on move 79. So Magnus needs to survive till move 129.
We've just reached the 30 move.
Okay.
79, you said?
79. So they've made
20 moves since.
20 moves, 30 moves to go before the 50-move rule and the draw kicks in. White needs to win the black rook or deliver checkmate. Don't push the white king forward.
Oh, dirty trick there. You got, and Nepo is just ready for all of these Magnus tricks. There was a stalemate idea.
Can we show that?
On the board.
Let's show this. You have to be really careful. If you advance too fast, too hastily, then black can give away the rook. Look at this, skewering the king and queen, and taking would lead to stalemate. Ignore the bar. This would be a draw. Black's king can't move and isn't in check, so this would be a forced draw. So watch out for this theme to recur.
Now, king e6, rook d6 doesn't work because there's queen d6 coming in with a check, so you can still go in with the king.
50-50 shot.
50-50.
You never know.
He's still struggling to find the right setup.
Yeah, he's running out of moves, isn't he now? Surely. So I think you have to play at some point, if I remember correctly, it's some weird zugzwang, a move with the queen where you tie your opponent's rook down. But no progress has been made here for quite some time now.
He's getting frustrated. He made a bit of a gesture there, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Impressive defense from Magnus Carlsen to have survived, what is it now, 30 moves. In this hopeless endgame. And you're right, Simon, he's really running out of moves now. He's got to win within the next 20. And, okay, still hard for black to defend. Where do you put the rook without it being lost to a double attack? He's using the second rank defense here. Just here it's the 7th from black's side, but keeping his king and rook as close to each other as possible. As soon as they're separated, it will be game over. And
whoa!
What?
Oh!
Whoa!
Oh, unbelievable.
And maybe now
Unbelievable.
you cannot take the rook. That's stalemate again. Maybe now black can hold long enough to make the 50 move rule happen.
Wow. That was an unbelievable check. And the king gets off the back rank and it forces this position and you're going to get to 50. How does he do it? He's just a magician.
And they reached the 40 move mark. Another 10 moves. If Magnus gets through, then it ends in a draw. Automatically, the game stops.
Yeah.
Wow, one of the world's best players, Jan Nepomniachtchi, struggling to win this theoretically won endgame. He looks disgusted with himself.
Yeah.
Oh my, I think he realizes it, that he's not going to be in time to convert this one anymore.
I think he needs to go back and look at the technique, as we all do. Very easy to forget it, but amazing stalemate trick there that Magnus pulled off.
Oh my gosh.
He really has 9 lives, Magnus Carlsen. How does he keep doing this? Hopeless situations. Many of us would have resigned.
And it's going to happen now. 2 more moves, and it just stops.
Okay.
50 move rule signals no progress, no captures, no pawn pushes, and it will be a draw. Magnus just needs not to blunder his rook on the next move.
What happened?
Okay, he's a bit worried, but he's made the draw. Unbelievable.
Does it? What is this drama, Magnus Carlsen?
Yeah.
Wow, with a smile there. He also is in disbelief. And David, as you said, probably using up one of his 9 lives today, surviving that one. And for Jan Nepomniachtchi, it is heartbreaking. What a fantastic game he played from the very beginning there, creating his chances. Again, so much to choose from, David, in this one.
Yeah, I just want to show a cool tactic where Magnus could have actually saved the game a bit earlier. Jan deserved the win. He dominated the opening, the middle game, but the end game is where Magnus always seems to work his magic. And it was here black could have used some nice knight forks to save the game. He could have retreated, attacking this pawn. The reason he didn't do this was because white's queen could have given a check, but now the black king can simply move, giving up this black rook in the corner. Either you take this pawn next, or white would have to allow a nasty knight fork, and black would save the game. In the end, we saw queen versus rook, and I think everyone who watches the show, including the panel, need to go and study that theoretical ending.
And there, Magnus Carlsen, after getting that 50-move rule in, he's probably not only studied winning those king and queen versus king and rook endgame, but also has studied how to hold them. And we saw their appreciation by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He applauds Magnus's effort. Great games there by both these players. A total roller coaster day of chess. No Armageddon, but so much fireworks there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave winning his match 3-1. Magnus Carlsen holding, saving that game 4 with the draw in a king and rook versus king and queen. Simon, what a crazy day of chess it's been.
It was a great day of chess, yeah. I mean, that last game was just so entertaining. I mean, it was going backwards and forwards. Magnus kept giving himself chances, and yeah, brilliant match. And you always get a brilliant match with Nepo and Magnus because they're so close to each other, aren't they? And it was really fun. Yeah.
The good thing about this format as well, we might get a rematch if Jan bounces back through the elimination bracket. I mean, the way they fought there, it was reminiscent of that World Championship match, that 2021 Game 6 that they had together, where it was over 130 moves. That last clash was 130 moves in itself. They really pushed each other to the brink, and yeah, it was so much fun to watch. So much to unpack there.
So much fun, so much drama. And it wasn't just in this game. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, also full of fireworks. And we are being joined by Maxime with his 3-1 victory. Maxime, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
That was, once again, a very entertaining match, full of excitement and tactics. What were you feeling while you were going through these up and down games?
I don't know. The first 2 games, I think we pretty much neutralized each other. And then the third game went my way because I think Shah misplayed the opening. Normally after c4, you are not supposed to go g5 because of d4. And then it was a bit topsy-turvy, but in general, it looked very good for me. And the last game, it looked quite bad for me at some point, but somehow I managed to survive this pawn push with g5, h5, and then I had this nice tactic with knight f6, and it just worked out for me.
Yeah, it was really quite a match to watch. And Shakhriyar also, his style of play, we saw him push, well, we were calling it Gary the G-pawn throughout, g4, h4. Is that something when you're playing against a player like Shakhriyar, you're always prepared for this kind of chaos on the board?
Of course, it's like I've played Shah countless times, and of course there's been a few occasions where he played in that style, sometimes punishes me, sometimes gets punished. So, you know, I would say business as usual when it comes to Shah.
Business as usual, and the business continues tomorrow as you will be playing Magnus Carlsen in the winners final. And looking ahead at that match, Maxime, your thoughts going into that?
For sure, I've just seen that nail biter as you, and yeah, I was happy. I found some of the moves for white and black there, but it was really great defense by Magnus overall. And even if, of course, Jan should have won this queen versus rook, but with 3 seconds on the clock, I mean, per move, it's not so easy. And because Magnus put up great resistance. So, you know, it's always a big challenge to play Magnus, but certainly up to be up to the task.
We're really looking forward to that matchup, Maxime. All the best. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
It will be Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Magnus Carlsen after these two have won after some very dramatic games. And these are the post-match stats. Very high accuracy there by Maxime at 93%, but also shock with some attacking chess at almost 90%.
Yeah, just incredibly high level there from both players. It did, in the end, come down to Maxime's superior accuracy and finding those brilliancies when it really mattered. Shak, in the end, just couldn't keep up with the tactics.
And we are being joined by our other winner, Magnus Carlsen, after his roller coaster match. Magnus, congratulations. That was a crazy one.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really poor match. To be fair, like in terms of the quality of the chess, I'm sure it was exciting to watch. I think neither of us played particularly well. I'm happy to have pulled through, of course, but generally a day to forget.
A lot of dramatic moments, and I think you know the one I want to bring up first. Game 2, Magnus. Queen G5, we saw both of you react. What happened in that moment?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I blundered 2 pawns. Like, I just didn't see that the pawn on b6 was hanging. I was just thinking, why are you going knight c4? That makes no sense. I'll go knight c6. And my thoughts didn't really go any further. Like, fortunately, I had sort of half reasonable practical compensation, at least there. When he played bishop c3, I sort of had the feeling that this move was a little bit wrong. And the thing is, I was fairly happy with knight e3. That's why I didn't really look too much further. And it was only like a little bit after I'd made the move, when he was thinking, that I realized what I could have done. I don't know, like, how it came to me. I just suddenly realized that Queen G5 would have mated him. So yeah, that was insane. Always look for captures and checks, kids.
Yeah, checks, caches, and threats. Well, Magnus, but you seem to have recovered really quickly from that, because that's something that we were talking about in the studio, that it can be a bit difficult to let go of that. Was that a challenge at all for you?
Yeah, my main problem was that my brain was not working so well. So like, recovering from that was okay, especially as it made me realize or enforced my sort of prior belief that he was also missing some stuff, because he was, even though like he defended really well in game 1, he basically like stumbled into a lost position there in the early middle game from an opening that's fairly innocuous. So I didn't feel like he was doing great. Afterwards, I just couldn't find the moves there either. I felt like I should be fine, but I couldn't see it. So, for instance, a couple of moves later, when I took the pawn on d3 and played bishop e5, I was thinking to myself that this has to be wrong. This is not the way to play the position. There has to be something better. I just didn't see it, which was a really like frustrating feeling. Usually I don't want to give up sort of the battle in that sense, just admit to yourself that you're not going to find the right continuation, but this time I did. Yeah, anyway, like later on I was of course considerably worse, but he just blundered a pawn after and after that it was probably nothing. Third game was the only game that was I think quite good. I guess I was slightly better from the opening, and later on, he gets a lot of difficult choices eventually, and a lot of times people collapse. So I think that was a good game. But also the fourth, well, first of all, I got blundered in the opening when I played knight e5, which is insane. I mean, he could just go f4, which I realized after I'd made the move, because I can never go knight c4 because of knight x b5. And then I also went for this plan with g5, which I think is okay, but I made all the wrong moves. Like bishop e7 allows rook h6, and then queen h2. Then I allowed the sack on b5. So that was pretty bad. But yeah, at least it made for a really exciting game. So that's the good part.
It really did, Magnus. It was a really fascinating match to watch for many and for us to commentate on. In the third game, a really nice finish there, a really beautiful checkmating pattern at the end. And finally, going on to game 4, Jan, he also played fantastic chess, created his chances in that end game, the queen and rook, the king and queen versus king and rook. Getting into that, Did you feel like there are real chances to hold this? How confident were you that you'd reach the 50-move rule?
No, I mean, I did have an eye on it. So I think like getting to the position where Black has to put up the 7th ranked defense is fairly easy in general, but the 7th ranked defense is not super trivial to break down. I wouldn't say it's really hard, but it requires like a little bit of knowledge in general. I mean, it's not, at least with seconds, it's not so easy to find intuitively. So whether he knew how to break it down or he was just a bit exhausted with seconds, so he couldn't really remember or figure it out over the board, I don't know. But when he was starting to struggle, and I think at some point I saw that we'd made a little over 20 moves, I think, and he was still not making progress, then I started to think, yeah, actually, I could perhaps hold it. And to be honest, like the last 10 moves or so, my play was a little bit lackadaisical in the queen versus rook ending, but that was partly because I knew at that point he was not going to make it in time. So I thought, yeah, let's not blunder the rook in one move, and then I'll be fine.
And Magnus, congratulations. What are your thoughts on the match against MVL tomorrow?
Yeah, it's exciting to get to play Maxim. He did tremendously well in the Speed Chess Championship, crushing. Gukesh was sort of expected, but also the way he won against Nihal was a little bit unexpected for me. And not that he won, but the way he won, and very impressive. And also, like, he was leading against Hikaru with the bullets when the bullets started, and I feel like even before that he had many chances to lead even more. And of course, he beat two very, very strong players to get there. So yeah, it's good to get a crack at him again. It's been a while, I feel, yeah, I think I got to show up with a little bit more energy than I did today, because yeah, today was not good.
And Magnus, we have a question from the community chats, and could you tell us more about your upcoming book? I believe it's called Grind Like a Grandmaster. What's the book about?
I think it's exactly about that. It's about grinding out half points basically in the end game, having the mindset to never give up, always look for your chances, whether it be being holding a difficult position or trying to convert winning positions or press minute edges. So it's a subject that's very, close to both David and my heart. We're both, accomplished grinders on the chessboard. So yeah, that's basically it. It's our thoughts on how to outlast your opponents in chess.
So Magnus, you're basically saying if the viewers buy the book, they can hold Queen versus Rook against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's a bit funny though, because I actually did win Queen versus Rook against him, also with very limited time in the Global Chess League earlier this year. So yeah, I feel like I sort of definitely maxed out that one, that little matchup. But I probably can't promise such a thing, but it will help you not get into queen versus rook.
All right, well, Grind Like a Grandmaster. That's a book that I think we'll all be picking up. Magnus, one more feature chat question before we let you go. In our last tournament, it was carrots. That was your secret recipe. And this one is by Community Patrol. And he wants to know, what is your go-to breakfast on tournament day?
I usually don't eat breakfast. So that's the simple answer.
And Magnus, I'm going to hit you with one more. This is a question from Nihil2501. Will you log on to play Title Tuesday now?
Yeah, I might play a couple of games just to get a good feeling.
All right, well, good luck for Title Tuesday and for your winners final tomorrow against Maxime.
Thank you.
It is going to be Magnus Carlsen taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in the winners final after a lot of dramatic chess action that we had. And this was his match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. An accuracy for both these players under 90%. Not something that we get to see very often by Magnus, but it meant a lot of entertainment for us.
Yeah, just incredible games, topsy-turvy roller coasters, full of tactics, full of nuances in the endgame. It was a real blessing to watch that one. I'm going to go home and play through, especially that last game, in more detail.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Queen versus Rook, how to save that and how to win that, both by Magnus Carlsen, might be the next course, as you mentioned. He's done it against Jan Nepomniachtchi. And of course, it wasn't only in the winner's bracket. We had dramatic chess in the loser's bracket as well. It was Anish Giri with a power performance with a 2-0 victory against Hikaru Nakamura. Simon, not many would have predicted this at the start of the day.
Yeah, Hikaru wasn't on great form in this tournament, but you have to admire Anish Giri. He played great chess. I expected his accuracy to be higher than that because it seemed like he played two really powerful games. But if he keeps playing like that, he could have a chance of winning as well. The whole thing.
And that's exactly what Anish Giri needs to do. He needs that tournament victory to make it through to Toronto. A tournament victory would confirm his seat. And we also had action between Denis Lazovic and Alireza Firouzja. It is the end of the road for Denis Lazovic as Alireza took it with 1.5 points and a very high accuracy rate in this one. 96% for Alireza, 92%, still extremely high by Denis as well there, David.
Yeah, Denis didn't do too much wrong there, but Firouzja was just, he had more gears. He was able to get his type of position in the first game and then shut things down in the second. Lazovic will be back. He's qualified for the tour finals and Firouzja moves on.
Yeah, we will see Denis Lazovic back in the Toronto finals. Alireza as well has booked his ticket into that one and going into our day 3. This is our bracket. This is the action that's coming up tomorrow. We will start with the losers quarterfinal. Shakhriyar taking on Anish Giri. Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Alireza Firouzja. For these 4 players, it is their last life. It is their final strike. They need to win to continue into the losers semi-finals, while the big winners final will be Magnus Carlsen against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Simon, which one are you most excited about?
Quite interesting to see Nepo versus Firouzja because they both got very exciting style, and it'll be interesting to see how Nepo bounces back as well after his loss against Magnus there.
Yeah, for me, the main course of Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave, that's going to be a lot of fun. But the starter of Mamedyarov against Giri, they always seem to bring out the best in each other. Mamedyarov has had some spectacular games against Giri in the past. So, yeah, tune in tomorrow, everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of appetizers and main course coming up tomorrow. Right now, it's time for all of us to get desserts here. What a day of chess. We've had incredible action, and it all continues tomorrow. We will see you then, same time, same place.
Wow. Anish Giri plays knight g4.
And I think that's it. Hikaru's resigned.
Queen takes g5.
Just thinking about it.
He hasn't seen it. If he would see it, this is a checkmate.
He doesn't find it.
Oh my God, he missed it.
That is shocking.
And now
yeah.
Look at that.
He's seen it now.
And he's frozen.
Oh my God.
Wow.